His family's tech shop used to be their pride and joy, but now it's just empty and totally abandoned. Standing at his dad's memorial, all he can do is apologize for letting the family legacy die. Looking at that totally empty warehouse is just a brutal reminder that he's officially out of a job. He got on his knees and begged to pay back his dad's massive debt, but it still wasn't enough. He's just stuck in his room, staring at his phone, realizing it's been way too long since he even talked to his old friends. Ever since he finished school, his life has been nothing but work, and he's been blowing off every single invite to hang out. He just stares at the ceiling, feeling like he's totally lost all hope. Sitting in that empty room, the truth finally hits him. He's lost absolutely everything. He's just killing time scrolling through web novels when a random ad suddenly pops up and grabs his attention. It asks one simple question that changes everything. Do you want to go to a totally different world? He thinks the site looks totally sketchy, but since he's bored out of his mind, he decides to just fill out the survey. There are a ton of questions, and they look exactly like a character quiz from a medieval fantasy game. He's over 100 questions deep and only halfway through this massive test, but he keeps grinding forward. With just one quick tap, he finally hits send on his reply. Suddenly, a guy named Kami Shirahitodo shows up and introduces himself, confirming he's actually Rioichi Ishikawa. He pulls out a business card that looks super slick and professional. Rioichi is totally confused and asks if he's just some salesman. But Shirahito reveals he's actually there for the Isekai Transfer Life Survey. The guy wants to make sure Rioichi is ready to transfer right now, and to prove he's not lying, he's about to give him a live demo. Just like that, the whole world melts away and turns into a glowing, magical forest. Shirahito explains that this world is called Stalia. It's where Rioichi is being sent, and this is definitely not a dream. He points out a slime nearby and warns that it's actually a monster that attacks people. He just flicks his wrist and deletes the monster, showing everyone that things are about to get way more dangerous. Then he reveals that magic is actually real in Stalia and offers to teach Rioichi a super simple spell. After working super hard, Rioichi finally masters his very first spell, the magic hole. The next morning, they all sit down to figure out exactly how this is going to work. Rioichi asks what happens if he says no, terrified he'll be stuck here forever and never make it back to Earth. Shirahito's answer is super creepy. If he says no, his memory of this whole meeting will just be wiped, which he says is just a normal day's work for a god. Shirahito pulls out a whole list of broken cheat powers to get him hooked. Rioichi starts off with some insane starter buffs like appraisal, a translation skill, an item box, and a massive 10 times XP boost, plus he gets to pick 3 extra abilities on top of that. He realizes these powers let him master moves in seconds that would normally take a whole lifetime to learn. Shirahito reveals he's getting a god gift too, a totally unique power that the supreme god Ban Raiwaweki literally dreamed up himself. This power is actually insane and way bigger than just some basic cheat code. He's got exactly 3 days to choose his new life, skills, and insane divine gifts before the man takes off. Rioichi realizes this offer is perfectly timed because with his job and family totally gone, he has 0 reasons left to stay in Japan. He spends his final days hitting up his old school and the local shrine, visiting all the spots that shaped his entire life. He thinks back to those chill dinners with his dad after a long day of hard work. Looking for some answers, he hits up an old family friend who tells him his whole life is about to change forever. This guy started his own business at 40, so he tells him to stop being scared and finally make his move. With some food in his belly and those words in his head, Rioichi finally locks in, realizing that life is just one big challenge after another. He takes one last walk through his hometown, trying to burn every street into his memory. He stares out over the city from way up high, knowing deep down this is the absolute last time he'll ever see this view. He heads back to his empty house, but it doesn't even feel like home anymore. The sun is rising on his very last day, and he's finally made his choice. He signs the transfer papers, totally convinced that this is his destiny. He asks if he's got a mission, but Shiraito promises he's finally free to live his own life without anyone telling him what to do. Shirahito notices Rioichi doesn't have any normal fighting or crafting skills, since he's using his own custom-made powers instead. Rioichi is feeling super hyped because he's sure he just cooked up a combo that's totally unique and insanely powerful. A mysterious voice tells him that with these new powers, he's basically impossible to kill now. He wakes up in Stalia and immediately uses his god-tier appraisal on a pack of weak wolves nearby. A second later, he uses the same skill on himself and totally freaks out when he sees his stats and realizes he's about to be killed. He's freaking out, spamming his magic like crazy to hold back those charging monsters. But one of them gets through and sinks its teeth deep into his shoulder, making him think his new life is over before it even starts. He refuses to back down and just starts blasting his magic harder than ever. Right in the middle of the chaos, he realizes he can fire off spells with both hands at once and totally turns the tables on his enemies. Then, he realizes he has a second god-class power, a crazy healing factor that fixes any injury as long as he isn't killed on the spot. The pack leader is way too fast for his magic, so he just takes it out with one massive kick. He notices that taking down these monsters is already making him way stronger thanks to that insane 10 times experience boost. Once the fight's over, he loots the wolves while his OP map and god-tier gifts show him exactly what to do. The map shows exactly where he is and the path leading straight to the nearest town, E's village. He reaches the village gate, but a guard blocks his path and demands to see his ID. He's got nothing on him, so they tell him he's got to cough up 3 silver coins just to get inside. The guard is totally shocked by how brand new the money looks and asks where it came from, so Rioichi lies and says he got it from a traveling merchant instead of admitting it's actually 10. He pays the fee and finally gets to head inside the village. He walks through the streets drenched in blood, while every single villager just stops and stares. He rushes to find an inn called the Spring Vale of the Forest, desperate for a place to crash and finally get cleaned up. Marie, the innkeeper's daughter, is super worried about him, but he tells her not to stress because he's totally fine. She asks for his name for the register, but he can't write the local language like most wanderers. So Marie steps in and writes it for him. Her parents are watching from afar, noticing the totally weird situation he's stuck in. Marie offers to wash his clothes, but he just uses his item box skill to warp them into a secret dimension instead. The whole family is totally blown away because they realize this is a super rare power straight from the gods. Marie freaks out, shouting that even A-rank adventurers almost never have a skill this crazy. This power actually comes from his second god gift, which is a massive 10-foot shipping container straight from Earth. We see a flashback where he didn't just ask for the container, he actually linked the whole warehouse to his item box. He's got a massive stash of food and gear from his old world frozen in time, plus a cheat code box that can duplicate anything he puts inside. Back in the present, he knows he needs a legit ID, so he decides to hit up the Carpenter's Guild. He heads inside and catches Hart totally locked into his work. The lady at the front tells him that the whole exam and entry fee is going to cost 1 gold coin. She warns him that only 40% of people pass, since most train under a master first, but he doesn't care and signs up for the test right then and there. The exam supervisor, Gio, is a massive, scary dude who just laughs at Ryoki for being so scrawny. The first test is super basic. Just grab the axe they give you and smash a wooden log in half. Rioichi tries to lift the tool, but it's so insanely heavy it won't even budge. He knows a normal swing won't work, so he uses the axe's insane weight to his advantage instead. He lets the blade drop with all its weight, splitting that log perfectly in half. For the second test, Gio tells him to work on that split log using any tools he wants. Rioichi's only got until the end of the day, and he knows his normal gear isn't going to be enough to finish this. He asks to use his own gear, and Gio gives him the green light. Everyone's jaw hits the floor when he suddenly pulls out his item box. He reaches inside and pulls out a whole power drill. He stops for a second to think about his dad, the guy who gave him this tool way back in the day. Everyone is totally hooked by the loud roar of the drill, staring at the insane tool in complete shock. The guildmaster is totally blown away, saying he's never seen anyone use magic tools to clear the exam before. He finishes the job in record time, and the guildmaster shouts that he officially passed. He tells the receptionist, Corona, to get his guild card ready while the rest of the crowd starts whispering about his insane magic items. The master explains that the second test was all about seeing if you can pump your magic into your gear. He reveals that the axe from the first test wasn't just some tool, it was a divine gift from Josuke, the god of wood, and you need massive magic power just to even lift it. Rioichi is totally stunned to hear that God's gift phrase pop up again. The guildmaster, Kakis, explains that the divine logs totally vibed with him during the test, and hands Rioichi his official guild card. The guildmaster just made it official, and now Rioichi Ishikawa is finally a member of the Carpenter Guild. Gio slams a hand on his shoulder, shouting that letting a rookie join without training is a bad look, so he's going to train Rioichi himself. To celebrate, the whole guild hits the tavern for a massive welcome party. Gio challenges Rioichi to an arm wrestling match because he's dying to see that insane power a god gave him. Gio is a total beast, but Rioichi is actually holding his ground and blowing everyone's minds with his insane power. Surrounded by his new squad, Rioichi realizes it's been forever since anyone actually hyped him up like this. He starts second-guessing everything, wondering if ditching his old life was actually the right move. Standing under the moon in this new world, he finally feels a huge spark to connect with people and actually start living. He remembers Shirahido's warning that in the world of Stalia, death is always lurking around every corner. From a realm far away, a goddess is watching every move, dying to see if this new guy survives and how he's going to change the whole world. Somewhere in the shadows, a young girl is desperately begging for her sister's life. She begs a miner to let her join, promising to do all the heavy lifting. But after he shuts her down, she collapses by a minecart and cries out for help in the dark. Deep in the thick woods, Rioichi is leveling up his skills and literally knocking down trees with just one practice swing of his axe. Everyone's starting to notice how fast he's getting, and Gio, the guild's pro lumberjack, is about to show the kid a move that'll blow his mind. Gio smashes a giant tree with just one swing, and Rioichi is totally losing it. The massive trunk lets out a loud creak and starts crashing down. Right before they slam into the dirt, the ground itself rises up to cushion the fall, and Gio explains it's just an earth magic trick he's mastered through tons of experience. Rioichi asks how to learn magic like that, but Gio admits he's a trash teacher and tells the kid to just go find a magic book at the local bookstore. Rioichi follows the tip and steps into a messy little bookshop where he's met by a super weird owner who looks just like a cat. Later on, he asks for a magic book, but the shopkeeper says the only ones left are for elite academy grads and one super creepy rare book on advanced dark magic. Rioichi is totally shocked that such a crazy powerful book is just sitting in a tiny village, but the owner just smirks and says he's got his ways. He plays it safe and grabs a basic wind magic guide for beginners. He tries his very first spell, and suddenly a wild blast of wind explodes from his hand, showing everyone that he's got insane power he can't even control yet. The book is full of symbols for wind, fire, and earth, so he decides he's going to master every single one. Even on his breaks from chopping wood, he's busy leveling up his magic, making fire pop out of his hand while the other guys watch. He's only got one goal: get used to this world and learn to survive on his own, knowing that magic gets stronger every time he uses it, just like a muscle. All that hard work finally pays off as he blurs through the forest, slicing down trees so fast you can barely see him. With his insane 10 times growth rate, he's leveling up in everything super fast, from his raw strength and magic to his woodcutting skills. He tests his new strength on the forest monsters and totally wrecks them with massive magic blasts. Gio watches in total shock, thinking that Rioichi is leveling up at a speed that's honestly insane. Gio is super impressed, so he gives him a real test that every guy in the village has to pass. He's got to trek deep into the woods to the shrine of the giant soldiers and make it back alive. Rioichi takes the challenge and heads straight to the shrine entrance, where 2 massive stone statues are standing guard. He starts creeping down the stone path, watching every single step. He steps into the very heart of the shrine and finds a hidden room packed with rows of creepy, silent knights in armor. Right in the middle is a massive stone pillar covered in weird, glowing symbols. He figures this is where you control the magic armor, but he's sure these old machines are totally dead and have been picked clean already. Suddenly, he hears a weird noise coming from right under the floorboards. He rips open a stone slab to find a high-tech circuit board that's somehow still buzzing with electricity, and using his memories from his past life, he realizes he can actually fix it. He throws on a DIY mask and gets to work hooking those snapped wires back together. The second that circuit clicks, symbols all over the massive hidden door light up, and the heavy stone starts grinding open. A creepy spiral staircase leads straight down into the dark, and he just knows he has to check it out. He walks right into the pitch black, and suddenly, a massive grinding sound rings out from deep below. He sparks a fireball to see ahead, and the light hits the massive armored legs of a giant standing right in his way. The light hits and shows this massive Gollum with glowing eyes towering over him and holding a giant sword. Suddenly, the statue springs to life and takes a massive swing with its giant blade. Rioichi jumps back just as the sword slams down, totally shattering the stone floor. With his escape cut off, he starts blasting a non-stop wave of fire magic. He focuses all his power into a massive explosion that swallows the Gollum whole. But as the fire clears out, the Autonon is still standing there without a single scratch. The Golem fires back with a massive kick that sends Rioichi flying. He smashes into the far wall, completely dazed by the monster's crazy power. He goes for a desperate swing, but his axe just shatters into pieces against the Golem's leg. While his body gets totally crushed, a calm voice out of nowhere mentions that he's already died twice. Suddenly, a ton of Rioichis pop up as he triggers his divine clone jutsu to stand a chance against someone this insanely powerful. But every clone he makes actually drains his power, and since neither his physical nor magic moves are working, he's completely backed into a corner. He checks the giant Golem's stats, and it's even worse than he thought. Its defense is maxed out. It completely cancels magic, and it looks like he's totally cooked. Backed into a corner, he grabs Last Resort, a book filled with super dangerous dark magic. It's way too risky to even touch, but he's officially out of options. He tells this creepy energy suddenly explodes all around him, with ghost skulls spinning everywhere as he starts chanting those forbidden words. He lets the spell fly, sending a massive wave of darkness crashing right into the golem. All that dark energy bunches up into a massive void and smashes right into the old guardian. The golem's massive armor starts shattering and falling apart as that abyssal magic hits it hard. The statue is finally history, but this win cost way too much. And as Rioichi stares at the insane power he just let loose, he's suddenly hit with a massive wave of pain. He hits the ground again, coughing up blood as the dark magic's recoil starts wrecking his body. Just as he's blacking out, a hologram of a girl pops up and the system announces an incoming call as everything starts booting up. Rioichi is totally out of it and can't wrap his head around seeing such high-tech gear in a fantasy world like this. Since the AI can't find a signal, it just resets to its basic mode for regular house chores. The system finishes loading and scans his ID, and he realizes that fixing those wires is what finally woke her up. His relief vanishes instantly as a ton of soldier golems power up and circle him, making him realize he's totally toast. He flinches and braces for the impact, but the hit never actually lands. But then, the golems actually kneel, and the AI tells him the alarm is off because he's the new boss. The danger is over, but that dark curse is getting even nastier, so the AI sees him struggling and offers to help. She checks out his stats and tells him to use that insane god-tier adaptation skill he already has. By pumping magic straight into his body, he can instantly wipe out curses and any other weird status effects. He triggers the power, and that brutal pain finally starts to fade. So he thanks the AI for being a total genius. The AI finally spills the beans. This shrine is actually a secret hangar for 6 ancient magic-armored vehicles that were used for building and hauling stuff ages ago. Rioichi feels totally bad for her, thinking she was lonely all those years, but the AI just says she's a fresh system with 0 memories, so she didn't feel a thing. He tells her that even if she doesn't realize it, she's still totally alone, and he swears he'll be back for her. He heads out, wondering if his words actually worked, while a tiny smile creeps onto the AI's face as she says goodbye. Suddenly, this huge hexagonal door slides open and shows them the way forward. He steps inside and just freezes, totally blown away by what's right in front of him. He's standing in a massive high-tech hangar, staring up at a giant magical Battlemech that towers over everything. This massive ancient machine starts to glow, just sitting there and waiting for someone to finally turn it back on. The guild members are totally losing it over this massive mech suit, especially since it was dug up from the giant soldier's shrine and is somehow actually moving again. Rioichi tracked down the manuals, but the machine is too old to run, and while the others are stumped by the ancient writing, Rioichi can somehow read it perfectly. Even Gio, the guildmaster, decides to keep the whole thing a secret and tells Rioichi it's his to keep. And when people ask if he can actually fix it, Rioichi thinks back to tinkering with machines with his dad and knows he can totally bring it back to life. He jumps straight into action, using his special skills to start working on that ancient tech. He's right in the middle of working when Marie and Nasa show up, totally stunned by that creepy spider-looking machine. Nasir, the shop owner, explains that Marie was super worried when Rioichi didn't come back to the inn, so they went looking for him, and Gio laughs that he was just totally lost in his new project. We finally get the real reason they showed up. They're inviting the guild's craftsmen on a trip to the dwarven village of Duos. Nasir explains that this trip only happens every 4 months, so she figured tagging along with the pros from the Carpenter's Guild was her safest bet. The guild members are totally down after some quick flattery, and since Gio just got a wood delivery quest for the Duo branch, the whole team is ready to move. Fast forward 4 days, and the squad is hiking deep into a super thick forest. Just as they're talking about staying safe, a pack of mean, horned monsters suddenly jumps out and blocks their path. Gio immediately shouts for everyone to get ready, telling them to pull their weapons while the archers and mages cover them from the back line. With everything going crazy, Marie is totally frozen, holding nothing but a frying pan as a monster lunges right at her. Rioichi jumps right in, takes the monster down, and pulls her back to the safety of the squad. But they aren't safe yet, because a massive wave of monsters just keeps pouring out of the woods. Rioichi realizes they're totally outnumbered, so he throws his hand up and lets loose a massive blast of lightning magic. Bolts of lightning chain through the monsters and drop them instantly, leaving everyone totally shocked that Rioichi is actually a beast at magic. He figures his magic leveled up after he crushed that Gollum and poured all his energy into that ancient machine. Gio isn't about to let his student show him up, so he slams his fists into the dirt and uses his massive earth magic to wipe out every enemy left standing. That night, while chilling by the fire, the squad starts hyping Rioichi up because he's not just a beast in battle, but his item box is a total lifesaver. He pulls out some fresh meat and veggies, but the bread is rock hard, and the salted meat is way too bland on its own. He gets a genius idea, pulls some Caesar dressing out of his item box, chops the meat, toasts the bread into croutons, and tosses it all together into a massive Caesar salad. The dish is a total win, and Marie and Nasa are losing it over how good this crazy new flavor tastes. Before long, the whole squad is begging for more, and even Gio, who totally hates veggies, is loving the food, so they start asking Rioichi if they can buy some of that dressing. Rioichi is totally down for it, explaining that his multiplication box gives him an infinite supply. Nasir sees how hyped everyone is and realizes he's about to make some serious bank. After a long trip, they finally spot the massive walls of Duo's village right in front of them. Rioichi and Gio notice the super smooth stone roads, seeing how the dwarves' insane building skills connect this village straight to the capital. The crew decides to split up, so Marie tells them to meet at her uncle's inn, while Gio and Rioichi head off to drop their delivery at the Carpenter's Guild. Gio heads into the guild and hands the timber estimate right to the branch manager. The manager is hyped, but he needs way more wood because a new magic discovery just sent the demand for blacksmith fuel through the roof. Since they finished the delivery in a total flash, Gio thinks they should spend their extra time checking out the sights. While the rest of the guild is busy making plans, Rioichi decides to head out and check out the village on his own. He heads straight to the Adventurers Guild to turn all those monster drops into cold, hard cash. Inside, this guy in a sharp suit looks at the mountain of dead monsters and realizes it's going to take forever to harvest them all. He's totally losing his mind over a phantom core that only drops in high-level dungeons, and since he thinks Rioichi is a legendary pro, he starts begging him to join. Rioichi grabs his adventurer ID without breaking a sweat, but he's starting at the absolute bottom rank of E-. Suddenly, he hears a crazy scene outside where a girl is on her knees, begging two guys for any kind of job. A lady nearby explains the nightmare. The girl's dad just died in a landslide, and now she's stuck with a massive debt that's due tomorrow. If she can't pay up, she's in huge trouble and is going to be sold off as a slave. Her only shot is finding some rare magic ore, but nobody's willing to take a kid into those deadly mines because they're terrified of the punishment if something goes wrong. It's honestly so messed up that the landslide which killed her dad is what found the new ore vein. But now you can't even get inside the mine without being in the Masonry Guild. She tried to pass the guild's entrance exam, but she totally flunked because she just wasn't strong enough. Seeing her beg like that hits Rioichi hard, taking him back to when his dad died and he was left all alone with absolutely nobody to help him. He finally makes up his mind and marches straight toward the Masonry Guild. He's heading straight to the source of all this chaos and the only way to save everyone, the mind itself. As the sun sets, she finally gives up and cries her eyes out, apologizing to her dead dad for letting him down. Out of nowhere, a voice snaps her out of it, and she looks up to find Rioichi standing right there. He shows her a card that was a total grind to find and offers to hit up the mine with her. She recognizes it instantly and pulls out a Regilled card. And since this world already saved Rioichi, he's dead set on being the one to save her now. Just as they reach the entrance of Mine 6, a guard blocks their path and demands to see their Masonry Guild card. An old guy recognizes the young mayor and realizes Ishikawa is with her, but he's super worried because they're the very last group to make it inside. The man says he's sorry about her dad, and Mara starts crying because she knows she'd be totally finished if Ishikawa hadn't stepped in to save her. He warns them that the mine is a total death trap and a terrible way to pay off debt, admitting he really hoped she wouldn't end up just like her dad. Deep inside, the vibe is super tense as everyone starts shoving and fighting over their turf. Things get intense fast as everyone starts fighting over the cash, turning best friends into total enemies. Ishikawa and Mia watch the madness unfold as their guide tells them this total chaos is just a regular day now. He says that ever since they found a massive pile of magic ore deep in the mine, it's been crawling with dangerous people who only care about fighting, so teamwork is totally out of the question. Mia's worried they'll have to fight for every little scrap, but Ishikawa pulls out his legendary map and realizes the real jackpot hasn't even been found yet. He shows off a map that updates in real time to track the mined excavation, and Mia is totally blown away as she watches it change right before her eyes. She remembers her late dad's deep magic research, or maybe a genius idea just hits her out of nowhere. She uses her dad's notes on the ore and Ishikawa's map to pinpoint the exact location of a massive hidden vein. Ishikawa is totally blown away by her genius, but the mayor starts panicking, shouting that there's no way they can actually reach that spot. The target is in a totally different direction, so now they have to dig a brand new tunnel without any tools to help them. Ishikawa stays totally chill and says his item box has everything covered, but the mayor isn't exactly impressed when he pulls out a basic pickaxe. He tells her to step back because a wild new plan just hit him. He reaches into his item box and pulls out way more than just basic tools, dropping a whole set of heavy machinery and even a mini excavator. Then, the whole ground starts shaking as a massive robot just spawns out of nowhere. Right in front of them is a massive walking robot that looks like a total beast from the ancient past. Ishikawa and the mayor stare up at this massive, intimidating machine. He tells them it's a magic armored vehicle he actually dug up from some ancient ruins. He spent forever fixing it, but then tells the mayor he's not even sure it'll work, which totally freaks the guy out. He's officially hopping into the pilot seat and tells her to stick right by his side. Once they're both locked inside the cockpit, Ishikawa fires up the engine and gets ready to dig. The car suddenly blasts forward, sending Mare crashing right into him. It uses its massive arms to shred the rock wall, carving out a new path like it's nothing. The mayor is just screaming in shock because that machine's power is absolutely insane. Ishikawa is totally blown away when he realizes this machine is actually building and strengthening the tunnel at the exact same time it's digging. After that crazy rush, Mayor just collapses into her seat, totally wiped out by the shock. Ishikawa tells her to finally get some rest, knowing just how much she's been struggling every single day. She says she's totally fine, but he reminds her they've still got an hour to go, giving them plenty of time to rest up. He holds out a box of sweets, and the delicious smell hits her out of nowhere. He tells her they're just donuts, and as soon as she takes a bite, Her face lights up, but she quickly stops and pretends she isn't even hungry. She suddenly freezes up, but it's definitely not because she's lost her appetite. She's suddenly hit with massive guilt, thinking about her sister Moa suffering back home, and she feels like she has no right to be enjoying herself right now. She remembers her dad grinding non-stop on his research, doing whatever it took to pay for Mo's treatment and keep them fed. Ishikawa watches her, realizing she won't let herself be happy for even a second because she just can't forgive herself. Out of nowhere, the car slams on the brakes and stops dead in its tracks. They check the gauges and it's a total disaster. The tank is bone dry, and now they're stuck deep underground. Mary immediately starts blaming herself, totally convinced it's her fault for dragging him into this mess. She totally breaks down and starts apologizing, thinking she's a curse to everyone. But Ishikawa asks why she's always blaming herself. He thinks back to losing his dad and his business, realizing that just hating his life didn't fix a single thing. Thinking back to that hand reaching out to save him, he refuses to let go and slams his palm onto the controls, pouring every bit of his power into the machine. Suddenly, the machine kicks back on with a massive roar. The mayor just stands there in total shock as the ride starts moving again. Ishikawa reveals the machine actually runs on magic, and he's literally pumping his own energy into it to force the thing to move. They finally reach the spot, but a massive wall of super hard rock stops them dead in their tracks. Ishikawa puts every last bit of his magic into one spot for one final, all-out attack. A massive crack suddenly rips right through the stone. The wall explodes, and behind it is this insane cave packed with tons of glowing magic ore. With the goal finally right in front of them, Ishikawa grips his pickaxe, and the mayor steps up, ready to jump into the action. He hands her a helmet from his village and tells her to stay safe, giving off major dad vibes before they both jump into the brutal work of mining. A bit later, Mayos is standing right in front of the same moneylender who totally blew her off before. His jaw hits the floor when she shows up a whole day early with a massive pile of gold to pay back the 250 coins. He asks how she pulled this off, and she explains that Ishikawa helped her mine the magic ore and gave her the entire fortune without keeping a single coin for himself. The loan shark thinks back to the absolute nightmare that would have happened to the girl if she didn't pay him back. He's totally humbled now, admitting he never thought someone could be this kind, and he thanks her for showing him a whole new way to live. As they head out, the guy says a quick prayer, asking his lord to watch over them. Outside, the mayor is thanking Ishikawa like crazy, but he totally shuts it down and tells her she's the real MVP since her smarts are what found the ore vein. He tries to give her some cash for her bills again, but she just breaks down and says no, telling him that her and her sister's freedom is plenty and she owes him her whole life. She insists on thanking him for real and brings him back to her place, apologizing for how small and simple it is. Ishikawa steps inside and realizes the place isn't even messy, it's just completely empty. Mary gives a sad smile and explains she had to sell everything they owned, even their most precious family treasures, just to stay alive. She shouts to her sister Moa that thanks to Ishikawa, they're finally debt-free. Then, a shaky voice from a bed in the corner asks if it's actually for real. Ishikawa looks at the sick girl, and it finally hits him just how bad her condition is and how totally messed up their situation really is. Moa and her sister are finally safe from trouble, and the little girl starts bawling her eyes out while thanking the person who saved them. That night, Rioichi walks up to Mo's bed and offers to use his healing magic to get her back on her feet. He casts heal water, and this glowing, sparkly liquid totally wraps around the kid. But the magic just fizzes out, leaving Moa just as weak and helpless as before. Rioichi is totally stunned because even his strongest antidote magic isn't working at all. He finally realizes this isn't just some normal sickness. Even those super expensive noble potions failed and actually made her feel worse. So, he uses his god-tier appraisal skill to figure out things look terrible for Moa because she's stuck with a high-level cursed seal that's literally sucking the life out of her, making her sick and ruining her life. Rioichi hits the ground and realizes exactly what's happening as black gunk spills from his mouth. It's that same crazy dark magic curse from the giant soldier's shrine. He's desperately flipping through his book for a cure, but since it's only full of attack spells, he has to pull off one last crazy gamble. He puts his hand over Moa and unleashes a massive wave of dark energy, hitting her with the high-level spell, Drain. This spell is built to soak up every bit of energy, and now it's yanking that curse right out of the kid. This gross shadow monster covered in eyes rips itself out of Moa and lunges straight for its next host. This nasty energy swallows Rioichi whole in a swirling storm of pure evil. While his sister watches in total shock, Rioichi collapses to his knees as the curse crushes his mind, finally letting him feel the exact same nightmare Moa has been stuck in for ages. But he's actually got a secret god-tier adaptation power, and as a bright light explodes from his body, he just absorbs the curse and totally beats it. Rioichi finally stands up, totally wiped out, but okay, and as the mayor checks on him, he looks over at Moa, who's fast asleep in her bed. Everyone's losing their minds because that creepy curse mark is just totally gone from her skin. With nothing stopping him now, Rioichi fires off another heal water. This time, the magic works like a charm, hitting Moa with a massive wave of healing energy. She wakes up totally confused, but then she's hyped because the pain, numbness, and fever are all gone. She jumps out of bed, feeling crazy light, her energy totally back to 100%. Her sister sprints to her side, crying her eyes out when she sees that Momoa is finally 100% healed. The sisters pull each other into a massive hug, thanking Rioichi for the total miracle he just pulled off. He's got his weapons ready, but he just stands there with a soft smile, totally happy to see them having a good time. Now that the chaos is over, Rioichi whips up some meatball udon, the same comfort food his dad used to make him whenever he was sick. He serves up the steaming hot bowls to the girls, who are totally starving. They're tearing into the food like they haven't eaten in years, totally blown away by how insanely good it tastes. Mo apologizes for inhaling her food, but Rioichi tells her it's totally fine, since his magic lets him duplicate ingredients as much as he wants. Then he hooks them up with some donuts for dessert. Mare completely breaks down in tears, asking why he's doing so much for them, when they have literally nothing to give him in return. Rioichi's face totally changed, and he got dead serious. He says that where he comes from, protecting kids is totally normal, and he's actually jealous of how much she cares about saving her sister. He quietly admits that he's got no family left in the world. After hearing how alone he is, little Moa steps up and promises to be his new family. She's super hyped to be his little sister and starts clinging to him like crazy. Rioichi's heart totally melts because she's so sweet, so he gives her a head pat and officially makes her his adorable new little sister. Once it gets dark, he heads back to his inn and promises to check on them first thing tomorrow morning. Just as he's walking away under the starry sky, Mare calls out to him. She asks about his future and finds out he's just a traveler who's going to leave the village behind forever. She's so desperate that she swallows her pride and begs him to let her tag along on his journey. Rioichi is totally shocked and warns her about the crazy danger, but she refuses to back down because she wants to be useful and pay him back for his kindness. Moa jumps in to help her sister, clinging to Rioichi and refusing to let him go now that they've finally found him. Looking at their teary but brave faces, Rioichi thinks about his lonely past and realizes that protecting these girls is the real reason he was given a second chance. The sisters' eyes totally light up with hope as they give him one final shot. He flashes a huge grin and hoists them high into the air, because from this moment on, they're officially a family. Next morning, Rioichi heads back to his crew and drops a total bombshell. He's finally got a family. Once they finally got over the shock and figured out what was going on. His friends finally find out about the girl's nightmare and all the crazy legal hoops they have to jump through to become her guardian. Rioichi heads straight to the magistrate's office to finalize the adoption and wipe out the Villar family's massive tax debt. He shows off a massive mountain of gold, and just like that, he gets the green light. He tells the girls the money is 100% theirs because their dad was the one who found that magic ore. Now that they're officially a family, they're just walking through town when his friends Marie and Nasir totally spot them after a super fast breakdown of what's going on. The ladies are instantly obsessed because these two sisters are just way too cute. They see their clothes are totally trashed, so they drag them out to get fresh gear and put the whole bill on their new big brother. Next thing you know, Moa and Mera are rocking fresh new outfits that totally match their vibes. The crew keeps the good vibes going and hits up a bookstore because Mo really wanted to check it out. Rioichi starts digging through scrolls to find some crazy high-level magic. He also grabs a picture book for Moa, who's having a blast riding on his shoulders. His friends watched the sweet moment and realized he wasn't just a big brother anymore. He was basically a dad now. The next day, the whole Velour family teams up to patch up all the leaks in their old house. With the job finally finished, they all head inside, while Rioichi dives into Mo's brand new book. It's that classic fantasy story where a hero from another world shows up to save a princess. Rioichi is totally blown away when he sees a picture of the Centurious Tree Kingdom, a place he knows is actually real, and it hits him that this world is still full of massive secrets. Later that night, the girls are totally knocked out right by his side. He's sitting all alone under the moonlight, staring at a photo of his dad and thinking about how crazy his life is now that he has two daughters to protect, and even though it feels weird, he's just happy to have a family again. Inside, his new family is fast asleep, and their whole life together is just getting started. Rioichi walks back into the guild hall with his head hanging low, looking totally sorry. His master Gio immediately grills him for missing the party, but the two girls jump in to explain they fell asleep, and Rioichi just didn't want to leave them by themselves. Gio's totally lost and asks who these girls are, so another student explains that Rioichi actually adopted the orphans as his sisters, a detail Gio completely forgot because he was way too drunk last night. Gio's whole vibe flips instantly, and he gets a massive grin on his face as he welcomes the girls and calls them his nieces. Just as everyone's getting ready to head out, the real plan finally drops. Rioichi isn't just taking the kids home, he's actually quitting the guild to start his own massive adventure. Gio and the crew are totally speechless, but Rioichi sticks to his choice because he's dying to see what this world is really like. Gio's chill mood disappears instantly, and he snaps, yelling that he's done teaching him because he feels totally stabbed in the back. Rioichi tries to explain that it was all a big misunderstanding, but his master just turns away and coldly says he won't chase after anyone who wants to leave. Just as they're about to head out, Moa begs Rioichi to go make peace with his master one last time. One of his guildmates tries to cheer him up, saying Master Gio is probably just feeling a bit lonely. Finally, the rest of the crew huddles up, totally crushed that he's actually leaving Springvale for good. At the big goodbye party that night, one of Gio's students walks up to Rioichi with a gift from his master, who couldn't make it. This is an insane battle axe made by the legendary dwarf Deuterus, which Geo specially ordered in a rush for his student who was about to leave. Bright and early the next day, the whole crew meets up at the city gates, all geared up and ready to start their big adventure. Everyone was totally hyped as they finally hit the road toward E's village. These two girls are super hyped for their adventure as they roll out in a tiny car. Rioichi drags them forward, knowing Moa is still super weak from being sick and needs to save her energy. Even with the good vibes, things are still super tense because while one girl finally made up with her crew, she's still low-key stressed about Rioichi and Geo's broken friendship. Rioichi realized he never actually got to thank his master for that axe, and now he's missed his chance forever. Suddenly, a sharp noise cracks through the air, and Rioichi tells everyone to shut up while he stays totally focused. Suddenly, a swarm of monsters jumps out of the forest and completely surrounds them. A pack of crazy, scary magical monsters is starting to surround them. Rioichi is about to unleash his insane lightning magic, but Geo steps up with his knuckles already sparking with energy. Geo slams his foot down with a massive stomp, completely smashing the ground right under the monster. The cliffside just crumbles, sending those monsters falling into a deep pit where they get totally crushed by the rocks. Everyone's jaw drops at his insane power, and one of the students says this is what happens when their master gets dead serious and is in a really bad mood. With the danger cleared out, the crew keeps moving forward. As the sun goes down, they finally hit their campsite to crash for the night. As they set up their tents for the night, the vibe between the master and his student is still super tense. Mayor spots Rioichi looking totally stressed and points it out to her sister. Then she finally shows them why she's so freaked out, pointing at the weird craters and massive monster footprints scattered all over the ground. Rioichi knows this is a huge deal, so he rushes over to Yo to warn him about the danger. Geo is still acting super moody and just brushes him off, refusing to say a single word. The tension between them is super heavy because they still haven't settled their massive beef. As night falls over the camp, the rest of the group has absolutely no idea they're actually in huge danger. Mara can't sleep, so she starts checking out the universal map she grabbed from Rioichi. She spots something totally freakish. The mountains on her magic map are literally shifting in real time, like a path is being carved out. So she wakes everyone up because she knows something massive is coming. She starts smashing a pan like crazy, waking up a super grumpy and sleepy Geo. They take a quick look inside the tent and realize it's just a bedroll. Geo is already long gone. Rioichi's stuck on night watch all by himself, wishing the others had actually listened when he warned them about those creepy footprints. He was right to be scared, because a giant griffin just dropped out of the sky right in front of him. Geo is just chilling by himself under the stars when a totally panicked Moa suddenly finds him. She sprints toward him, screaming that a massive monster is charging right for their camp. Geo stays super chill and promises her he's going to handle the whole situation. Moa nervously asks him if he actually hates Rioichi. Geo says that's not it, admitting he's actually just mad at himself for being a bad teacher who hasn't taught his genius student anything useful yet. Their talk gets cut short when two griffins suddenly dive-bomb them from the sky. Geo jumps right into the fight, telling Moa to stay hidden while he whips out his massive axe. Rioichi shows up just a second later, ready to jump into the fight and back him up. Geo shoves him back and yells that he's taking on the flying monsters alone as he lands a massive hit on one of them. The bleeding griffin is bolting straight for the camp, and Geo knows they have to take it down right now. Suddenly, the terrifying screams of other monsters start echoing out from the pitch-black darkness. Geo finally realizes how bad things are and screams at Rioichi to grab Moa and the villagers and run for their lives. Rioichi shuts that down immediately, insisting he's staying right there to fight. Someone's got to buy them some time, because Giaroars warns that a way bigger threat is hunting them and there's no way they can outrun it. Suddenly, a monster covered head to toe in blood steps out of the dark. This massive bear steps out of the forest, and even though it's totally beat up, you can feel its insane power. Rioichi scans the beast and realizes he's staring down a massive level 68 shout bear king. Gio is totally stunned, realizing this is the legendary mountain guardian, but it's way too far from its home. Gio knows this is the end, so he gives Rioichi his final orders and tells him about a secret stash of cash for the guild, making sure his student knows his only job now is to protect his new family. Gio throws his arms wide for his final stand, unleashing a massive earth-shaking move to hold the line while yelling for everyone to get out of there. Rioichi freezes up, totally torn between following his master's orders and his own gut feeling to help out. He remembers his mission, grabs Moa, and bolts out of there to honor Gio's last wish. He rushes back to the terrified villagers and tells them they seriously need to hear his plan. Gio's other students are totally losing hope, thinking it's game over for their master. Rioichi turns to Mara, apologizes for ignoring her earlier, and asks her for one massive favor. He pulls out this massive armored truck with enough space for everyone to escape, and he lets her take the wheel because she's the smartest one there. She looks through the drawings in the old manual and gets totally locked in. The machine suddenly powers up and blasts off, carrying the villagers away at crazy speeds. The mayor handles the driving while everyone else blasts their magic into the spare tank to keep the ride moving. Everyone's looking around, totally confused about where Rioichi went. Mara explains the promise he made, telling them he's got other rides and will be right behind them. Back in the dark forest, Giolis is seriously hurt, leaning against a tree that's been shredded by giant claws. The shout bear king towers over him, ready to land the finishing blow. Just as the monster is about to land a hit, another armored truck slams into it and blocks the strike. Rioichi is back, and he says his master's orders were to protect his family, and since Gio counts as family, he's going to defend him with everything he's got. When night falls, the big fight kicks off between Rioichi's magic armor and the wild shout bear king. The giant mech is standing tall, with its massive arms locked and loaded for a fight. But these two aren't even in the same league, with Rioichi stuck at level 24, while the beastly shout bear king is all the way up at level 68. This monster is a total nightmare, and its stats are way higher than anything Rioichi has ever dealt with before. Even though his magic armor helps a bit, Rioichi is freaking out because the monster is actually hitting way harder now, just like a wounded beast. The monster's claw slams right into the metal glove, and the hit is so powerful it rattles the whole cockpit. The metal literally screams as their weapons smash together. Rioichi is totally shocked by this insane power, and his magic armor's arm is already starting to crack and snap from the pressure. Then, with one last gross crunch, the armor's limb just snaps right off. The bear rips the arm right off, but Master Gio screams his student's name and somehow catches the severed limb. The beast snaps its focus back to Rioichi, its eyes glowing with pure rage. Rioichi strikes back instantly, using that opening to slice a deep gash right into the bear's arm. He realizes he's totally fine, all thanks to that super tough axe his master gave him. Gio is blown away by how perfect the weapon is, noticing there isn't even a single scratch on the blade. Rioichi realizes they can't win a head-on fight, so he plans to swarm the beast with numbers just to buy them enough time to escape. He triggers his insane god-tier clone move, and a bunch of copies pop up out of nowhere. The clones swarm the Shout Bear King, hitting him with a massive wave of attacks to keep him totally distracted and overwhelmed. Master Gio is completely losing his mind at the sight, but Rioichi quickly explains they're just temporary clones meant to distract everyone while they make a run for it. He bolts right to his master, begging him to heal up fast so they can finally get out of there. Gio's totally embarrassed that his student had to save him, while Rioichi locks his eyes on that wide-open magic armor. But their chance vanishes in a split second when the Shout Bear King suddenly blasts a massive wave of fire from its mouth, hitting them with a crazy new move they never saw coming. Rioichi slams his master to the ground, using his own body to block the explosion. Their magic armor was their only real protection, but it gets totally swallowed by the flames and trashed. With their exit totally blocked, they have to fight to stay alive. So Rioichi combines his clones with the dark magic he took from the Gollum. Right in the middle of the fight, he starts his chant and pulls crazy power straight from the dark abyss. But the spell is way too slow, and Rioichi and the Baraturzes know they're going to get wiped out before it's even finished. A dark shadow suddenly jumps in to block the beast, but it's still not enough to stop it. The bear's claws fly out and rip right through Rioichi's defense. Blood sprays everywhere as his arm gets ripped straight off. He stares at the mangled stump in total shock, frantically trying to force his healing powers to kick in. But the pain is just too much, and he's starting to black out. He slams into the grass, losing a ton of blood. Master Gio is frozen in pure terror, screaming his student's name as he watches the nightmare unfold. The bear towers over Rioichi, opening its massive jaws to finish him off for good. Down below, Gio lets out a wild roar and charges right at the beast to get its attention. He doesn't stand a chance, because the bear just smacks him aside like it's nothing, knocking him out cold. That massive hit sends him flying. Just as he's about to die, Rioichi remembers Shirahime's warning that death in this world is the real deal. The monster drops its head low, and those massive fangs are inches away from snapping shut. It's getting ready to feast on its next meal. Just as the bear's teeth snap shut, Rioichi uses every last bit of strength he has to jam his hand right into its mouth. It's a total all-or-nothing move. A glowing magic circle suddenly blasts right out of his hand. Massive bolts of lightning blast from his hand, surging through the monster and frying it from the inside out. While the monster is shaking, Rioichi's god-tier healing kicks in, and his chopped-off arm starts stitching itself back together. He realizes that if the bear had bitten his head instead of his shoulder, the fight would have been over in a second. That high-level lightning blast hits hard, leaving the Shout Bear King totally paralyzed and wide open. Seeing his master lying there all beat up, Rioichi's shock instantly turns into pure, terrifying rage. He charges forward with his axe held high, while lightning sparks all over him. He lets out one last epic scream and lunges straight at the frozen monster. He slams the axe down with everything he's got, finishing the monster for good. One last scary order rings out through the whole clearing. Master Gio slowly starts to wake up, but everything around him is a total blur. He spots the massive Shout Bear King lying perfectly still and covered in some seriously nasty wounds. He looks over at Rioichi, standing right above the body, and he honestly can't believe his eyes. The young fighter stands there in total silence, the clear winner in the middle of all that destruction. Gio trips forward in total shock, pointing at Rioichi's arm because he literally just saw it get ripped off a second ago. Rioichi stays totally chill and points to his chopped-off arm on the ground, explaining that his new one already grew back. This reveal is totally mind-blowing, and now he's demanding to know what his apprentice really is after seeing those clones and crazy healing. Rioichi says, sorry, feeling totally ashamed that he had to show off such a creepy power. Even so, he thinks his power is super weird, and it honestly scares him how much it makes him feel like a total freak. Gio isn't scared at all. He just lets out a massive booming laugh. He grabs Rioichi's new arm and shouts that the details don't matter, because now they can finally arm wrestle again. He looks his student right in the eye and tells him he's the one who gets to decide who Rioichi really is. his hero, his savior, and his proudest student. Suddenly, the loud roar of their ride pulling up cuts right through the silence. The rest of the guild finally showed up to back them up. He says that the second the villagers were safe, he rushed right back to help his master. Rioichi's sisters sprint over to him, crying their eyes out because they're just so glad he's still alive. The villagers are staring in total shock because they can't believe someone actually took down the legendary Shout Bear King. Then they spot Rioichi's severed arm on the ground and realize the insane price he paid for that win. Rioichi totally forgot he could heal, and he's just staring at his fixed arm in total shock. The Woodwork King Guildmaster grabs Rioichi's hand and holds it high, shouting to the crowd that a new hero has finally arrived in Aya's village, but he secretly uses earth magic to make the ground swallow that severed arm so nobody sees the proof of Rioichi's scary power. He tells the totally wiped out warriors that for now, it's finally time to get some rest. Word about that insane stunt spreads like wildfire until it hits the village tavern. Everyone's gossiping about the rumor, but thinks it's a total lie, since the Shout Bear only shows up once every 10 years and absolutely wrecks even mid-level adventurers. A fox-like swordswoman in strange clothes overhears the story and gets totally hooked, asking the bartender to spill all the details. Just as the sun starts peeking over the rooftops of this quiet town, a brand new day kicks off. Sunlight floods the room while birds chirp happily outside. Rioichi wakes up totally out of it and covered in bandages, wondering where he even is, while a crowd of villagers starts whispering right outside his window. A girl tries to block the crowd, saying Rioichi is way too beat up to see anyone, but the villagers won't back down because they're dying to thank the hero who saved. He looks out the window and spots the Forest Spring Pavilion, where a sharp merchant named Nasselsan is already working the crowd, telling everyone they can only get inside if they buy something from her shop first. He turns away from the window and gets the shock of his life when he sees Moa and me already chilling in his bed. He asks why they're even there, but they just point at the empty beds and act like it's totally normal. They shout a super hyped good morning to him, looking totally full of energy. She shyly admits she totally crashed while watching over him all night, so he thanks her and they finally get the day started. The second he walks out of his room, the whole village starts whispering because they can't believe a normal-looking guy like him actually took down a Shout Bear, proving that news travels fast in this tiny town. Right at the bottom of the stairs, a girl with fox ears and a tail is just standing there, staring him down. She's got her eyes locked on him, looking super sharp and focused. Rioichi feels her eyes burning into him, wondering if she's just curious or if she's totally judging his every move. The kids are totally losing it over how cool the beast folk looks, while the woman just keeps it chill and says hello. She sounds super clear and acts really nice, which is the total opposite of what Rioichi first thought. A nearby villager is super relieved to see him up and moving, thanking him on behalf of Marissa for saving her life. The shopkeeper says she's been totally swamped with guests lately, but she still really wants to say thanks. He's staring at a table absolutely loaded with fresh eggs, meat, and veggies that the villagers brought him to say thanks. He really wants to help out, so he asks to take over the kitchen. And even though it's super weird, the staff actually lets him. He starts whipping up a dish he used to make for his dad, with Moa and me jumping in to help, while the crowd watches in awe at all the fancy and rare spices he ends up with a massive, fluffy omelette stuffed with meat and onions that looks absolutely incredible to everyone watching. The smell of that special sauce is so good it fills the air, totally grabbing the attention of the beastfolk woman who was watching from afar. She says, "Sorry," explaining her super sensitive nose caught a scent she's never smelled before. So Rioichi sees she's curious and offers her a bite. The kids are totally down for it and start waving her over to sit at their table. She's totally shocked by how nice they're being, and next thing she knows, she's actually sitting down to eat with them. She takes one bite and is totally speechless, her face looking completely blown away. She's never tasted anything like this before, and the smell coming off that mystery sauce is just on another level. He figures out the mystery seasoning is actually soy sauce, and she instantly knows it would be a total game changer for the food back in her homeland. She finally introduces herself as an adventurer named Coco Youth Gabadius, and as she hypes up the meal, Rioichi realizes she must just have a major thing for Japanese flavors. Rioichi reveals he's also an adventurer by flashing his E-rank -ID, and she's totally caught off guard. She wonders what he did in his past life, and he explains he was an electrician, though he just calls himself a craftsman to keep it simple. Coco admits she followed the rumors just to meet him, since taking down a shout bear is way too hard for a rookie adventurer, let alone a regular craftsman. She notices he's way nicer than she expected and feels totally relaxed around him, but she can tell he's never actually fought before. And when she grills him on how he really beat that monster, he admits he basically cheated. Suddenly, this huge dude with scars named Master Gio steps in and backs up everything Rioichi just said. Gio says he's taking Rioichi for an emergency, but everyone else starts yelling because both guys are way too beat up and need to rest. Right before they drag him off, Rioichi notices Coco's stance and realizes she's a swordsman from the Kokonatsu archipelago, so he asks her what style she uses. Coco is totally blown away by his smarts and reveals she's from the Kuren-ryu school, while Gio Riley starts teasing Rioichi for flirting with her. Rioichi just brushes off the hate, saying Coco is obviously a good person since she's already best friends with all the kids. He knows her home is famous for its legendary warriors, and he realizes she has to be a total beast to survive in a world full of guys. Gio takes the lead and brings Rioichi straight to the local guild hall. They head inside and come face to face with two major power players, Guildmaster Caucason and the chief of Aya's village, Coleus. The village chief gets right to it, warning everyone that the Shout Bear, the literal king of the mountains, showing up this close to home is a massive sign that something is seriously wrong in the highlands. He's terrified this is a sign of a total disaster, just like what happened before, and Gio whispers sea crossing like he knows something bad is about to go down. The chief tells a story from 20 years ago about a massive monster from across the ocean that invaded the island and stole the local beasts home. Turns out, the invaders were actually two massive dragons. Rioichi is totally blown away, and the chief explains that after the whole place was trashed, the island's ruler, the Duke of Claverel, finally had to step in. Those twin dragons let loose a total disaster that threatened to wipe out the entire island of Melisaru. The Duke sent his private army and the strongest adventurers on a massive mission to hunt those beasts down. The two dragons are finally dead after an insane battle, but this victory cost them everything. Rioichi's still processing that whole disaster when Gio drops a massive secret. Those two dragons were actually a couple. Ever since they were taken down, rumors started spreading about broken eggshells in the nest, meaning a baby might have actually survived. If that's true, that dragon is all grown up now and probably absolutely hates every human on Earth. With things looking super dangerous, the village chief begs Rioichi to step up and rush an emergency letter over to Baron Errol. Rioichi is totally freaked out by this huge responsibility, and even though the chief says he can wait to heal, the trip itself is a super dangerous multi-day trek through some really sketchy territory. Gio says they have to move fast because his gut tells him danger is coming right now, and they're keeping it a secret so nobody freaks out. Rioichi is totally shocked, asking why they'd trust a random outsider like him with the safety of their entire village. The chief grins and tells him he's not just some traveler anymore, he's a straight-up hero and a huge part of the village, even admitting that Rioichi was the very first person he thought of when asked who the most reliable guy in town was. Knowing everyone is counting on him, Rioichi locks in and takes on the massive mission. Even though he's still totally beat up, the girl can't believe he's taking off already and asks why, but he just thanks her for patching him up. She's totally panicking, but he just starts unwrapping Hiso's bandages, calmly telling her that he's already 100% healed. With his shirt off, he catches the smell of the medicine and decides to just chill for the day before heading out tomorrow morning. A bit later, Mi and Moa watch him closely as he starts building something out of wood and metal. He explains his big plan for a bath using a firewood-powered rocket stove to get the water steaming hot. The girls have never even seen a hot bath before, so they're super hyped to finally wash up and let the warm water melt their exhaustion away. The guild keeps the firewood coming, so the bath is finished in no time, and the water is at that perfect, cozy temperature. The girls are super hyped to join, and since they don't have any swimsuits, he just hands over his own t-shirts for them to wear. They're super hyped and start celebrating because they finally get to rock their big brother Rioichi's shirts. Rocking those oversized shirts, they're super hyped to finally hit the bar. The three of them sink into the warm water, finally getting a chance to just chill and relax. But their chill vibes are totally wrecked when someone suddenly gasps in shock. Suddenly, a beast girl warrior jumps out and starts screaming that their shared bath is totally wrong. But the girls just explain they're 12 and that back home they can literally get married at 13. His explanation just makes her freak out even more, and she lets out a massive scream while he desperately tries to tell her it's all just a big misunderstanding. Once the chaos dies down, he pulls Mi and Moa aside to say he's heading to Errol tomorrow for a super important mission for the village. Everyone is totally stunned and can't believe he's already taking off right after finally coming back. They're not letting him ditch them again after that Shout Bear disaster, and they swear they'll never forgive him if he tries to go solo. The next day, they hit the road, and he's zooming along at super speed right next to the girls in their giant magic armor. He's way stronger now that he's leveled up, but since the Shout Bear King could jump them at any second, the girls are focusing all their armor upgrades on defense. Out of nowhere, he gets this weird feeling that someone is stalking them. Suddenly, their stalker steps out, and it's Coco, the beast warrior from the village, and she's actually impressed he caught her sneaking around. She sticks the landing right in front of him like a total pro. They both just stare each other down as the vibe gets seriously intense. Coco says she's sorry and admits she only got involved because she heard rumors about his insane magic armor and his crazy strength. She asks if he's creeped out by her, knowing that most people are totally terrified of beast women who carry swords. He brushes her off, saying there's no reason to treat someone like an outcast just because they're super strong. His answer totally cracks her up, and she calls him a super interesting guy who's nothing like any adventurer she's ever met before. Coco's super curious now, so she tells them she's definitely tagging along. She and Rioichi took off at a crazy speed, sprinting side by side across the massive plains. He's totally blown away by how insanely fast she is. They're pushing each other to the limit, waiting to see who's going to be the first to crack. Inside the magic armor, the Gorichin is totally blown away because they can't even keep up with the machine's insane speed. The two of them finally skid to a stop by a waterfall, gasping for air after that insane run. He thinks he might have gone a bit too hard, but Coco just grins and says it was a total blast that felt just like her childhood. Their break is totally ruined when a giant monster with a huge club stomps out of the trees, making the magic armor freak out. Coco doesn't even flinch as she smoothly pulls out her sword. Jade lets loose an insane attack, her current style, chaotic spring rain. She takes the monster down in one super smooth slice. The girls go wild for her insane skills, and he admits she's a legit top-tier adventurer. He claims his fighting skills are actually pretty mid, but his insane healing and toughness are what really saved him during that life-or-death struggle against the Shout Bear King. He wonders if his healing powers are just like a lizard beastman's, since those guys can literally grow back their arms and organs. Coco gives him this scary look and says the only way to win is a fatal blow to a vital spot. Then she asks to spar, but he's totally freaked out and begs her. Watching from a distance, the girls notice that even though their talk is super dangerous, these two have actually become total besties. When night hits, they finally stop and set up their camp. The next morning, he's already whipping up breakfast while the girls finally start to wake up. Out of nowhere, Coco accidentally chucks a rock while bathing that absolutely wrecks his face, but the girls say he'll heal up in no time. Once they finish eating, they pack up the leftovers and head out, dead set on reaching the city of Errol before the day is over. The crew keeps the adventure rolling as they head out in a horse-drawn carriage. Inside, they start talking about why they're heading back to Errol, and it reminds them of that crazy dragon they fought before. Coco spots the twin dragons of Melisol Island and is totally shocked that the beast actually left some babies behind. This was the total nightmare she'd only heard scary stories about back when she was a kid in her far-off home. She tells them she's actually from Ichigo Island, a place tucked away in the Kokonatsu archipelago. She says it's a gorgeous land full of beastmen, famous for its epic views and the tastiest fruit ever, as it just keeps on shaking the whole place. He checks the map and realizes his list of places to hit up is just getting longer. Coco asks if he's from the island, but he says he's from a place far away and he can never go back home. He says he's got zero regrets because leaving his old life behind is the only reason he met all of them. He's totally ready to finish this mission and start a new adventure, thinking about how dragons weren't even real back in his country, just as a massive dark shadow streaks across the sky. The carriage just keeps rolling along, totally clueless that danger is right around the corner. That winged beast is diving down super fast. A terrifying scream rips through the sky, and the whole squad looks up, totally freaked out. This massive dragon comes diving straight out of the clouds. He slammed down right in their way with a massive boom. He checks its stats and sees the nightmare for himself. It's a level 98 great dragon, and its power is on a whole different level compared to theirs. The monster rips its mouth open as crazy energy starts building up inside. Its mouth starts glowing a scary red, so he screams for everyone to get behind him because a massive blast is coming. But in a total flash, he whips out his insane god-tier clone move. The three clones team up to throw up a massive ice wall and stop that blast right in its tracks. Suddenly, the dragon's fire swallows the carriage whole and burns the ground to a crisp. As the fire finally fades away, the carriage is still in one piece, but it's definitely looking pretty crispy. They manage to survive, but that attack totally scorched the shield and the clones to a crisp. He stares down at his badly burned arm, and even though Coco is totally panicking, he tells her he's going to be just fine. The dragon is circling right above them, and he knows they can't outrun it or survive another round of those attacks. He finally sees how bad things are. They're totally outmatched, and that dragon has a massive edge because it can fly. Coco asks if he can use his appraisal skill to see what this dragon can really do. He nods and checks her stats, realizing that even a powerhouse like her doesn't stand a chance against this monster. Coco isn't backing down at all, pointing out that this dragon is basically just a kid since a real adult would be double its size, so even with those high stats, it's still a total rookie. He takes another look at her stats and spots a hidden detail. She's in a state of total focus that's cranking her attack power through the roof. That massive dragon is hovering in the sky like a total beast, just waiting to strike again. Coco plants her feet on top of the carriage and tells everyone to buy her just 5 seconds so she can finally unleash her secret ultimate move. Coco shouts from the top of the carriage, cutting through the noise to buy them 5 seconds. Rioichi braces for impact as a massive scaly claw comes crashing down right on top of him. He puts every bit of strength into a massive swing, slamming his pickaxe against the telon so hard his boots sink right into the dirt. The girls scream his name from the carriage, absolutely terrified. The dragon gets knocked away, but it just loops back into the sky with its eyes glued to the target. Rioichi yells out, totally worried about the warrior who's still wide open on the roof. Checking her stats reveals a total nightmare. Her defense is literally 0, so if she takes even one hit, she's toast. Sensing she's wide open, the dragon tucks its wings and dives straight for Coco. Just like that, Rioichi fires off a god-tier clone move and sends a massive swarm of copies jumping straight onto the monster's back. But their all-out attack is totally useless, because neither weapons nor magic can even scratch the dragon's insane scales. Rioichi realizes he's totally cornered, so he bets everything on the Forbidden Abyss Dark spell, a final move that freezes him in place and could straight up kill him. He doesn't waste a single second and bets his entire life on this one spell, because if he fails, it's game over for everyone. Dark magic explodes everywhere, slamming into the monster and literally ripping the ground apart. Rioichi gets blasted back and coughs up blood, but he actually did it. The dragon is finally looking his way. Seeing him put his life on the line makes Coco lock in, proving that trusting him was the best move she ever made. For real, there's no doubt this guy is a total beast of a warrior. Her eyes suddenly light up with a super intense fire. She's charging up all her power to drop her ultimate move, the Kurenryu's secret technique, Lotus Blossom Flash. The sword is just a blur as it slices deep into the dragon's neck, finally making the beast bleed for the first time. Roaring in total rage, the dragon smacks Rioichi right off its back and sends him crashing down into the trees. The monster lets out one last painful scream and flies away, leaving a totally beat-up Coco standing on top of the carriage as the winner. The passengers finally realize the danger is gone and let out a massive shout of relief. Coco drops to one knee, admitting they only managed to scare the thing off. And she bets that was the first time that monster ever actually got hurt. The dragon is totally stunned and stopped fighting for now, but she warns that it's still just a kid and they better be ready for when it comes back. She sprints straight into the woods, desperate to find her friend who just went down. She finds him collapsed face down, covered in a creepy dark energy and looking totally wrecked. She panics and asks if he can heal himself, but he explains that while the dark magic saved him from the blast, he's now totally paralyzed and can't move a muscle. Coco is so happy he's alive, but Rioichi looks totally wrecked and says the mental drain from that spell is a whole different level of pain. Right after that, the passengers all crowded around to thank them for being total heroes. While Rioichi and Coco catch their breath, the twins sprint over and pull him into a massive, tearful hug. That's when it hits him. His special power is meant for one thing, making sure no one else ever has to go through that nightmare. He's totally fired up now and shouts that they're pushing forward to save the city of Errol. Coco watches him, realizing this is the first time anyone has ever actually thanked her for her insane sword skills. Their carriage finally pulls up to the massive gates of the giant farming city. The driver doesn't waste a second, telling the guards a dragon is coming and demanding they warn the baronet right now. The squad heads straight to the Lord's massive mansion, and the twins are totally blown away by how huge it is. Once they get inside, they meet Kiroth, the steward, who starts checking out the letter from their village chief. When the steward tells the Baron that a dragon attacked his guests, the Lord is left in total shock. The Baron isn't buying it at all and demands they show him some real proof for that crazy story. Rioichi reveals he's actually got the proof stashed away right inside his item box. He pulls out a massive dark scale, making the Baron and his steward gasp in total shock. Kirov takes a close look at the artifact, and between the shine and the dried blood, he knows right away it's a real scale from the twin dragons 20 years ago. The Baron remembers that Kirov was the one leading the search party that only found empty dragon eggshells back then. Realizing they're in serious danger, the Baron admits his own army just isn't strong enough to stop them. He decides right then and there to send a letter to Duke Horan in the royal capital, asking for an army to go on a total takedown mission. The steward thanks the crew for the massive update and tells them to rest up in Errol while he sends out warnings to the whole territory. Rioichi's hyped that they finished the job, but Coco is still totally on edge. The twins are panicking about their villagers because they know the army is going to take way too long to get moving. Rioichi tells everyone to relax, since dragons always hole up in their nests to heal, meaning they're totally safe for the next few days. They just wanted to chill for a bit, so they head to the city market where Moa points out an apple. Rioichi decides to share a snack from his world, so after they find a place to stay, he shows everyone how easy it is to make candied apples. It's a massive win, and the twins are absolutely hyped about it. The sun is still up, so Rioichi suggests they keep exploring the city for a bit longer. Moa is totally obsessed with her new snack and refuses to leave without packing it up to go. They head out to explore the super busy and rich streets of Errol. They end up at this massive temple that looks absolutely incredible. Coco explains that these are actually divine blessings, and the more a place has, the stronger that town, island, or nation really is. The gods only hand over these temples if 3 official priests are living there to run the show. While Rioichi is trying to figure out these priests, he suddenly spots a small, hooded figure standing nearby. Out of nowhere, the little guy just drops to the ground. Rioichi sprints straight to their side, asking if they're actually okay. He reaches out, but suddenly, those eyes start glowing from under the hood. Suddenly, they dive in and start chowing down on Mo's candy apple. Moa totally loses it and starts crying the second her treat is snatched right out of her hands. To cheer her up, Rioichi just hands over a box of donuts instead. But this just makes the hooded stranger watch them even closer. They grab the whole box and start stuffing their faces like crazy. "What do you think you're doing?" Rioichi snaps, totally losing it because they actually made a little kid cry. The figure stops reaching for their hood as a clear voice rings out, "I'm not a kid." She's actually a young elf with golden hair and pointy ears named Malo Furubachi Komoros, a 24-year-old priest who says she's a full-grown adult by human standards. Rioichi snaps back that her age is no excuse for stealing food from a literal child. The priestess just grins and says that since elves live for 500 years, she's still just a growing kid. Then she thanks the gods for the meal while her showing up like he watches the young elf and realizes that no matter how much she talks big, she's still just a kid. Out of nowhere, he grabs her and says bad kids need to be taught a lesson, giving her a choice: get handed to the guards for stealing or go to the office like a lost kid. She freaks out and says she's a priest chosen by the gods, but he doesn't care at all, telling her that being holy doesn't give her a free pass. Moa starts bawling about how hyped she was for that candy apple, and the elf finally gets it, staring at the treat and calling it a sweet red gem. She tells them about her own nightmare, where she got robbed of everything and spent days starving. But just as she was giving up, she saw a red light that she thought was a literal gift from. Suddenly, rain starts dumping on her from a totally clear sky, and she starts freaking out, begging her goddess to forgive her. Her squad is just staring with their jaws dropped, wondering if they're watching some kind of insane punishment from the gods. Soaking wet and totally defeated, the elf collapses and starts apologizing for how she acted. Moa shows her sweet side by giving her a head pat, telling her to never do that again, and finally introducing herself. As they shake hands, the elf Marlowe stares Moa down and says she can feel a crazy amount of potential inside the kid. Mahalo tells them to head over to the Temple of Munsama, the god of farming and water, to see if they can snag a blessing. Inside, there's a massive line of people all waiting to see the priest. When it's finally his turn, he gets the blessing, but he doesn't feel any stronger, and his stats don't change one bit. Right when the priest blesses the three kids, a massive flash of light totally swallows them up. They feel a sudden warmth surge through their bodies, which is the ultimate proof that the Godmund just blessed them. He's completely stunned when he realizes that every single one of them can use magic now. The twins lock eyes, totally feeling this crazy new power surging through them. Moa is absolutely hyped, because even though she's spent forever reading magic books, she's never actually pulled off a spell until today. He asks why he's the only one left out, but Marlowe tells him he's already got a blessing from the woodworking god Yask-sama, which is the whole reason she liked him in the first place. A ghostly spirit appears behind him. As Mahalo explains, she can feel a way stronger blessing coming off of him. It finally hits him that this OP blessing he was born with is the secret to why he could use every type of magic from the very beginning. Just as the squad heads out, he spots Milo tailing them from behind. She tells them she really wants to pay them back for being so nice, but since she's totally broke, she offers to tag along to Aya's village and work to pay off her debt. They're heading straight for the Moors Mountains, a super dangerous place that's in total chaos because a dragon was just spotted near its lair. Mayalo's eyes light up the second she hears about the dragon, and she's so pumped to use her healing magic that it totally confuses him. But he lets her tag along because, at dinner, his jaw drops as Milo goes beast mode, inhaling her own food and then polishing off Mo's plate without even taking a breath. Right after, Moa pulls out a book she's been studying and asks Mahalo to help her learn magic. Mayalo is totally floored when he realizes this isn't just some random kid's book, but a super rare first edition of the legendary Dokard's Adventure. She tells them it's a super rare treasure from her home, the Centrius Tree Kingdom, and all the kids huddle up, totally hooked on her story. Later that night, he watches the three girls hanging out and realizes they've become total besties in no time at all. Later that night, a sudden knock echoes at his bedroom door. He swings the door open and finds Marlo just standing right there in the hallway. He thinks her showing up this late is just a lame prank and tries to kick her out. Suddenly, her vibe gets super serious as she touches his face and tells him she can feel something totally mysterious about him. She says her gut feeling is never wrong and that she's dying to find out everything about his past. She's totally moved, but since it's getting way too late, she heads out and promises they'll finish their talk soon. Sitting alone in his room, he can't stop thinking about what she said while carrying a heavy secret. He's never told a single person that he actually came from another world. The next morning, they realize they're totally out of time, so he decides they'll use his magic armor machine to rush back to Aya's village and warn the chief about the dragon. He explains that the machine is way faster than any horse, but since it only fits 2 people, he has to find a way to carry the whole squad. He pulls a crazy custom machine out of his item box, and while his friends are totally shocked by how weird it looks. They all climb inside. His wolfkin partner covers their back, totally hyped to test this new tech on any monsters they run into. They travel a huge distance, but the path eventually gets way too dangerous to keep going. The mountain trails get way too sketchy and narrow, so they have to ditch their ride and finish the trip on foot. Pretty soon, Mo spots smoke rising from a nearby pond and thinks it looks just like a hot bath. He realizes it's a legit natural hot spring, and the water is perfect for soaking their tired bodies after that massive journey. He's stuck behind a thin wall, but he can still hear everyone laughing and having a total blast on the other side. After chilling in the hot springs, the girls are feeling totally recharged and hyped up. Next, they take a breather in the water to recharge for the final stretch of their journey. They're almost at Aya's village, and he's hyped thinking about how this hot spring could put his second home on the map. They finally reach the top of the hill, but the view is a total nightmare. Thick, black smoke is pouring into the sky from every corner of the village. He's completely frozen in shock as he watches his village go up in flames, unable to even process the nightmare that just destroyed his home. The quiet village is now a total wreck, covered in smoke, and you can hear people screaming as they desperately search the rubble for their families. Rioichi and his squad pull up to find the whole place absolutely trashed, and it's obvious a dragon went on a total rampage. He's freaking out and looking for survivors, but the streets are completely empty, and now he's realizing he seriously messed up by not taking this threat seriously. Looking closer, there's blood all over the broken streets, but there aren't any bodies in sight, which means the villagers might have actually escaped before things got really bad. While Rioichi is still trying to wrap his head around the mess, Mahalo kneels down and touches the blood to cast a tracking spell that points them straight to the northwest. There's no mistaking it. It's pointing straight toward the giant soldier's ancient shrine. When they finally reach the shrine, guards, seekers, and Traz rush out, looking totally relieved that Rioichi and his crew are still alive. They explain the nightmare where a dragon suddenly raided their village, and they only survived by hitting an old scar on its chest to make it run away. Even if the whole fight is a total, most people managed to escape, but a ton of others still got caught in the chaos and ended up in really bad shape. The shrine has been turned into a total hospital zone, where the air is heavy with pure terror, and suddenly, a little girl's scream rips right through the quiet groans of the injured. Rioichi finds Fas on a cot wrapped in a ton of bandages, and while Mari is super relieved he's finally there, Rioichi's voice is totally shaking as Fas is totally wrecked, but he manages to explain that he took the dragon's massive fire blast head-on just to keep everyone else safe. Rioichi is totally freaked out and instantly summons a ball of healing water, his voice breaking as he blames himself for everything. Fas stops him and explains that these aren't normal burns. They're from dragon fire, meaning regular healing magic won't do a thing against a curse this powerful. A villager tells Rioichi to stop and save his magic for the others, pointing to a room full of injured people who still need his help. Rioichi isn't backing down, and with a huge roar, he blasts out a flood of healing magic, screaming that he won't let Fas die no matter how many times he has to cast the spell. He's giving it everything he's got, but the magic just isn't working. Seeing him struggle, Mallow steps up and speaks with total confidence. She reminds him to prove she isn't playing around, she charges up her insane energy and gets ready to drop an even bigger spell. She starts glowing with this insane holy light that fills the whole shrine, and she begins chanting an old prayer to heal the injured and take away all their pain. The light hits him fast, and that burning pain finally starts to fade, replaced by a super chill, warm feeling. He rips off the bandages in total shock, seeing that his skin, which was totally fried before, is now perfectly healed without a single scar left behind. Marie is crying happy tears while the villagers stare in shock at the miracle, totally blown away by Rioichi's insane power. All over the shrine, everyone who was badly hurt just stands right back up with their wounds totally gone and their bodies fully healed. Everyone finally starts to relax, but then Maiello, the guy who pulled off that miracle, suddenly drops to the ground because he's totally drained. She's slumped on the floor, barely finding the strength to whisper that she's starving. She explains that using such insane magic totally drains her energy and makes her crave sweets, so Rioichi promises her literally anything as a thank you for saving his friend's life. The priestess is finally feeling better while she munches on a sweet, candied apple. The healing light even hits Guildmaster Gio, instantly fixing his broken leg and old pains, and he gives Rioichi a huge thanks for finally delivering that super important letter. Even the village chief starts hyping him up. Rioichi is totally blaming himself, thinking the village would be fine if he was just a little faster, but the chief stops him to reveal the real truth. Since the letter got there so fast, the Baron sent help right away. That warning saved everyone, letting the villagers escape without a single person dying. Rioichi didn't mess up. He totally, Baron Gilla's man, Masikis, admits that Ishikawa's squad was already pushing the dragon back when he showed up, so he just helped out and gave them all the credit for keeping the damage low. Coco totally recognizes the name, and Masekis gives her a super warm welcome. She finally asks if he's the legendary A-ranker, Masek the Solid, and he just smiles at the old name before admitting he's officially retired. Everyone's talking about this legendary warrior with a body as tough as steel who soloed a chimera using a spear that can pierce through literally any monster. Rioichi just can't wrap his head around how this super chill guy is supposed to be that scary legend. Now that the immediate danger is gone, the squad starts planning their next move, because the Baron's main army is still days away, and they just have to survive until then. The Guildmaster gets serious and warns them that since the dragon totally hates humans, it's probably going to strike again way before any backup arrives. Rioichi realizes the shrine is solid, but it's way too small for 500 people, so they've got to find a much safer place to hide. Right on cue, a part of the wall slides open to reveal a massive, sealed-shut door. They stumble into a hidden room, where Rioichi spots a triangle symbol on the door, realizing it's the mark of the Magical Machinery Company, an ancient group that leaves its gear all over these ruins. Masekius says everyone thinks these artifacts are just junk, but they're actually super complex locks that today's mages can't even begin to figure out. They head straight into a massive, pitch-black area. Rioichi finally spots what looks like a light switch. Lights buzz to life, revealing a massive underground hangar that's easily big enough to fit the whole squad. Masekius is totally losing it because Rioichi actually fixed that ancient power source, and he's blown away by how it perfectly blends science with straight-up magic. Out of nowhere, a holographic girl pops up and calls Rioichi master, telling him she's been waiting a whole century for him to finally return. Rioichi asks the manager if the villagers can hide out there, and she tells him that since he's the master, he's the one who calls all the shots. His friends are totally blown away by this insane piece of tech. Moa asks the AI what its name is, but the AI tells her it hasn't even been given one yet. Moa is super hyped and names her Miction, and the AI is totally down with it right away. The Guildmaster is totally blown away by this massive base and starts worrying if it's actually safe to let everyone know that Raiwaki is the new owner. Mikan jumps in and says she's got the security totally covered. She warns them that if anyone tries to hurt the master or mess with the base without his okay, the whole place is going into total lockdown. Her face goes totally cold as she announces she's waking up the shrine's golems to wipe out every single threat. Rioichi doesn't care about owning anything and just wants the villagers to be safe, so he and the guildmaster start teaming up to get everyone food and beds. The plan hits a massive wall because the device they need costs a ton of money and they're totally broke. They're sending out the golems to guard the outside of the shrine as their first line of defense. The golems are a solid defense, but Coco warns that against a dragon, they'll have their hands full just trying to keep the townspeople safe. She knows a huge fight is coming, so she asks the legendary Masasekis to spar so she can get ready. Rioichi is totally down because he wants to master his axe, but Masasekis just laughs and says he's just a retired old man. Suddenly, he pulls out this massive mechanical spear that's literally buzzing with energy, and the markings on it prove he's Masasekis the Steadfast, which means that her training is officially starting. Rioichi grips his axe and locks in, totally ready to face the brutal training session ahead. He's facing Masasekis, a total pro who's wielding a massive, high-tech spear. Rioichi spots the logo on the tool and instantly knows it belongs to the Triangular Magic Machine Company. He remembers Masasekis saying almost nobody can handle a tool like this, and the old man just smiles like he knows exactly what's up. This spear is straight up cursed because even though every single owner died in battle, they always traded their lives for a guaranteed win. Rioichi is totally blown away that Masasekis can even use such a lethal weapon, but the old man admits he hasn't mastered it yet, and one tiny slip-up would kill him instantly. Coco reminds them that Masasekis became a total legend with that exact spear, the Chimera Lance, before drawing her sword and saying she's hyped to fight him. She doesn't even hesitate as she charges forward, slamming her sword right into that massive lance. The two of them trade hits at insane speeds, sending sparks flying everywhere as their blades clash. Coco's getting pushed back, totally blown away by how fast they're swinging that massive weapon, especially since everyone knows you need triple the skill to beat a spear with a sword. Rioichi sees his chance and jumps into the fight, blocking a huge strike from the Chimera Lance with his axe, and Masasekis is seriously impressed since pulling that off with an axe takes insane skill. Masaki totally wrecks him and says that while Rioichi is still a total beginner, his growth is actually insane. The old warrior feels a massive power hiding inside the kid and realizes he's definitely crushed enemies way stronger than himself. Rioichi brushes off the compliments, saying he was just fighting to stay alive, while Coco dares Masasekis to finally stop holding back and show his true strength. The old man shuts them down, telling them to save their energy for the dragon attack instead of throwing their lives away in a duel. Meanwhile, things are way more chill as Mahalo teaches the young evacuees some magic, and one girl is super hyped to show off the water ball she just made. The girls are just hanging out, messing around with cool magic poses and chatting about their looks. They're actually being super serious about this. They want to find magic that'll help Rioichi take down that massive dragon. But Malo warns them that basic attacks won't do. She tells them they need to learn body enhancement magic, a special power that's all about staying alive. She explains it's a non-elemental move that literally breaks the laws of physics to make your body way stronger. While the lesson keeps going, the girls start thinking about all the crazy ways they can actually use this magic. Their training gets totally crashed when the military suddenly rolls in. This knight named Julius from the Karuslia Kingdom steps up to give his official introduction. He announces that the dragon's subjugation force is finally here, with 280 soldiers from the Baron, the Duke, and the Kingdom setting up camp right at the foot of the mountains. The general calls for Rioichi and Masasekis since they're the only ones who've actually faced off against dragons before. Coco roots for Rioichi and wishes him luck, since he's the one leading the whole squad. They're hauled right in front of General Gustel, and he immediately demands to know everything about that dragon. Rioichi explains that this dragon is still just a baby and hasn't hit its max level yet, so it only has a tiny bit of the power a full-grown twin dragon would. The general thinks this info is gold and totally hypes up Rioichi for his insane appraisal skills and for driving that monster back. He's super impressed, so he straight up offers Rioichi a spot as a knight for the kingdom. Maisekius points out that this is a super rare chance to finally become a noble. Rioichi actually turns them down, saying he didn't scare off the dragon by himself, and his recent training proves he's still got a long way to go. The general thinks he's a total mystery because he's got insane power, but absolutely zero drive to do anything with it. He brings them outside to show off the massive army they've got waiting. The Baron, the Duke, and the Kingdom have all gathered their massive armies, and every single soldier is hyped up and ready to fight for fame. The general roars at his top soldiers, shouting that the dragon is young and wounded, making this their one big shot at becoming legends. He promises that anyone who pulls off something legendary will be named an honorary knight, making their family famous forever. But while the soldiers celebrate, Rioichi feels like he totally doesn't belong. Their wild cheers are literally shaking the whole valley. Maisekius grins, saying the vibe right before a fight always gets him hyped up. He notices Rioichi isn't a fan of fighting and isn't even a soldier, so he tells him to let the army handle the war and head back to the giant sanctuary where everyone else is waiting. Rioichi heads out, leaving the whole war camp in the dust. He gets back to the sanctuary in the middle of the night and ends up waking a young girl named Mi. Coco mentions that Mi stayed up late waiting for him, then asks what the deal is with the subjugation army. Rioichi admits his god-level appraisal showed the soldiers are way stronger and more skilled than him, so he's staying back to help the evacuees instead of being a total burden. Over the next few days, he goes all in at the sanctuary, cooking up massive feasts for everyone living there. Coco and Moa jump in to help serve the food, making the whole shelter feel like one big family. Marla gets a book on non-elemental magic as a thank you gift, and she's totally hooked on the section about buffing her physical strength. A few days pass, and as the rain pours down, Rioichi hauls his gear and figures the army should be heading home with a massive win any second. Moore rushes right over, totally hyped to help him out. He tells her to squeeze through a tight passage in the storeroom and grab 3 bags of bread. She's totally down for the job and zooms out of the room to get started. He watches her walk off, then grabs the bags with a look that says he's totally locked in. Her super positive energy always manages to cheer him right up. Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking like crazy, and a level 5 emergency alarm starts screaming through the sanctuary. Armed guys sprint past, screaming that the base is under attack and everyone needs to get to the underground shelter right now. The ceiling starts caving in, and Rioichi totally loses it when he realizes Moa is still trapped in the storeroom, screaming her name at the top of his lungs. The spot where she was standing is now totally buried under a massive pile of heavy rocks. His eyes go wide with pure terror. He stares at the wreckage, totally unable to wrap his head around what just happened. He's totally desperate, tearing through the rubble with his bare hands and screaming her name at the top of his lungs. He digs for him with everything he's got, but he's getting absolutely nothing back. A massive roar from outside freezes him solid, especially since the army was supposed to be taking care of that dragon. A giant lizard eye is staring right at them through a massive crack in the dome. Rioichi looks up, absolutely terrified, and can only choke out one word: dragon. Back at the entrance of that dark cave, a super angry commander is screaming his head off at his soldiers again. The mission was a total bust, and now everyone's playing the blame game, with some soldiers saying The Baron's troops ruined their formation, while others claim the Duke's army ditched. The argument got nasty fast, and they started throwing serious insults at each other. Out of nowhere, a massive shockwave hits, and everyone goes dead silent. A general in shiny armor stepped up to stop the enemies from dropping in. Chagrin realized they totally messed up because their mixed army was way too weak, so he ordered his men to chase that beast down right now. That dragon bolted straight for the giant's territory, and now it's heading right for the other villages. Over in the wreckage of the fallen building, Rioichi was totally freaked out by all the destruction. Totally losing it from guilt and panic, he started searching everywhere for Moa, screaming her name at the top of his lungs. Right as the ceiling caved in, Kokona tackled him and yanked him away from the falling rubble. He fought her like crazy to get back to the ruins where Moa was last seen, but Kokona forced him to run before the whole building collapsed on top of them. The whole building just came crashing down, and just like that, any hope of finding Moa was gone. Kokona saw Rioichi covered in blood and totally blinded by revenge, so she stepped up and told him there was no way she'd let him go down that path. He didn't listen to a word she said, turning his back on her to face the beast that started this mess, while she begged him to come back. He stood right in front of that massive dragon and told it straight up that he wasn't planning on dying today. He's doing everything he can to make sure no one dies. He lets out a massive roar and triggers his god-tier cloning move, instantly popping out 4 identical versions of himself. All 5 warriors jumped at the exact same time, diving straight for the massive dragon. Their double attack smashed right into the leader's head, hitting him so hard the stone around him completely shattered. The monster flinched and let out a massive roar of pain, finally taking some real damage for the first time. Even though the army left it pretty banged up, that dragon was still a total beast. Rioichi and his clones aren't backing down, slamming their blades right into the monster's thick scales. He swore they were going to be the ones to take it down themselves. Kokona saw how determined he was and bolted over to back him up. They both jumped in at once, landing a crazy combo that shredded right through the dragon's skin. Marla watched from a safe distance in total shock, wondering if they were actually insane for trying to fight that monster head-on. I finally found her, and she was a total wreck, crying as she told me how she saw Moa buried under all that rubble. She explained that Rioichi was so blinded by the same grief that killed their father that he was fighting like a total madman who didn't care what happened to him. Mia desperately hoped Mo was still alive, so she begged the group to stop Rioichi and Kokona before they lost anyone else. Kokona noticed that even after they slashed the dragon 1,000,000 times, the beast didn't look hurt at all. Rioichi checked the status, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. That dragon's health bar barely even budged. Everyone watched in total shock as those huge wounds just zipped shut instantly, showing that this beast's healing factor was on a whole different level. Realizing a conventional assault was futile, Kokona called out to Rioichi, asking him to buy her time to unleash a secret technique. He was totally down, sending his clones to keep the beast busy. The dragon starts going absolutely wild, smacking those clones away one by one. Rioichi pushed himself to the absolute max, but he was totally out of juice. He was totally helpless watching the monster heal, just praying that Kokona would hurry up. He pushed himself way too hard, and his body finally hit its limit as he started coughing up blood. Kokona knew this next move was super risky and would drain her life force big time. She had no other choice, so she locked in, ready to find a way to survive even in this total death trap. She lets loose her style's deadliest secret move, the Moon Lotus Flash Blossom. The attack was just a blur of light and speed, landing one perfect hit that looked amazing but was totally deadly. She chopped off both of the dragon's giant arms, and while it was totally stunned, she yelled that its neck was next. She sprinted right up its scaly back, ready to land the finishing blow. But the dragon fought back, swinging its massive tail and slamming into her with insane power. Rioichi watched in total shock as she was slammed into the wreckage, completely knocked out. Even though he was totally beat up, the dragon let out a massive roar to celebrate his big win. The beast towered over Kokona as its mouth started glowing red for a killer blast, and Rioichi scrambled like crazy to find anything he could use to stop it. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar weapon jammed into the ground. It was Masekis's spear. He doesn't have time to wonder how it got there. He just spots that cursed weapon and knows it's his only shot at survival. She holds him up in the middle of the wreckage, his body totally soaked in the enemy's blood. That massive dragon lets out a huge roar that shakes the entire ruined city. He uses every last bit of strength to jam the spear deep into the monster's head, praying Kasekisan's weapon is actually enough to finish it. But his hope is totally crushed when that unstoppable spear barely even scratches the monster's thick skin. The monster goes totally berserk and slams him right into a wall that's falling apart. It towers over him while he's down, staring him down with eyes full of pure evil. He grinds his teeth in total frustration, realizing this weapon is way weaker than he thought. Even through all that pain, he finally realizes the truth. This guy is just a clone. With the monster's arms already sliced off from Kokosan's last hit, it's totally stuck, giving him the perfect opening to pull a secret trigger and unleash his spear's insane power. Out of nowhere, a digital voice screams through the chaos, begging him to stop, as his AI warns him that the spear is bad news. This weapon's been totally modded and isn't for humans anymore, because the kickback is so insane it'll shred right through magic armor and kill you the second you pull. Mikan thinks a clone should pull the trigger, which is a total genius move that's also completely impossible. He's totally out of magic, and that creature in front of him is the absolute last clone he could squeeze out. His AI is begging him to back off, reminding him that staying alive is the only thing that matters right now. Back in the village, everyone is glued to the screen, just praying their hero finally makes it back home. Seeing him in a total death trap, the villagers refuse to just watch, and an old warrior steps up to take his place, since he's already risked it all once before. Others jump in, refusing to let the village hero die, and arguing that this sacrifice is for someone who's already running out of time. They charge the door, desperate to reach the surface and take over the fight for him. His face locks in, and you can tell he's dead serious about finishing this. He tightens his grip on the trigger and gives his crew one final, dead serious order. Do not open that door, no matter what. Just as he's about to give up everything, someone sprints right at him. It's me, and I'm begging him to stop. She grabs him, sounding totally panicked because she knows that weapon will literally kill him. He screams for her to run as the walls start crashing down, but she refuses to leave, crying that she's not letting him die. She throws herself in front of her brother and screams that she's going to protect him. She reveals her new enhancement magic, turning her body into solid diamond so she can tank that deadly recoil like a human shield. He watches in total horror, screaming that if she dies, their other sister Moa is as good as gone. Then Mia jumps in, her voice shaking but serious, and tells everyone that Moa can use this magic too. She's literally crying her eyes out, telling him she can't survive without him, and begging for his trust so they can crush that dragon and save Moa together. Seeing the fire in her eyes, all his doubt just disappears, and he calmly says, "Let's go," as they both turn to face the dragon charging straight for them. The monster leaps right at them, with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow them whole. Teaming up as siblings, they aim their weapon for one massive shot to end the fight. Right after that insane battle ends, Ryu picks up a totally knocked-out Mia, who's covered in blood and dirt in the middle of all the wreckage. The tower behind them completely blows up as Masekis's magic spear finally explodes deep inside the dragon's body. The monster gets ripped apart from the inside and explodes in a massive ball of fire, while Mahalo screams their names in total panic. Masekis steps out of the dust without a single scratch and walks right up to the survivors, totally shocked that a little girl mastered the same hardening technique he uses, proving that living a long time really does have its perks. He realizes Mii's move isn't finished yet, because even though it saved Rio's life, she still took a massive hit from the blast. Ryu is totally shocked to see the old warrior still alive and demands to know how his spear ended up inside the dragon. Masekis smirks as he explains his genius plan, saying the Chimera Lance was way too heavy to carry while chasing them, so he let the transport haul it for him since he knew he was fast enough to catch up whenever he wanted. But Rioi reacts with disbelief, exclaiming that he nearly died using that very weapon. Marcus admits he never imagined Rioi would use the spear to fight, lamenting that the younger man stole the best part of the glory. He brushes the idea off and reaches out a hand to the beat-up hero. He's just hyped that Rio's still breathing, saying you need that kind of guts to hit A rank. And surviving wasn't just luck, it was straight-up destiny. Just as Ryu starts thinking about Moa, Masekis points out that Mii is still shielding him even though she's totally knocked out. Just then, Mahalo shows up, struggling to carry a knocked-out Moa she tracked down using search magic. Moa is still completely hardened by her own power, so Ryusei can't even start treating her injuries yet. He scoops up both girls and holds them tight, while Masekis promises they're gonna wake up any second. Ryu promises to whip up a massive parfait to thank Malo, and she's totally down, as long as she gets a hug too. Their little break is cut short when Gio and the guild burst in, desperate to see if Rioi is actually okay. Gio finally says sorry for doubting them and calls Rio's squad the village's new heroes, then mentions that Kokonatsu's sister is awake even though she's pretty banged up. Mari the android pops up on a screen to give the damage report, confirming the dragon is officially down for good. The shrine is half-wrecked and most of the golems are trashed, but the underground storage is totally safe because Ryu saved it. Most importantly, she lets everyone know that every single villager is totally safe. Ryu is super relieved, but he still feels pretty guilty about selling his golems for parts until Marie reminds him that as long as their cores are safe, they can totally be fixed later. The shrine is already falling to pieces, and fixing it is gonna be a total nightmare. Ryu is totally fired up as the new shrine master, swearing that he'll rebuild everything himself with an army of clones and high-tech magic. Marie smiles with a hopeful look, saying she honestly can't wait for that day to finally come. The guild leader is super hyped and says his crew will rebuild the whole village, but he's making sure Rioi doesn't leave anytime soon. He's already screaming for a victory party and wants to start drinking, but his friends are totally fed up because the injured guys really need to rest first. Then, light beams out from the wrecked shrine as Moa and I snap awake screaming, with that intense fight still fresh in our minds. Rioi greets them with a huge smile, totally relieved to see them finally waking up after that nightmare. Mia is totally dying of embarrassment when she realizes she was clinging to Ryu the entire time she was passed out. Marlo points out that Mii and Rioi aren't actually related, making Mii super embarrassed, while the elf realizes she might become a huge rival later on. Coco jumps into the conversation, feeling 100% again thanks to Marlo's awesome healing magic. Right as she's thanking Rioi for saving her life, Marie shows up to say some super important guests have arrived. A whole squad of soldiers in heavy armor is blocking their path, showing everyone exactly who's in charge. Leading the pack is a guy Rioi and Coco are shocked to recognize. It's General Gustal. The general bows low, apologizing for his massive fail that let the dragon escape, and thanks the crew for being total legends. After their massive wins, General Gustales announces that Rioichi Ishikawa and Coco Youth Gaburdias have officially earned the title of honorary knights. So he officially summons them to meet him at the royal capital, Clevel. The crew huddles around the map and stares down the biggest city, finally realizing just how insane their next mission is about to get. Everyone's super bummed she's leaving, but Coco explains that now that she's got her title, she has to go see her dad and head back to her hometown. This gives the squad a massive idea, and they decide their journey isn't over yet because they're going to travel the world together and visit everyone's hometowns. Now that the squad is finally together, their path is wide open, and the titles they're about to get are just the start of the massive journey waiting for them in this huge world. Feeling more fired up than ever, they stare toward the horizon as they head straight for their next stop, the royal capital, Clevel. While the village gets fixed up after that insane dragon attack, Rioichi is already gearing up for his next big adventure. He says sorry to the villagers for leaving, but they cheer him on and tell him they've got the rebuilding covered. The whole woodworking guild shows up to say goodbye to their star rookie. The whole neighborhood, including the priest and the Kokonatsu sisters, gives him a super emotional send-off and tells him he's always welcome back home. Rioichi and his crew give one last wave to their new friends as they finally head out for the royal capital. As they're walking, Rioichi points out that one of these goodbyes is totally pointless. Suddenly, a hologram pops out of his wrist device, and it's his AI buddy Michin checking in to say hello. Later, he explains to the others that during the restoration, he discovered a strange wristwatch-like device. After analyzing it, he was able to install Michin's operating system onto it. Michin explains that this device is basically a smartphone, a camera, and a PlayStation all rolled into one, even though it's not connected to the internet yet. Rioichi reveals he's made copies of the gadget for the whole crew, and once they scan their info, they can finally talk to each other no matter how far apart they are. Mayalo, the elf priest, is absolutely fuming because she just realized she's officially stuck with Rioichi as her new master. The gang is geeking out over the new tech, but they quickly start a silly argument about it. They walk into a clearing and find a super fancy carriage just waiting for them. A knight decked out in full armor introduces himself as Julius, and he's here to personally escort Rioichi and his crew safely to the royal capital. The carriage speeds off into the night, with its guards riding close by. Everyone is totally stunned by how fancy the room is, and Julius tells Rioichi that he's officially being named an honorary knight for everything he's done. He explains that this title is just the start, and if Rioichi keeps stacking up wins, he can actually climb the ranks and become a noble. Julius points out that Rioichi is already General Gustal's absolute favorite. In fact, the general wishes for Rioichi to become his direct subordinate within the Royal Knight Order. Rioichi is definitely starting to feel pretty uneasy about how everything just flipped. Just as the sun starts to set, the whole group finally rolls into General Gustal's camp to crash for the night. Julius leads the crew straight to the command tent and lets the general know they've finally arrived. General Gustal looks up from his paperwork with a super scary vibe, demanding to know who those girls are hanging out with Rioichi. Moa and I are totally shaking as we introduce ourselves as Rioichi's little sisters. The general's scary face totally softens up as he smiles, saying they're so adorable they remind him of his own granddaughter back in the capital. The general drops some seriously bad news. The army is starving because the dragon trashed their food carts, and the wrecked village of Ys has absolutely nothing left to give them. And to make things way worse, You can't even eat the monsters lurking around here. Rioichi sees his chance and drops a wild idea. They should just turn that dead dragon into a massive feast. The general is stunned, as the idea of eating a dragon is unheard of. Rioichi then summons the colossal carcass from his item box, its immense form dwarfing the soldiers. Mikan finishes her scan and says the dragon meat is totally safe, super healthy, and tastes just like crocodile, so Rioichi gets right to frying it up. But pretty soon, the sound of meat sizzling on the fire fills the whole camp. He reveals the final plate: garlic soy marinated dragon tatsuta age, served with a massive spread of different sauces. The general and his squad take a nervous bite, but the taste is so mind-blowing that they're instantly hit with a massive surge of power and energy. Even the head chef is totally blown away, hyping up the flavor and saying Rioichi's skills are exactly what the army needs. Rioichi's crew stuffs their faces, totally blown away that they're eating the same monster that used to haunt the whole land. Later that night, Julian tells the group they're splitting up into 2 tents, with 3 people in each. Right as they're picking where to sleep, Moa just grabs onto Coco and won't let go. Rioichi figures the 4 girls should all cram into 1 tent, so he grabs the other one for himself. Later that night, when everything is finally quiet, he crashes for the night. He nearly jumps out of his skin when Milo sneaks into his tent and starts teasing him about being all alone with a girl. Rioichi treats her like a total kid, making her super mad, but then she suddenly grabs her stomach because she's actually sick from eating way too much fried dragon. All that noise brings the rest of the girls running, and they burst into the tent to see what's going on. The little sisters start playing, and things get crazy fast, turning the whole tent into a loud disaster zone. Outside, Coco watches the flickering tent light, a shadow of anxiety crossing her face as she thinks about returning to her hometown. Without anyone noticing, General Gustel and Julius overhear the noise and totally mistake it for a simple couple's argument. The next morning, they finally headed out on their journey to the capital city, Razumi's. It doesn't take long before the massive towers of the royal castle finally show up in the distance. They finally reach the capital city of Clevel, a massive place with giant walls and streets that are absolutely packed. Julius tells them they need to look sharp for the big ceremony and drags them straight to a tailor to get fitted. Once they're inside, he hooks up the whole squad with some fresh new gear. The girls are totally hyped to finally rock those gorgeous, flowy dresses for the big event. They put the clothes on and show Rioichi, who tells them they look straight up like princesses. Coco then emerges, explaining that her dress is still being altered and will be ready the next day. Now that they're finished, Julius lets them explore the capital for the day, promising to come grab them for the big ceremony tomorrow. Now that they're all on their own, the squad is just standing in this massive city, totally clueless about where to even start. Milo does her priestess thing and says they need to head straight for the Grand Temple, sitting on top of that hill. They finally make it to the Temple of the Wind God Sylphina, and it's way more crowded than the one back in Alal. While a priestess hands out blessings, Rioichi asks Marlo if she wants one, but she says no, because serving the goddess Undil means she can't take blessings from other gods. Rioichi steps up and drops to one knee, and the moment the priestess touches him, a massive wave of power surges through his whole body. The blessing is finally real. Coco says this is super rare, because normally people don't feel a single thing. Just then, a voice calls out his name. Rioichi turns around and realizes it's Kamishiro-san, but Marlo is just standing there with his jaw on the floor. Chief, she says, that guy isn't Kamishiro. He's actually the first apostle, Mikalia-sama. Rioichi suddenly runs into the last person he expected to see, Apostle Michaelius, who explains he's only there because this temple belongs to Sylphina, a goddess serving the main god, Sa. Rioichi tries to wrap his head around how the gods are ranked, wondering if that's the real reason Mun never showed up to give them any powers. Michaelius simply chuckles, noting that the relationships among the gods are complicated, and expresses his relief that Ishikawa and his companions are doing well. Well, he turns his attention to Mi and Moa, asking if they are happy, and both joyfully confirm that their life with Rioichi is filled with enjoyment. This apostle sees everything, and he can tell Reiwa is a legit hero just by looking at the swordswoman's noble aura and the priest's holy water blessing. Then he gives them a massive shout-out, and the two friends are so honored they just start bowing in total respect. Before heading out, Michaelius gives them a serious warning to travel the world and get blessings from other gods, because it's only a matter of time before the bad guys come hunting for them. He warns that the gods are going to throw some crazy tests at them, but beating those trials will unlock insane new powers and god-tier gifts. Then, just as fast as he showed up, Michaelius vanishes into a massive beam of light. The priest gets right in Rioichi's face, demanding to know why he's so chill and where that insanely strong monster came from. Coco confesses that she was overwhelmed, the awe she felt far surpassing the fear she experienced when facing the dragon. That fight really opened her eyes to how small her goals were. And now, this temple mission gives their whole adventure a massive new meaning. After that, the whole squad gets ready for the big investiture ceremony at this massive mansion. They're all decked out in their fanciest clothes, getting hyped for the massive event. Even Marlo was acting way more smooth and grown-up than usual. She's totally switched up her look with a stunning black dress and blonde hair, and Rioichi actually gives her a compliment. Coco, however, is visibly uncomfortable in a frilly dress she is unaccustomed to wearing, shyly asking for their opinion. Rioichi is left speechless by her appearance, his stunned reaction not going unnoticed by Marlo. A knight shows up to pick them up, and they're soon riding a carriage straight to the Duke's massive palace. This building looks absolutely massive, and it's a total warning of the crazy power hidden inside. Inside, the grand hall is filled with the highest echelons of nobility, the atmosphere both opulent and intimidating. The announcer kicks off the big party for taking down the dragon, and man, Rioichi and Coco are definitely feeling the pressure. The Duke takes his throne, and to the shock of all present, commands the dragon's carcass be brought forth. They drag this massive dead monster into the hall, and everyone just freezes in total silence because it looks so terrifying. Now, the nobles are just staring with their jaws on the floor, totally unable to believe what they're seeing. He gave a huge shout-out to the brave squad and their leader, General Gustav. The Duke bestows upon him the Dragon Slayer medal. He then turns his attention to those who risk their lives to deliver the news of the dragon's appearance. Right in front of the whole court, the Duke officially makes Rioichi Ishikawa and Coco Youth Geberdias honorary knights. They humbly accept the honor amidst the applause of the nobles. The ceremony wraps up fast, and they're led straight to a private meeting with Mr. Masekis and Baron Giller. They are congratulated on taking their first step into the world of nobility, though they are cautioned that their honorary title is only recognized on their home island for now. Accumulating further achievements, they are told, could lead to true knighthood. And the Baron bitterly reveals the political strife between the island nobles and those of the royal capital who look down upon them. He says sorry for dumping all those heavy problems on him. The Baron passionately speaks of the need to increase their island's influence, extending an invitation for Rioichi to join their cause someday. Before Rioichi can even say a word, another guy jumps in, apologizes for the Baron being so pushy, and tries to recruit them right then and there. He advises them that while the offer stands, they are not suited for the schemes of noble society and should instead focus on experiencing the wider world. Old, from a balcony overlooking the vast city, he imparts a final piece of wisdom. Many nobles live their entire lives confined by these walls, never knowing what lies beyond. Back in the quiet of our room, Moa and I gave the new knights a huge shout-out. With time to spare before the banquet, Coco collapses in exhaustion. To take a breather, Mi suggests they all play a quick card game. The idea is met with excitement. While they're playing, Mia points out that these cards can actually tell the future, and seeing that Ace of Hearts means they're about to meet someone totally new. Moa is suddenly super hyped to make friends at the banquet, but her simple goal makes the others realize they're just regular commoners. As they settle into their game, Milo offering to play the part of a mentor. A curious young girl with a small crown peeks into their room, drawn by the sounds of their activity. She explains that she heard them having fun and couldn't resist investigating. Moa wastes no time inviting the stranger to join them, introducing herself. Karika's totally down to join, so the group starts showing her exactly how to play Old Maid. They explain that whoever gets stuck with the Joker loses, and that card is basically a symbol for a straight-up demon. A mischievous glint appears in Kirika's eyes. She finds the concept thrilling and proposes a punishment game for whoever loses, raising the stakes of their simple pastime. Now that the punishment game is locked in, Kirika says the loser has to do whatever the winner tells them. Rioichi is totally stressing out, but Kirika tells him to chill because the prize is just a swimsuit and nothing weird. Rioichi literally doesn't know what a swimsuit is, so Kirika pulls one from her item box made of a special fabric that repels water and dries in a flash. The novel material, which stretches and shrinks, fascinates the others. Mia asks if she can have the swimsuit should she win the game of Old Maid. And, seeing that the prize is a harmless piece of clothing, Rioichi agrees to the terms of the match. The game gets way more intense, and since Moa is starving, she starts demanding some donuts. After describing the sweet pastry to the others, a new condition is set. The girls team up and make a deal. If Rioichi loses, he has to hand over all the snacks. He accepts their challenge, countering that if he is victorious, they will receive nothing. The second he says that, the whole vibe in the room flips as the girls stare him down with total ice in their eyes. Kirika slyly suggests that Moa draw a specific card from her hand, and, following a whispered exchange, Moa selects a card, a subtle strategy unfolding between them that Rioichi can only watch with suspicion. Moa then plays a pair, leaving herself with a single card remaining. Rioichi is sure the last card is safe, so he finally makes his move. He makes his move, but he's totally stunned when he pulls the Joker, and just like that, it's game over. He explains exactly how he lost, saying it was all a massive mind game, and his own doubt is what finally took him down. Rioichi just slumps over the table in total defeat, while the girls celebrate, revealing they were actually working together to play him the whole time. It becomes clear that he had been masterfully outplayed from the start. As their prize, they enjoy a box of fresh donuts. Rioichi concedes, handing over both the swimsuit and the promised sweets. The treats are devoured with delight, though Mo's offer to share turns out to be nothing more than crumbs. As Rioichi wonders what to do with the swimsuit now in his possession, a maid interrupts their gathering. The maid Ishikawa seems relieved to have located Kirika. She informs the young noble that her father is worried and that she must prepare for an evening banquet. The scene transitions to a grand hall filled with aristocrats. A regal man, Kirika's father the Duke, approaches Rioichi and thanks him for looking after his daughter. Rioichi bows, apologizing for not recognizing her status. The Duke dismisses his formality, explaining that his youngest daughter has few friends her age and encourages him to continue their friendship. Kurika observes their exchange with a thoughtful expression. Later, she approaches Rioichi and asks that he drop the formal honorifics. 6. She insists he call her Kurika, and she will call him Rioichi in turn. He agrees, and then their new informal bond is celebrated by the others. They discuss their plans to tour the capital the next day before departing for Kirkport, and Kurika eagerly volunteers to be their guide. Rioichi voices his concern about escorting a duke's daughter without a proper guard, and, at that moment, a maid named Arena introduces herself, announcing that she will serve as Kurika's protection for the outing. Meanwhile, at the banquet table, Moa complains of exhaustion after entertaining conversations with numerous gentlemen. Then, the following day, their tour of the capital begins. They marvel at the famous giant windmill, a landmark of the city. Kurika explains its vital function and notes the gentle breeze, suggesting Rioichi may be blessed by the wind god Sylphina. She tells him of a legend of wind spirits near Kirkport who are said to grant the wishes of kind-hearted people. However, she offers a stark warning. These spirits are not to be challenged, as even seasoned warriors have perished against them without a fight. But Rioichi understands that spirits are sacred beings, fundamentally different from hostile monsters. They keep on exploring as they weave through the super-crowded city streets. The capital proves too vast to explore in a single day. Rioichi is drawn to a bookstore with a large collection of magical texts. The shopkeeper pulls out a super-rare book that's got the Triangle Magic Company logo right on it. It is a handwritten technical manual on ancient magic tools, written in a forgotten script. Despite its exorbitant price, Rioichi purchases it. But later, Kurika asks if he can decipher the ancient text. Rioichi confirms that he can read it, though he cannot write it himself. The conversation turns to magic tools, which Moa reveals she possesses. She activates a small device. A holographic projection appears, registering Kurika and Moa as friends and enabling them to communicate over vast distances. Kurika is astounded by the incredible technology. She notes a resemblance between the projected figure and the maid Arena, but the device detects no such match. As the day concludes, Kurika promises to continue their tour tomorrow. However, Arena firmly reminds her of her classes, stating that the outing cannot be rescheduled. Kurika accepts the terms of the agreement made with her father and promises to see her new friends off on the day of their departure. 2 days later, the group prepares to leave the capital. Rioichi reflects on Kurika's limited freedom as a noble's daughter. Kurika runs to bid them a final, heartfelt farewell, expressing how much their time together meant to her. Seeing her friend so heartbroken, Mo can't help but burst into tears herself. She hands Rioichi a second communication device, asking him to give it to Kurika so they can remain in contact. He accepts, understanding the importance of preserving their friendship. In return, Kurika gives him a token of her gratitude. He opens it to find a girl's swimsuit, personally tailored for her by Arena. Kurika explains she had intended to give it to Moa as a gift, but was advised against wearing such an item in public. As they part ways, Arena offers a serious warning for their journey to Kirkport. She reveals that a month prior, a series of violent attacks on merchant and cargo ships began in the region. The perpetrators are hiding somewhere in the eastern waters of Melisol Island. They are known as the Black Pirate Group, led by the infamous pirate Barbarossa. Aboard their ship, Barbarossa and his crew look toward the horizon. The sea is their next stage, and the relaxing journey is about to become far more perilous. Upon arriving at Kirkport, the group is immediately struck by the sheer scale of the ocean before them, a vast and beautiful expanse under the open sky. As the others take in the view for the first time, their companions suggest they handle the boarding procedures for the regular ferry, planning to meet up later. However, Their plans are abruptly halted. A dock worker, and that all departures have been suspended due to recent sightings of pirate ships near the island. And this news confirms their fears. It must be the very pirates Arena had warned them about. The local shipwrights cursed the pirates, lamenting that no matter how many times they repair the ships, they are relentlessly attacked and wrecked. Their efforts are further complicated by a severe shortage of wood, leaving them unable to complete the necessary repairs. Seeing their plight, Rioichi steps forward, offering a solution from his inventory, blessed wood from Aya's village. The shipwrights are stunned. They recognize the material as top-notch blessed wood, something they believed was impossible to acquire since the dragon attack on Ears. Immensely grateful, they insist on introducing him to their guildmaster, recognizing that an adventurer with an item box is a treasure. They offer to purchase the wood at a proper market price, ushering him towards the guild. Inside the Adventurers Guild, they meet the guildmaster, who has already heard about the timely wood delivery. He recognizes Rioichi and Coco, revealing that he attended their knighting ceremony after their role in slaying the dragon. He offers to promote Rioichi's adventurer rank to better reflect his proven abilities, but Rioichi humbly insists they are simply adventurers, not nobles. With formalities aside, Helt gets to the purpose of their meeting. He wishes to issue them a designated request. He explains the grave situation. The notorious Black Pirate Fleet, led by a man named Barbarossa, has inflicted tremendous damage upon the Abyssal trading company. A subjugation force under General Gustav was dispatched to deal with them. The pirates, however, were far from a simple band of thugs. Their combat strength rivaled that of the trained royal knights, and they possessed a powerful mage who unleashed large-scale disruption magic, turning the tide of battle. The situation was further complicated when, at the Duke's request, a dragon appeared during the conflict. Helt explains that with General Gustav now returned, it is the perfect time to strike back, and he wants their assistance in the subjugation. Rioichi hesitates, admitting they have reservations about fighting other humans, as their experience lies in hunting monsters. Coco echoes his sentiment, wishing to avoid unnecessary killing, though she concedes that in a true battle they cannot afford to hold back. Helt acknowledges their kind-hearted nature. Understanding their need to consider the request, he suggests they visit Spirit Lake while they are in town. He notes that spirits are particularly fond of kind people like them, especially children. With the sea being too dangerous, Rioichi agrees that a triptych would be a safe and enjoyable outing for the younger members of their party. The children excitedly show off that the toy boats they have crafted and painted for the occasion. Rioichi praises their beautifully colored boats and agrees to float them in the safety of the lake. They soon arrive at the tranquil and expansive Moton's Lake. As they prepare to launch the toy boats, the girls are captivated by the lake's beauty. They jump into the cool water and start messing around, splashing each other like crazy. The experience reminds Coco of her difficult training in an icy river, and the younger girls, now in swimsuits, ask her to teach them how to swim. It seems the swimsuit was a thoughtful gift from Arena, made from leftover fabric. Flustered, Coco dramatically prepares to demonstrate her unique swimming style. Her insane swimming skills are so good that Rioichi is actually left speechless. Yes, after their swim, the idea of a barbecue arises. Rioichi uses his abilities to prepare a feast, the aroma of charcoal-grilled delicacies filling the air. He lays out a spread of grilled squid, corn, and yakisoba. In need of a table, he spots a sturdy stone stand nearby and sets the food upon it. The irresistible smell of soy sauce draws everyone together, ready to eat. But when Rioichi turns back, the food he had just placed on the stand has vanished. Malo stares in shock, crying out that the stand is not a table. A bright light flashes, and the building reveals It's actually the Great Spirit's altar, just as the spirit itself finally shows up right in front of them. The spirit sheepishly admits that the delicious smell was too much to resist, so she manifested her altar to partake. Delighted by the offering, she asks for more, and Rioichi presents her with a box of donuts. Finding the offering wonderful, the Great Spirit decides to grant them her blessing as a reward. Out of nowhere, tiny glowing spirits start popping up all around them, totally drawn in by the blessing. The children are overjoyed, finding the spirits fluffy and cute. The Great Spirit explains that her blessing allows one to contract with spirits of all elements. A power mallow recognizes as a special grant usually reserved for heroes when a demon king appears. Rioichi appraises one of the creatures and is shocked to find its strength rivals that of a dragon. The wind spirit speaks, indignant at being appraised and referred to as a female. Well, as Rioichi apologizes, the spirit muses that receiving a name would be the mark of a contract. Taking note of the lily-like flower ornament on its head, Rioichi thinks of a name. He suggests Lily, a name the spirit finds acceptable. With the name locked in, the deal is sealed, and a spirit gate opens up to let their magic flow straight between them. Meanwhile, back at Kurtport, a lone figure stands on the deck of a ship. A knight approaches, asking what has captured their attention. Oleon Bark reveals that his spirit just gave him a heads up about a brand new spirit mage being born nearby. The knight reacts with urgency, declaring that spirit mages are a valuable asset. She orders us a summons across the entire island to find this individual and make them a comrade. And Oleon looks out at the sea, the word comrades sounding like a distant echo. The knight insists that Oleon is a renowned rank adventurer, and vied by all. But Oleon knows the dark truth about his rank. Those powerful titles are just a sign of how alone he is, because everyone who ever joined his squad has eventually vanished. And within a sun-dappled clearing, smoke rises from the forest floor as Rioichi struggles to his knees, disoriented. His confusion turns into total shock when a tiny white cat with branchy antlers pops onto his shoulder, proving the spirit gate was a total success. The spirit Lily acknowledges that Rioichi has already formed contracts with others and agrees to join him. The other newly contracted spirits, Saori, Kohana, Wirano, and Kakun, celebrate their newfound bond with Rioichi, their joy palpable. Rioichi is taken aback that all four of them accepted him, a testament to their kind and straightforward nature. However, he observes that while the others have warmed to him completely, Lily seems to be more temperamental. Indeed, the cat-like spirit erupts with indignation, demanding a gift for the contract and proclaiming her destiny to become a great spirit. Rioichi placates her by offering a box of donuts, a treat favored by a great spirit they had encountered before. The offering is swiftly accepted, not just by Lily, but by all the smaller spirits who eagerly devour the pastries. The party ends fast when Ma'ala warns them that this contract is way more than just a meal, and their bond is already at its breaking point. And, seizing the opportunity to instruct, Lily explains the fundamentals of their new abilities. A spirit gate has formed within Reiwaki's body, a conduit to the spirit world through which it can appear. All of them are now spirit mages. She explains that his magic gets supercharged through the gate, so spirits can use their own elements for spirit magic. And even if he can't use that power himself, the spirit converts it for him. Lily breaks it down for the squad, explaining that spirits are basically power boosters, but the real strength comes from the bond between the spirit and its user. If they aren't perfectly in sync, their magic is going to be weak and totally miss the mark. While Suri finds it reassuring that simply being friendly enhances their power, Rioichi worries about how to communicate with a spirit that seems to do nothing but sleep and eat. A bit later, Rioichi found some old stone ruins and decided he had to test his new powers right away. He pumps his magic through the spirit gate and tells Lily to snipe a tiny apple with wind magic, and she totally loves the rush as she lets it rip. A powerful wind cutter spell erupts, not only hitting the apple, but slicing clean through the massive stone structure behind it. Rioichi stumbles back, utterly overwhelmed by the destructive force of what should have been a basic spell. The scene shifts to the Kirk branch of the Adventurers Guild, where Rioichi and Sori report to a guild official. He notes with satisfaction that Rioichi managed to contract with a spirit just as he had expected. And, before they can proceed, they are met by a woman who introduces herself as Ollie on Bark, a fellow spirit mage, stating that she and her retinue have been waiting for them. Rioichi is stunned to meet another spirit mage, especially one flanked by heavily armored knights. The guildmaster explains that Ollion's party wishes to speak with them. Suddenly, a knight named Julia steps forward and tells them their timing is both perfect and a total disaster. He unfurls a scroll, revealing an official summons. An edict has been issued, conscripting all spirit mages on Milasar Island for a pirate subjugation mission. Rioichi and Saori are shocked as Julius explains that naval warfare in this region consists of long-range duels between powerful spirit mages. The pirate crew they face possesses formidable mages of their own, capable of creating massive tornadoes and whirlpools, requiring an equal force to oppose them. When Saori asks about the consequences of refusal, the guildmaster grimly informs them their titles will be revoked, and they will be charged with evading military service. With no choice, they board a large vessel, preparing to set sail from the port. On deck, they lament their situation, suspecting the guildmaster of setting them up. For Suri, becoming a fugitive would disgrace her family and prevent her from ever returning home. On the docks below, the younger spirits, exempted from the summons due to their age, wave a tearful goodbye. Julius assures Rioichi that a unit of female knights has been assigned to protect them for giving the order to depart. As the ship cuts through the waves, Oleon explains that the pirates' power is growing unchecked, making them a significant threat. But she reveals that they have clashed with the enemy's spirit mages before. They are highly skilled, and the balance of power is currently even. They desperately need Rioichi's strength to tip the scales. Rioichi expresses his doubts. Admitting they are new to their powers, Bolian senses immense potential within his spirits, assuring him that their power will grow with improved communication. Then, she extends a hand, welcoming him as a reassuring new ally. Oleon remarks that most people fear spirit mages, asking if he feels the same. Her A-rank status as an adventurer dawns on Rioichi, placing her on par with the strongest warriors he knows. Oleon notes that most high-ranking adventurers are difficult to work with, but Rioichi has been friendly and without prejudice. He expresses his relief at finding a reliable ally, hoping to learn more from her. Touched by his sincerity, she smiles warmly. Finally, she insists he drop the formalities and call her Carrie. Their conversation is violently interrupted as the entire ship lurches. A knight screams a warning. An attack from the starboard side. Fire spirit magic engulfs the deck in flames. Another fiery explosion rocks the vessel. Through the smoke, a pirate ship appears, its captain taunting them from the bow. The enemy vessel closes the distance with unnatural speed, their black sails bearing down as they prepare to board. The pirates are already upon them, a tactic that contradicts everything they were told about their enemy's preference for long-range combat. The pirate captain gives the order to attack, his crew swarming the deck. Aboard the pirate ship, a subordinate reports that their own lead spirit mage has vanished, having used teleportation magic to return to port. The captain dismisses it with a sigh, calling the mage a selfish man who finds close combat a drag. He remains unconcerned, certain the mage will eventually get bored and return on his own. Down back at the now distant port, the children are introduced to their new guardian, a junior knight named Faye Ray Malasson. As the knight wisely instructs them to conceal the spirits within their spirit gates to avoid being targeted, they are watched from the shadows. A sinister, cloaked figure observes the three young spirits, entering their power and expressing a desire for them to join his cause. The figure turns the grotesque, tentacled creature atop its staff, low hiss escaping its lips. You think so too, don't you, Kraken? Then, the hooded figure stands menacingly, holding the two terrified girls captive. On the chaotic deck of the ship, the clash of steel rings out as pirates engage in a desperate battle. The pirate captain, Barbarossa, taunts his opponent while you knights were busy with your dragon hunts. We've gathering strength, a surprise attack. You've saved us the trouble of hunting you down. He bellows an order to his crew, directing to focus their attacks on Catherine O'Brien Bark, the kingdom's powerful fire spirit magician. In response, Catherine unleashes her magic, and a violent explosion of dark energy erupts across the deck. As the shadowy flames consume the area, Rioichi cries out her name in alarm. But Catherine emerges from the inferno completely unscathed, a draconic fire spirit at her side. With flames of this level, she asks disdainfully, "Do you think you can reduce me to ashes? Allow me to return the favor." However, she retaliates with a torrent of her own black fire. Rioichi calls out to her, relieved that she is unharmed, but the other sailors stare in terror, whispering that she is a monster. The word strikes her deeply, a pained expression crossing her face. Rioichi tries to comfort her, but the insult brings back bitter memories. Again, she murmurs, "That's what my comrades used to say before they left me." Overwhelmed by the past, she covers her face, questioning her own strength. Elsewhere on the ship, the beastkin warrior Sawari parries a pirate's blade. "That sword snip of yours, I'll take a renowned swordsman of the capitals for an exception, but you're just a Lears." Sawari retorts, "Are you truly pirates? We have a code against laying hands on women and children." The man laughs. "Oh, did that bother you? It'd be a waste to cut down a beauty like you. So Ori narrows her eyes. "I won't rise to such provocations. However, it seems my spirit is quite angry." The pirate's face falls in shock as he realizes she is a spirit magician. A massive white wolf spirit materializes behind her, unleashing a ferocious vortex of wind. The pirates are thrown into chaos, caught in the swirling tornado, as they shout in disbelief that the capital has yet another new spirit magician. Nearby, another group of pirates surrounds Rioichi, surprised to see his small cat-like spirit, marking him as a third magician. Before they can react, he splits into multiple clones, leaving the attackers bewildered. He and his copies press the advantage, engaging the pirates in close combat. But, watching the boys' impressive skills, Captain Barbarossa makes an offer. "You've got some interesting tricks. What do you say? Join my crew. I'll give you a life of freedom, booze, and women. You'll just be used and discarded by the nobles of the capital." But a knight steps between them, his sword raised. "Barbarossa, your opponent is me." "Many," the pirate captain scoffs, dismissing the boy's prosthetic arm. "I have no intention of fighting fair," he growls, revealing a powerful cannon-like weapon. He fires without hesitation, blasting a hole through the deck of the knight's ship. "There's a hole in the hole. We're taking on water." A knight yells in panic. Barbarossa grins. "The knights won't be able to move for a while. All right, boys, let's get out of here." As the pirate vessel pulls away, the heroes can only watch, knowing their own ship is sinking. Suddenly, Marlowe's voice blasts through Rioichi's comms, sounding totally freaked out as he screams that things have gone south and both he and Moa have been kidnapped. The spirit's report is grim. They were utterly defeated by a sinister man wielding a cursed water spirit. Rioichi desperately asks where they were taken, but the device gives no response. His spirit buddy thinks a hardening spell messed with them, making it impossible for anyone to track them down. But Rioichi can still sense the two spirit gates of his companions nearby, and he spots the escaping pirate ship on the horizon. Aboard that Vary's ship, a mysterious black-robed figure confronts Barbarossa. "Oh, what's this? You've already retreated." Barbarossa bristles at the condescending tone. "It's you, disappearing at the most critical moment. We've already given the knights a good scare." The figure finds this boring questioning why he left his enemies alive. He points behind him and says, "Oh, these two? I found them at Kelkport. They're sisters with spirits, and I figured they'd be super useful with a..." There, held in the figure's grasp, are the captive me and Moa. Barbarossa is furious. "They're just kids. Our code is to leave women and children out of it." The robed figure merely sighs. This is so boring. You disappoint me, Barbarossa." The captain whips out his weapon and shouts, "Drop those kids right now, or I'm ending you on the spot." Now, the figure turns dark energy swirling around them. "Are you thinking of fighting me? Fine by me." A pirate tries to yell a warning, but he's too slow, as a dark shadowed tentacle bursts through the deck and skewers him. "Him, you bastard!" His comrades roar in fury, vowing to tear the attacker apart. They charge forward with swords drawn. High up on the mast, the attacker watches as another pirate gets wrecked by a totally invisible force. He mocks that surrounding him is totally useless since he can teleport, so he decides to start breaking his boring toys, beginning with those trashy spirit magicians. They look down at the girls they've captured and think it'd be a total waste to just get rid of them. Out of nowhere, someone drops from the sky and comes flying straight for the deck. The robed attacker looks up in shock from the sky. "You in spirit?" Matt did leap. "Who are you?" "Ooch." An enemy has arrived. Rioichi lands hard on the deck, his spirit forming a protective barrier of wood and vines as he scoops up the two rescued girls, his gaze locked on the foe before him. High atop the ship's rigging, a mysterious hooded figure confronts Rioichi, declaring him an enemy. The attacker suddenly calls him by name, leaving Rioichi totally shocked and demanding to know how he knows him. The figure cruelly explains that they heard the children and the elf priestess crying out his name, apologizing over and over. They mock his good fortune, expressing jealousy at the love he receives. Enraged, Rioichi unleashes as a spinning projectile, a disk of pure energy that slices through the air toward his foe. The attack misses its mark, but slams into the main mast with insane power, snapping the giant wood in half and leaving the crew totally stunned. With things getting way too dangerous, Rioichi decides to save the kids and bail because fighting is a total trap. So he grabs them, tells Lily they're leaving, and uses wind magic to create a path for their escape. But the enemy appears behind them in an instant, their voice dripping with condescension. "Dangerous, you know. Do you really think you can escape?" Before Rioichi can react, a spear of dark energy erupts from his back, impaling him completely. The brutal attack sends a spray of blood across the deck. The figure scoffs at his slowed movements, callously remarking on the dead weight he carries. Rioichi collapses to the deck, gravely wounded. The children rush to his side, crying his name, relieved that they are unharmed but terrified by the extent of his injuries. Despite the blood and pain, he urges them to find a safe place, insisting that he will heal and they shouldn't worry about him. But one of the children clings to him, her voice choked with tears, as she declares that his arms are the safest place in the world. Right then, Captain Barbarossa steps up and shouts to his crew, reminding them all about the legendary pirate code they live by. They do not harm women or children, he declares, and that protection extends to their loved ones. The hooded guy watches from above and clicks his tongue, totally annoyed that some code-breaking jerk just trashed his plan to cause pure chaos. This guy is totally over it, so he starts charging up a massive dark power to end the fight in one shot. This insane magic power blasts out, ready to wreck the whole ship as the guy laughs and screams that the real fun is just getting started. They use a water spirit and push its magic to the absolute limit, summoning a massive, spinning whirlpool right next to the ship. Rioichi, pushing through the agony, moves to intercept another attack. But the bad guy teleports right back in his face, bragging that fighting back is totally useless against his warp magic. With chilling finality, they tell him to stop resisting and simply die, unleashing a flurry of dark projectiles that pierce his body again and again. The gruesome spectacle repeats across the ship as multiple copies of Rioichi are impaled on the rigging. The attacker grows visibly annoyed by his persistence, just as one of the girls desperately tries to reach him through a communication device. Unseen by the enemy, a plan had been set in motion. Kohana, having of the enemy's teleportation, realized it was facilitated by a water spirit, the Kraken, which absorbed its target to move them. The key was to seal the spirit's movements. This guy is getting super annoyed with the fight, so he warns Rioichi that next time they meet, he's going to wipe out his entire family and all his friends. Rioichi is covered in blood, but he's not backing down, grabbing his weapon and snapping that there won't be a next time, which completely catches the enemy off guard. They mock his desperate struggle as he charges forward, easily evading his initial swings. Then, Rioichi closes the distance. He throws a powerful straight punch that connects squarely with the enemy's jaw. The masked guy slams onto the deck, spitting blood, and desperately trying to call his spirit to warp him away, but the Kraken just leaves him hanging. And Rioichi stands over his fallen foe, revealing that they have successfully captured the spirit. With a look absolute resolve, he delivers his final warning. If you dare harm my family or friends, I'm done playing nice, and I'm not holding back anymore. With the cultist leader finally down and bleeding on the deck, the guy just stares at his bloody hands, shaking after being forced to go that far. The fallen man, however, is not yet finished. He struggles to point a finger, his voice filled with disbelief and a dawning, terrible recognition. Damn it. I never thought I'd be pushed this far. Who are you, he rasps, his eyes widening behind the mask. Wait, that black hair and those black eyes. I've seen them before. The cultist gets a flashback of a creepy trip to the Hill of the Dead, a place that used to be a massive kingdom built by a hero with wild magic tools and powers that nobody had ever seen before. The cultist remembers seeing a painting of their founder, King Dorado, a guy from another world, and he looks exactly like the kid standing right in front of him. He tells the famous story of Dorado, a legend based on real life about a hero who crushed an evil sorcerer to save an elf princess. Dorado was an insanely kind king who everyone loved, but the cultist's tone turns venomous, spitting out the parts of the story that were never told. That's where the storybook ends, he sneers. But it's only half the truth. There's no such thing as a perfect person loved by everyone. I absolutely despise people like that. The true history, was far darker. At the very peak of their happiness, with Princess Senri pregnant with their child, King Dorado's personality twisted into something unrecognizable. It was rumored to be a curse left by the sorcerer he had vanquished. Dorado completely snapped and used his insane power to burn his entire kingdom to the ground, wiping out his friends and everyone he ruled in a single night before finally killing his wife, their unborn, The cultist laughs a chilling, unhinged sound. A thrilling story, isn't it? I am a devotee of that fallen, twisted King Dorado. If you are destined to follow his path, I will gladly dedicate myself to you. He then presents a final, horrific ultimatum, a dark magic circle flaring to life around him. Now hurry up and finish me off, otherwise blood will rain down on your sisters aboard the ship from above. The threat is not idle. On the deck of the ship, high above, the pirates and their captives cry out in agony as grotesque spears formed from blood materialize and impale them. Captain Barbarossa is screaming his head off in the middle of the chaos, desperately trying to get those girls to safety. His friends in mortal danger, Rioi's face sets into a grim mask. He says, his voice dangerously low, "If you want the power of darkness that badly, then I'll bury you with advanced dark magic." These creepy skeletal hands made of pure shadow start clawing their way into the world all around him. His spirit companion Lily cries out a desperate warning. "Rioichi, stop. You've been blessed by the spirits, and your power has grown exponentially. Using such powerful magic will have equally powerful repercussions. These wicked beings, they might be what you become if you go too far." "I'm sorry, Lily," he replies, his eyes fixed on his foe. "But without borrowing the power of darkness, I can't cross the line I need to." A maelstrom of shadow, not flame, erupts from his body, shocking the cultists with its sheer intensity. The dark energy explodes outward in a chaotic torrent. Just as Rioichi is about to deliver the final, soul-corrupting blow, a hand firmly grasps his arm. All right, that's enough," a calm female voice says. It's Carrie, one of his companions. "Calm down, Rioichi-kun. If you punch someone like him, your arm will rot, you know." Before the cultist can react, she delivers a swift, powerful kick, sending him sprawling across the deck. Rioichi stares in shock. "Carrie-san, how did you get here?" he asks. "Another companion?" Coco smiles. "We couldn't fly like you, Rioichi-kun," Carrie explains. "So after discussing it with Coco, we used his wind spirit magic to blast us all the way here inside a massive tornado." So Carrie steps forward, a formidable creature materializing behind her. "Leave this one to me," she declares to the terrified cultist. "Don't worry," she says, with a totally cold look. "Kids like you who've never been loved just need a big hug, so I'll hold back just enough to keep you barely alive." A horrific, blood-curdling scream echoes through the air as her creature envelops the man. At that moment, a new ship appears on the horizon. The main fleet of the kingdom, led by General Gustav, has arrived to provide rescue. Back at the now secured Clarkport, the general watches as the pirates are taken into custody, reflecting that he may have lost his edge. The captured pirate captain, Barbarossa, remarks that he never expected the decoy ship to hold such powerful spirit users. General Gustav commends Rioichi's actions, which led to the surrender of the pirates without any casualties among the kingdom's forces, and expresses gratitude for the treatment of his injured men. The rescued girls thank Captain Barbarossa for shielding them during the attack. The pirate captain shares a moment of mutual respect with Rioichi, lamenting that they hadn't met sooner under different circumstances, and jokingly offer him a place on his crew. Barbarossa is then led away in chains, a captive of the kingdom he fought against. Last, Rioichi remarks to the general that the pirates didn't seem entirely villainous. Gustav agrees, explaining that their actions are a symptom of deeper political unrest within the kingdom, retaliation against corrupt nobles in the royal capital. The general states that the capital is in dire need of reform. Recognizing Rioichi's immense contribution, Gustav promises to recommend him for a promotion at the next royal council meeting, seeing him as a new talent who can change the tide of battle. With a promise to meet again and walk the path of reform together, the general departs. As the commotion settles, Milo the elf approaches Rioichi, her head bowed in shame. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I was useless. I promised to protect the others, but I failed and put them in danger." After, Rioichi wordlessly pulls her into hug, startling her. He reassures her, saying he's just glad she's safe. Flustered but resolute, she insists she is fine, and that she would be defeated by this, reminding him that she is his future wife. Despite the victory, the cultists' words continue to haunt Rioichi. The story of King Dorado, another transmigrator who committed unspeakable atrocities, weighs heavily on his mind. He almost asks Maolo about the Elf Kingdom, her homeland, but stops himself, deciding the time isn't right. Coco steps up and lets everyone know that the pirate mess is finally over. The ocean is finally safe for the ferries to return, and Rioichi is blocking out King Dorado's dark vibes to prove he's his own man. Their journey is not over. With renewed purpose, they set sail for the Kokonatsu Islands. Aboard a ship sailing across the open sea, Rioichi is locked in intense sword training. He clashes blades with the A-rank adventurer, Carrie, their movements a blur of steel upon the wooden deck. Carrie complements his natural talent with the sword, a skill that complements his training with the axe. She notes that his remarkable healing ability allows her to fight without restraint, though Rioichi admits he is always thoroughly defeated in their spars. Driven by the memory of his past failures, Rioichi declares his resolve to become stronger, vowing never to put his comrades in danger again. He earnestly asks Kari to train them all inspired by his determination. Irina and Malo also plead for her tutelage, eager to lend their strength to his cause. Delighted by their spirit, Kari accepts the role of mentor. Therefore, with confidence, she promises to forge them into true fighters. Later, during a moment of calm, the group gathers for tea. Irina and Malo appear, unexpectedly dressed in maid outfits. Carrie explains that this is part of their training as spirit mages, a special lesson to enhance their feminine charms. The girls protest, insisting they want to focus on battle training, but Carrie reveals this is essential for their spiritual growth. Both, she elaborates that sharing quiet moments, eating, talking, and laughing with one's spirit deepens their bond and can lead to the advanced state of spirit-human unity. Irina questions if this unity allows them to transform, but Carrie clarifies it is a difficult skill to master. Rioichi considers the possibility of merging with his own spirit lily. While the others are engrossed in their training, Mahalo succumbs to severe seasickness, feeling utterly miserable amidst their lively conversation. She offers Rioichi some anti-sea sickness medicine she had prepared, her own spirit looking just as unwell. Well, elsewhere on the deck, Milo tells Coco she is thoughtful and would make a wonderful wife someday. Coco deflects the compliment, claiming that no one would want a woman so dedicated to the way of the sword. And Rioichi overhears and disagrees, reminding her how beautiful she looked during the ennoblement ceremony and assuring her she must have many suitors. Coco gets totally flustered and tells him to just take her, demanding he stop being so formal and finally call her by her name. Carrie and the other girls watch with excitement, misinterpreting the exchange as a love confession. Rioichi totally gets her wrong and agrees they should sign up as an official team before they reach the new country so he can legally protect them all. Coco looks at him fondly, explaining that after so long, wandering alone in search of strength, being with him and the others has taught her that companionship is the true source of power. However, this declaration unseats Malo's jealousy, who clutches Rioichi and proclaims herself his first wife. Flustered, Rioichi denies any talk of lovers or wives, admitting only that the embarrassing moment distracted him from his own nausea. Coco agrees, though she confesses to feeling a wave of sentimentality as they draw closer to her homeland. Before long, land finally pops up on the horizon, and Irina is totally hyped as she points toward the islands from her spot on Rioichi's shoulders. Coco explains that this is the Kokonotsu Archipelago, a chain of 10 islands. Her home is Ishigu Island, but their current destination is the capital, Sungu Island. Their ship glides into Makuni Port, a settlement marked by distinct traditional architecture. As soon as they hit land, the group went to find a place to stay so Mahalo could finally recover from her brutal seasickness. They arrive at a dignified inn called Sengoku Te. The proprietress, Miyabi, greets them and requests they remove their shoes, accustomed unfamiliar to the younger members of the party. As Miyabi leads them to their room, she notes that Rioichi seems accustomed to their ways, unlike most visitors from the mainland. The peony room is serene, with woven tatami mats, low tables and cushions called zabuton. Irina is totally blown away by the super smooth grass, while Rioichi notices that everything here feels just like his old home back in Japan. Miyabi serves them some tea and starts asking all about their journey. Rioichi explains that they are escorting Coco back to her family home on Ichigo Island. Miyabi's face totally changes when she hears where they're going, and she warns them that Ishigu Island is locked down tight because a massive samurai family is fighting over who gets to be the next boss. The vibe in the room gets super heavy as Rioichi starts wondering if Coco's family is actually behind all this drama. Thus, seeing their concern, Coco decides to reveal her family's circumstances. Her father, Toshiaki, serves the ruling family of the island and has 2 wives. So, his first wife had 3 sons, but his second wife, who was actually a concubine, had 3 daughters, and Coco was one of them. Although her father treated all his children equally, tensions always simmered between the 2 households due to their differing status. The presumed heir is her eldest brother, Sato, a man of great talent and charisma. Her third brother, Korao, has been her rival in swordsmanship since childhood, while she looked up to her more scholarly second brother. Their conversation is interrupted when Miyabi returns with yukatas, suggesting they enjoy the inn's hot springs. However, Kerry remains wary, advising that they stay alert given the troubling news about Ishigu Island. And later in the men's hot spring, Rioichi is surprised to find himself bathing with Carrie, whose muscular physique he had mistaken for a woman's. They are joined by another man, who introduces himself as Sujitani Motonari, a diplomat serving in the royal capital. Sujitani recognizes Rioichi's name, Ishikawa, connecting him to the widely discussed feat of defeating a dragon. Declaring their meeting to be fate, he invites the entire party to dinner at a restaurant, an offer Rioichi accepts. In the women's bath, the girls soak in the restorative waters. Rioichi shouts from the other side of the wall, letting them know the diplomat just sent an invitation. The girls excitedly discuss what to wear, though Coco expresses concern over the high cost of a formal kimono. No, a single outfit could cost 50 gold coins, a sum that shocks Marlowe. Carrie observes the scene with a thoughtful expression. Soon after, Irina, Malo, and the elf girl emerge, beautifully dressed in colorful yukatas. They eagerly ask for Rioichi's opinion, joined by Coco, who also wears an elegant kimono. Struck by their appearance, Rioichi makes a swift decision. He will buy all the outfits for them. The bill hits 150 gold coins, but he doesn't even sweat it because he's loaded with quest rewards and can just sell his extra loot if he needs more cash. At dinner, Sujitani treats them to a lavish meal. Rioichi thanks him, mentioning his companion's harrowing ordeal with pirates. Sujitani's face goes totally serious as he tells Coco he's sorry finally revealing the real reason he's there. He's got to settle the massive fight over who's taking over next. He confirms the conflict is within the Gabel Diaz family, Coco's family, who are retainers to the island's deputy governors. Coco is stunned, having received no word from her family. Sujitani delivers the grim news. 2 months ago, just before the succession ceremony, both her eldest brother Sayero and her father Toshiaki suddenly collapsed. Everyone thought it was poison at first, but they couldn't find a single trace of it. Their health has been failing ever since, and doctors predict they have less than a month to live. In their absence, the second and third sons have begun a bitter feud, tearing the family apart. Sujitani offers to escort her to Ichigo Island on a warship the following morning. Overwhelmed with grief and shock, Coco sinks to her knees, humbly accepting his aid. Rioichi and the others rush to support her as she trembles. He reassures them all that he will help. Leaning on him for support, Coco whispers in anguish, questioning how things could have come to this. Meanwhile, on a distant shore, 2 of Coco's brothers, Karao and Masato, stand in confrontation. Masato calls out Kurao for poisoning their dad and brother, but Kurao totally flips out and says it's a lie. With cold disappointment, Masato declares that killing one's own family is a crime of the highest order. His brother draws his sword, stating he has no choice but to cut him down. One brother pulls his sword and starts talking trash, mocking him for acting tough when he used to be a total crybaby who needed his sister to save him. But Coco doesn't flinch, and she looks him dead in the eye and says she's not the same person anymore, so if her brother has an explanation, she's all ears. Brother, his expression hardens with grim resolve. I have no excuses to make. After all, I'm about to become a brother who kills his younger siblings. Coco accepts the dire stakes. I'm prepared to carry the burden for the rest of my life. The sin of killing my older brother. They're done talking as they stare each other down on the windy cliff, ready to finally settle the score. With a final cry, they charge, their swords meeting in a flash of steel, determined to resolve their conflict fair and square. Next, the crew pulls up to Gabildia's place on Ishigu Island. Their presence causes a stir among the retainers, who are shocked to see that Lady Coco has returned. Coco asks her friends to tag along, admitting that having them there makes her feel a whole lot better. An old servant welcomes her back and leads her straight to the master of the house. They walk into a dark room where a super weak guy is lying in bed, and he's totally annoyed that everyone just barged in so rudely. "Father, I have returned," Coco exclaims. He looks upon her and her companions, his eyes lingering on the young man with black hair. "Coco, you've brought intriguing man," her father rasps, a strange light entering his eyes. "I sense immeasurable strength in him." His words are cut short as he is seized by a violent coughing fit, spitting up a shocking amount of blood. Coco cries out in alarm, immediately ordering her elven friend Milo to administer healing magic. But as Ma'alo starts checking him over, she finds something super creepy. A ton of high-level healing spells were already used on him, but they didn't work at all. She spots a masked priest just standing there in the corner, looking totally silent and stone-faced. It is clear that powerful rituals have already been performed, yet the man's life hangs by a thread. Head, a woman explains that a high-ranking priest has done all that is possible. The family head, as well as the eldest brother, Seiro, are being kept alive by these measures alone, and must be left in absolute rest. Forced to leave the room, the group is confronted by the grim reality of the situation. Coco asks an attendant about her mother, Lady Manaka, who was not in her father's room. The attendant hesitantly reveals that under the orders of a Lady Shuno, her mother has been placed under house arrest in a separate residence. Coco rushes to her mother's side, horrified by the cruel treatment. Lady Manaka explains the dark political maneuvering that has gripped their family. Lady Chuno is pushing for Kureo to become the next head, fracturing the fans' loyalty and subverting the traditional line of succession. As a result of speaking out against this infighting, Lady Manada herself was framed for conspiring to poison her husband. Enraged, Coco vows to prove her mother's innocence, but her mother knows the accusation is merely a pretext for Lady Chuno to remove a perceived nuisance. Distraught, Coco asks about her kind brother Kuro, who has been missing since the incident began. As if summoned, a heavily wounded and blood-soaked Karo stumbles into view. Coco is horrified by his condition, questioning why he would return at such a perilous time. Kureo delivers a shocking revelation. The mastermind behind the family's ruin is their second brother, Masato. He claims Masato is responsible for his injuries and that this truth will clear their mother's name. He turns to Rioichi and warns him to grab Coco and her mum and get off the island right now. Coco hits the floor in total shock, refusing to believe her good-hearted brother could actually do something this messed up. Right as the sadness sets in, Rioi feels a super dangerous vibe, and the crazy smell of blood hits him hard. Two young girls suddenly leap from the shadows, blades drawn, accusing him of causing Lady Coco's tears. They attack without warning. Rioichi expertly parries their swift, coordinated strikes. Though their swordsmanship is impressive, his training allows him to read their movements easily. Unwilling to harm them, he resolves the situation differently. He summons a small tornado, disarming and incapacitating the assailants without injury. Their mother appears moments later, apologizing for her daughter's rash behavior. The twin girls formally bow, expressing their deep regret for attacking a guest of Lady Coco. Rioichi observes them, marveling at their identical appearance and reflecting on how far his own abilities have come. Seeing his insane power gets Coco totally fired up to go find her brother Kuro. Guards suddenly block her path and tell her that Lady Chuno gave a direct order. She's not allowed to leave the annex. Coco is totally stunned when it hits her. She's literally a prisoner in her own house. Back at the house, things are falling apart fast, and the crew realizes they're totally trapped. Maiolo confirms that the Patriarch's condition is not a curse, but a state of unconed consciousness that advanced healing magic cannot penetrate. With all his normal tricks failing, Rioichi turns to his high-tech magic tool for a way out. Michen says it can figure out exactly what's wrong, but it needs a medical upgrade kit installed first. It displays a map, highlighting a set of ancient ruins on nearby Hachigu Island as the nearest source for the necessary component. Rioichi announces their new objective. They will travel to Hachigu Island and find a cure for Coco's family. He admits it may be a long shot, but he is willing to bet on the unknown potential of Michan's ancient technology. His determination pierces through Coco's despair, giving her a new sense of purpose. She looks to him, declaring that he and his companions are now her only hope. The party arrives at the ruins, a crumbling fortress guarded by stone beasts. Mikan analyzes the site, identifying it as an ancient mining facility. However, it reports that the true facility they seek is not here, but hidden deep within the island's mountains. The device points them straight to a hidden lab filled with upgrade gear and maybe even Michan's own artificial body. Mikan explains that the medical kit needs a memory upgrade to work, but the only way to do it is by using a real physical body. The mission has become critically clear. They must find the hidden facility and retrieve the body to have any chance of saving Coco's family from the brink of collapse. The massive armored vehicle smashes through the last barrier, tearing into the abandoned structure. Everyone is crammed inside because the seats were ripped out to fit the crowd, and it makes our hero think back to when it was just the two of them mining for magic ore. Now the whole squad is squished inside a magic machine that's way more high-tech than anything you'd find in the capital. The mention of the triangular Magitech company surprises him. He is shocked to learn that the ancient trade association still exists in some form. Their ride blasts into a massive, pitch-black underground tunnel, and the sound of them crashing in echoes everywhere. They have discovered it, a massive research facility hidden deep within the mountains. But the entire complex is shrouded in an unnatural silence, devoid of any electricity or magic power, despite its immense size suggesting it should have its own power system. The AI scans the map and spots a backup magic generator way down on the third basement floor, making it their very first target. They head down the dark stairs on foot, their lanterns casting creepy shadows while the heavy silence makes it feel like something could jump out at any second. But one of the companions questions why such a place would be left to ruin when its parent company is still active in the capital. He reveals that the current Magitech group is a total joke compared to the past, acting like a basic shop that sells old junk from ruins because they don't even know how to fix anything anymore. This ancient tech gets even more confusing the moment they finally hit the third basement floor. Right in front of them sits the emergency magic generator, a super complex machine that's completely silent. Confident in his abilities, Rioichi proclaims that repairing machinery is his specialty. He possesses a technical manual from the company and begins his work, though Mikshin warns him that activating the generator with damaged wiring could be dangerous. He carefully takes the whole thing apart piece by piece, swaps the broken part for a fresh one from his stash, and he's totally locked in. Everyone else is just staring with their jaws dropped, totally stunned by how easily he handles that super complicated magic gear. With one last tweak, the generator screams to life and a robotic voice echoes through the room, confirming the new boss is registered and the system is finally rebooting. The lights blast back on as magic fills the halls, and with Rioichi now in control, he shuts down the security so they can sprint to the fourth floor and find those medical supplies. They walk into the massive Onya product vault, where huge shelves reach way up into the shadows, packed with endless containers. The chamber is perfectly preserved, almost spotless, but the sheer volume of products makes finding one specific item a daunting task. However, it feels a shortcut. If her terminal can sync with the artificial humanoid stored here, she can install all the necessary data directly. She leads them right to a massive armored door where the android is being hidden. Within lies a stasis pod, and suspended inside is the inert form of a female android. As Rioichi stares in disbelief, Michen's terminal begins the synchronization process. His friends are totally losing it, and one even asks if he's adding this gorgeous android to his massive list of future brides. The android is totally still, like she's been waiting her whole life for this exact moment. The sync finishes, and her eyes snap open. Then she steps out of the hissing pod and pulls Rioichi into a hug, introducing herself as Hiyori Onyomi and saying she needs to hold him to keep her systems from glitching out. Just by touching him, she's already scanned every single detail about her new master's body. This naked android just pops up out of nowhere, making one of the elves totally freak out and scream at her to put some clothes on right now. Hiyori casually asks her master what he wants her to wear, since her special streetwear can literally shapeshift into any design he shows her. She starts rapid-firing through her saved outfits, flashing from a bunny suit to a shrine maiden look and then a school uniform. The whole squad is left speechless, except for the elf, who starts freaking out over the spicy choices. The scene shifts far away, to the shores of Ichigo Island under the cloak of night. Mimi and her friend are two young bee-skin zooming through the thick forest. They're bragging about their easy escape after knocking their mum out with sleeping powder, but they seriously can't afford to get caught now. They follow a trail of blood through the grass, and it's a mix of their brother Korao's blood and Masato's. Everyone is freaking out because Kuro was spotted soaked in blood, and they're sure Masato, the guy who did it, has to be seriously hurt too. Mimi defends Masato, admitting his many flaws, but insisting he is not an evil person. Inside the Gabertius mansion, their mum is totally shocked to see Kuro up and moving after he just came home in such a wrecked state. Kurao drops some heavy news, forget about catching Masato because he's already dead. Said the cause of death was his own cursed blade, Sasafun, which appears to have claimed his arm and his life. The family elders are standing there with their jaws on the floor. They realize the weapon is the legendary fourth Satokane, a cursed sword that brings straight-up disaster to anyone who uses it. The mum claims the cursed sword drove Masato to do those evil things, and now his whole crew and everyone who backed him are gonna pay for it. Kurao jumps in and tells them to wait, warning that attacking a huge group just on a hunch would start a massive war within the family. His mum finally gives in, admitting that everyone is obsessed with Lady Manaka from Masato's crew, and she even asks him for some advice. Kurao proposes a swift, decisive action. Exile Lady Manaka and her daughters from the family in the islands, but under generous conditions that frame the departure as their own choice. His face is a total blank, leaving everyone wondering if he's actually protecting his family or just following his own secret plan. Now that all the upgrades are finally installed, a medkit pops up out of nowhere for him to grab. Rioichi is now registered as the facility's administrator, its new owner. He questions the lax security that allowed them to accomplish their objectives so easily, only to learn that the system had been completely reset. The two spirits are thrilled at the prospect of a massive legacy, imagining an endless supply of delicious food, while Mitchin notes the less appealing reality of centuries-old rations and canned goods. But this facility holds far more than simple supplies. It contains an armory, an ammunition depot, and a hangar filled with military-grade, magic-powered exosuits. One of the little spirits looks over at Rioichi and innocently asks him what a weapon even is. He's totally crushed by what he just found. These are weapons so crazy they could take on the entire world, and he knows there's no way he can handle this much power by himself. He and Mikshin both know this insane power is a total disaster that ruins anyone who uses it, so they've got to make sure the wrong people never get their hands on it. Yes, Rioichi makes a decision. They will seal this place. He asks Michin if she can restore the original security systems, and she confirms that it is possible. She's got this insane defense plan ready, using giant lion-shaped golems, high-tech power suits, and heavy weapons. But the real kicker is a self-destruct button that'll blow the whole place to pieces if anyone breaks in. Rioichi is taken aback by the extreme nature of the proposal, realizing the situation had escalated far beyond his initial intentions. Late that night, Lady Shuno shows up at the estate out of nowhere, but an old man stops her and asks why she's there, since Mimi and Mime haven't even broken their taboo yet. Lady Manaka instructs her daughter Coco to check on the girls, but Chuno stops her, stating it isn't necessary. Shuno drops the bombshell that Masato is dead, leaving Coco completely frozen and speechless. Chuno explains that through Kurao's efforts, Masato was exposed as the one who attempted to poison Lord Toshiaki. As a result, Manakas, who had shielded him, have been deemed accomplices and are now officially disowned by the Gebadeus clan. The word disowned shatters Manaka's composure, and she collapses in anguish. Shuno observes her reaction, noting that as a special concession, Manaka will be spared further punishment. Manaka stands up through her tears and gets right in her face, asking how she can't be sad about Masato's death or if she's even a real mom anymore. But Shuno just says that while she's mourning, Her main job is still protecting Lord Toshiyaki's house. Manaka pleads, reminding Shuno that Toshiyaki still lives and that such a harsh measure is not yet necessary. Memory, she begs for one chance to see him, a request Shuno grants as an act of mercy. Though she makes it clear this does not absolve them of suspicion. Overwhelmed by the turn of events, Coco feels her grip on reality slipping. She sprints to find Mimi and Mimi, but their beds are empty and someone replaced them with wooden logs. They're totally gone. Way past the estate on the coast of Ishigu Island, the two girls start checking out a super dark cave. Mimi expresses her fear of ghosts, a sentiment her sister dismisses. This meme playfully frightens her, pretending a monster lurks behind them, causing Mimi to scream in terror. In an attempt at payback, Mimi puts on a frightening face, but Meme is unfazed, remarking that real monsters are far scarier than ghosts. Her words prove prophetic, as a bloodied, monstrous figure appears from the darkness and attacks, its claws tearing into Meme's flesh. At the to undock, a ship arrives. Rioichi and his crew are back, and they're not stopping until they find Coco and figure out what's actually going on. Their path is immediately blocked by a group of black-clad ninjas who order the mainlanders to leave the island at once. This, recognizing the threat, Rioichi stands his ground, but the ninjas have no intention of negotiating. One produces an explosive device. A flashbang detonates, engulfing the party in blinding light and smoke. Through the haze, an assassin lunges for Rioichi, sword raised to strike. "Your life is mine," he snarls, as Rioichi desperately urges his companions to flee. But before the blade can land, Michin intercepts with a devastating kick that sends the ninja flying. The attacker is stunned, questioning how she was unaffected by the blinding light. Another of Ryoaki's guardians, Mi, steps forward, staff in hand, declaring her intent to suppress any who would harm her master. Here, she unleashes a torrent of energy, binding the ninjas in crackling chains. Elsewhere, another assassin falls defeated. His opponent, a totally chill girl with a dragon on her shoulder, says the bright light blinded her, but she didn't even need to get involved. Inspecting the defeated foe, she senses no life within them, concluding they are mere puppets carrying out orders, manipulated by a hidden hand in this escalating family dispute. Back in the main house, Lord Toshiyaki lies unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. The doctor declares that tonight will be the turning point, as Manaka was over him, heartbroken. Shuno enters, presenting them with a chest overflowing with gold payment for their banishment. Island, she frames it as an act of mercy, a chance to leave the island and begin a new life elsewhere. But Manaka refuses. She recognizes it for what it is, severance money. With fierce resolve, she declares her unwavering loyalty to the Gabadia's family and her dedication to Toshiyaki's household. She will not be banished. Despite the mistreatment she has endured, she vows to clear her son Masato's name, her devotion shocking Kurao. He questions her resolve, reminding her that for one of her current style training, banishment is a fate worse than death. Their tense exchange is interrupted as a servant bursts in with dire news. Toshiyaki's condition has suddenly worsened. The Lord violently coughs up blood, sending the room into a panic. A masked high priest begins to chant, weaving a spell over the dying man. The air crackles with magical energy. Suddenly, priest is struck by an unseen force, an attack from outside the room. Mo stands in the doorway, staff aimed. Shuno decries her actions as barbaric, but Mo calmly insists it was not an attack spell. Rioichi and the others enter. He explains that Moa cast a purification spell, holy water, to counter the priest's magic. Using his divine appraisal, he saw the truth. The high priest was using his staff as a decoy, secretly casting a deadly attack spell disguised as a healing ritual. The priest's mask shatters, and his body dissolves into black dust, identical to the soulless ninjas they fought at the dock. The high priest was an undead revenant. Now, with the formidable fighter Michin on their side, Rioichi declares they will uncover the full truth behind this conspiracy. The high priest's body contorts violently, wreathed in a sinister black ore as his form twists into something monstrous. "You've done it now," he snarls, his voice a corrupted rasp as he lunges. "You accursed elf." The elf shrieks in terror, calling out for help, but before the creature can reach her, Wirren intercepts the attack, her blade clashing against its claws. For a revenant, she observes with grim focus, "You've got some brute strength." With realizing this foe is on an entirely different level from the last, Wirren knows she must get serious. Closing her eyes, she offers a silent prayer. "O revered god of tailoring, Momos, I humbly entreat you. Grant me the noble power I seek." A brilliant light erupts from her as she summons a sacred artifact. In a flash, her attire transforms, and in her hand materializes the divine needle sword, rapier. However, the elf watches in awe as Wirren explains that this power is a trump card, a gift only wielded by those greatly blessed by the gods. However, its power is fleeting. "I can't manifest it for very long," Wirren declares, her gaze locked on the target. "I'll finish this in a single strike." With a powerful thrust, she unleashes her technique, Crimson Virtue Law, first form, piercing the revenant straight through its chest in a spray of black blood. Masato can only stare in disbelief at the raw power of a sacred artifact. The elf screams that Wirren is a murderer, but she just stays chill and explains that her sword is a guaranteed one-hit kill, so she had to go all out. However, suddenly, the doors slide open and a stern woman flanked by guards points an accusing finger. "What have you done to the high priest? Arrest that mainlander." The group finds themselves surrounded, their escape cut off by drawn katanas. Masato steps forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation. "Wait, that high priest is a revenant. She's here to save the master." Lady Chuho shuts him up and reveals the high priest is the real villain, asking how he can still trust that monster or believe he's some kind of holy spirit after seeing his... She then turns to one of her men. "Brother Quarao, can you tell us more about the high priest?" Next, Kurao explains that he met the man during warriors' training at the Hill of the Revenant, and unaware of his true nature, invited him into their home. Their discussion is cut short by Kokos Urgent, pleading to examine the master, whose condition is critical. As they try to proceed, Lady Chuhu blocks their path, refusing to entrust Lord Toshiyaki's life to an unknown outsider, but a screen door is suddenly kicked from its frame. A scarred, one-armed warrior appears in the doorway. "Still as noisy as ever, you old hag," he says, glaring at Lady Chuhu. "You're the one who brought in the suspicious outsider in the first place." The family members recognize him in shock. It's Masato. He ignores their surprise, ordering them to forget everything else and focus on healing his father. The small Gollum, now in a nurse's outfit, begins the medical check. Her diagnosis is swift, a type of magically induced shock. She realizes he's totally drained because someone's been hitting him with non-stop magic attacks from the outside. This confirms Masato's fears. The high priest was the cause. The Golem elaborates that it is a curse born of ancient magic, one that lingers even after the caster's death. She declares that she can remove it, but it will require an immense amount of magical power. She converts a dispelling formula into an ancient magic spell, deeming Lady Malo the most suitable caster. With a surge of energy, the spell is cast. Dispel. "Well," Lord Toshiyaki stirs, his eyes fluttering open as he feels a weight lift from his body. His children cry out his name in relief. The surrounding guards erupt in celebration, hailing his awakening as a miracle. The Golem confirms the treatment was a success, but offers a sobering reminder of the sacrifices made, before announcing that the eldest brother, Zero, is next. Then, another huge blast of magic-canceling energy booms from the room next door. Zero awakens, the horrifying feeling of his body being eaten away, now gone. He embraces his wife, Mikako, reassuring her. Noticing Coco and her companions, he asks who they are. With tears of gratitude, Coco explains that they are her irreplaceable friends who risked everything to save their family. Masato turns to his mother, Lady Chu-Hu, his expression unyielding. "Hey, Mother, what are you standing around for? Why don't you go apologize to Coco and her companions on your knees?" She stares, finally processing that he is alive. He recounts his ordeal losing an arm, falling from a cliff into the sea, but ultimately surviving. Believing he has returned for vengeance, she resigns herself to her fate. "You came back to kill me, didn't you? Go on, cut me down quickly. If it's you who kills me, I'll have no regrets." Her sudden meekness catches him off guard. "What the hell are you saying? I don't kill women?" He scoffs, annoyed. Tears well in her eyes as she whispers, "I'm happy that you're alive." But Masato is not finished. "The incident isn't over yet," he says, turning away from her. "If you're gonna bow your head to me, at least thank them for what they've done." His gaze then falls upon Kurao, the man who brought the Revenant into their home. The warrior and his masked subordinates stand ready, the tension in the room far from resolved. With eyes closed in solemn prayer, a lone figure stands against a clouded sky, seeking guidance or perhaps forgiveness for what is to come. Inside the estate, Jinjuru confronts Masato, his voice low with resolve. He vows to repay the debt he owes for past events. However, before blades can be drawn again, a young voice cries out, pleading for the fighting to stop. Jinjuru dismisses the plea, insisting the conflict is far from over. He gestures to the stump where his left arm used to be, declaring it proof that the true mastermind has yet to be exposed. He reveals that the weapon which dismembered him was the infamous phantom blade, Sasafuni, a cursed sword of remarkable sharpness. The revelation sends a shockwave of disbelief through the onlookers. With his remaining hand, Jinjuru points his own blade at his brother, Kurao, leveling a grave accusation. Kurao not tried to kill him, but also committed patricide, attempting to frame Jinjuru for the heinous crimes. Masato and his squad are frozen in shock as their big plan completely falls apart, and he's totally losing it because he can't figure out how his ancient magic actually failed. Kurao's composure shatters, his face contorting with rage as he glares at the outsiders, blaming their interference for derailing his scheme. He lunges, but Jinjuru intercepts him, their swords clashing with a deafening shriek of steel. "Where the hell are you looking?" Jinjuru taunts. "Your opponent is me." The force of their impact reverberates through the courtyard. As they fight, Kurao reflects on his own hesitation. He realizes he had a chance to strike a vital point earlier, but held back a weakness he now intends to sever completely. He suddenly shifts into an unfamiliar stance, a move that causes Jinjiro's eyes to widen in an alarm. Kurao gets totally locked in as he prepares to drop his secret ultimate move. He calls out its name. Kurenryu's secret technique, Violet Lightning Lotus Slash. The attack is a blur of impossible speed and overwhelming power, striking Jinjiro with such force that he is sent flying backward, blood erupting from his chest. Jinjiro stumbles back in shock, finally realizing his brother is a total stranger now, and that losing his arm definitely wasn't just a fluke. The energy from the blow dissipates across the landscape, causing a violent eruption in a nearby river. However, standing over his fallen brother, Kurao declares the fight over, noting that Jinjiro's broken sword marks his end. The scene shifts to a memory, a time when a younger Koko faced Kuro on a training ground. She begs Kuro to wake up, asking why he's doing this when he was such a sweet and gentle brother back when they were little. But Kuro bitterly retorted that someone like her, a woman blessed with a natural talent for the sword, could never understand. In their meritocratic family, he was always alone. He knew that many resented the favoritism she was shown, while he was seen as weak. In another memory, Coco discovers Kuro's research mercilessly destroyed. He warns her to stay away, but she refuses, offering to become his sparring partner to help him grow stronger for the upcoming Gozen Shiai. Kuro recalls the pain of his youth, believing his father never cared for him, viewing him as pathetic compared to his more skilled brothers. From that day forward, he and Coco trained in secret, a time he now remembers as his happiest memory. The day of the Gozen Shiai arrived. Kuro, against all odds, defeated a high-ranked opponent much larger than himself. It was the day of his first victory, but also the day he first took a life. His mother tried to console him, assuring him it was a fatal accident and that he wouldn't be countable. But racked with guilt, he visited his opponent's family. He was horrified to find them in tragic poverty, now having lost their only son in what he learned was a rigid match. Such a terrible rumor began to circulate that Lord Chuno had bribed officials to ensure his incompetent son would win. Whether it was true or not no longer mattered. The accusation shattered him. Cursing his own weakness and lack of talent, he turned his studies toward forbidden power. However, his research led him to the Hill of the Departed, where he encountered an overwhelmingly powerful, dark being. He was utterly crushed, but instead of finishing him, the entity made an offer. It would grant him immense power, but in exchange for a great and terrible price. Back in the present, Coco realizes the horrifying truth. So that's why you tried to seize the estate, Shigas? You were planning to offer up the Geburdia's family? Kuro confirms her fears, a sinister aura emanating from him as he states that it is now too late to stop him. He reveals that the dark being's undead subordinates are already surrounding the estate, poised to attack. He declares his final intention. He will sever his ties with her and become a true demon of war, whether she is controlled while alive or turned into one of them. As Kuro moves to strike Coco down, Masato throws himself in the path of the blade, taking the full force of the blow. Coughing up blood, Masato grabs Kuro's arm, questioning his betrayal. You told me to take Coco and leave. Didn't that mean you wanted me to protect her life? Kuro coldly replies that he cannot turn back now, he must sever his past to obtain greater power. No, Masato cries out. The moment you can't truly turn back is when you cut down Coco. Despite his grievous wound, he forces himself to his feet, placing himself between the siblings. I won't let you kill Coco. I'll be your opponent. Under the full moon, a fierce battle rages. Atop a damaged estate, the two combatants splattered with blood. The clash of the building in ruins. Onlookers watch with grave concern. One of their own, Masato, is injured, yet he pushes himself to continue the fight. They are stunned that the mainlander, Kuro, can hold his own against their swordsman, whose skills are second to none. The night air rings with the sound of striking steel as the two warriors exchange a flurry of blows. Kuro blocks a powerful swing, but receives a deep gash on his arm for his efforts. A voice cries out, warning Rioichi that the Kurenryu swordsman's one-hit kill technique is far too dangerous. She reminds him that while his healing abilities are exceptional, he is not immortal, and that his opponent's instant kill skills put him at a severe disadvantage in close quarters. Despite the warning, Rioichi remains confident, believing his god-tier regeneration skill will grant him the advantage. He unleashes his own special art, the god-tier clone technique. Like Multiple copies of himself materialize and leap into the air. Axe is raised high, much to his opponent's surprise. The clones descend in a coordinated attack, their strike culminating in a massive explosion that kicks up a thick cloud of dust. A voice from within the smoke asked, "Did we get him?" Him. But as the dust clears, the swordsman is revealed standing unharmed on a nearby rooftop, having completely evaded the assault. The spectating girl is shocked, realizing his phantom blade, Sasafuni, must have negated the wind magic entirely. The swordsman acknowledges the power of the attack and coolly states that he shall respond in kind. Impressed by the cloning technique, he rushes forward, unleashing his own version of the skill. In an instant, several shadow clones appear, surrounding Rioichi. Rioichi is stunned, realizing his foe is using the same technique. He quickly understands these are not mere after-images. Their speed is incredible. Before he can react, one of the clones cuts clean through his torso, sending a spray of blood into the air. There, his companions cry out his name in horror. Yet, a calm voice interjects, stating that interrupting a man's serious duel is rude and that the fight is far from over. Rioichi is struck again. He grits his teeth, realizing the clones possess physical bodies. If that is the case, he resolves, he will simply have to cut them all down. An observer notes the insane speed of the assault, realizing that even a long-range battle is now a disadvantage, as Rioichi's clones are taken out one by one. The swordsman's skill is overwhelming. Identifying the real one, Rioichi desperately tells his allies to run. The swordsman unleashes as a blast of wind magic, trapping Rioichi and cutting off any chance of escape. The attack lands, severing Rioichi's leg at the knee. He collapses, stunned and immobilized by the sudden injury. He struggles to focus, knowing he must regenerate quickly with his divine power. The swordsman approaches his fallen opponent, noting that the real body heals faster. He remarks that he has seen this clone technique before, used by the one who slew the dragon, and that the head of the dragon slayer will be pleased. "Who exactly is this one you speak of?" Rioichi demands. The swordsman replies that to him. They are beings who surpass even the gods. Saints, they are the ones who seek revenge against the gods themselves. He elaborates, revealing that their plan to remake the world is already in motion, and that taking control of House Gebertius is merely the first step. Enraged, Rioichi shouts, "Don't be ridiculous! Are you saying you sacrificed your family and made Coco suffer for a demon lord?" As he speaks, his severed leg fully regenerates, shocking the swordsman. "This regenerative power," Rioichi declares, "was given to me by the gods to protect what is precious from beings you." He reaffirms that it is a gift from the gods. Believing the tide has turned, Rioichi charges, but his opponent is unfazed. In the next instant, Rioichi freezes. A blade has materialized directly in his chest. His consciousness begins to fade as he looks down in disbelief. The phantom blade, Sasafun, is lodged deep in his heart. Across from him, the swordsman holds his own blade, having performed a single, devastating thrust. "But even I can use telekinesis at this level," the swordsman explains calmly. "No matter how extraordinary your regeneration is, a single thrust to the heart, an instant kill to a vital point, is unavoidable." Rioichi collapses face down in the dirt, lifeless. His friends can only watch, crying out his name in anguish. Elsewhere, an elven girl weeps, wondering where her friends have gone. Her stoic companion looks on. McKinnon admits her failure, lamenting that she should have intervened sooner. The victorious swordsman stands over the body, declaring that such a warrior's failure will likely be overlooked. He raises his blade, preparing to take Rioichi's head, so he may rise again as an undead and swear loyalty to that one. But he is interrupted. Two small children suddenly appear, standing between him and his prize. They are not alone. a host of allies has gathered behind them. Them, the swordsman scoffs. What are you trying to do? That one is already dead. Do you think I won't cut down children? The two children holding small, ferocious-looking creatures stand their ground. No, I won't let you hurt Rioichi anymore, one of them declares, her voice filled with newfound resolve. I'm really angry now. Now, horrified by the sight of the duel, the young warrior rushes forward, determined to separate the combatants before it's too late. But as she closes the distance, she is suddenly struck by an immense and inexplicable pressure of wind, halting her in her tracks. The source of the gale is revealed to be the two small children, who unleash a violent storm that erupts between the fighters, blasting them apart. The warrior can only stare in disbelief at such overwhelming power. From a safe distance, an onlooker recognizes the phenomenon with alarm. The children's forms are changing as they are enveloped by the raw power of a spirit. The two have achieved a state of perfect harmony, a legendary technique known as spirit-human unity. This is a feat thought impossible, for it requires the user's heart to become one with the spirit itself. United, the children command the raging winds to cease, channeling the immense energy into a swirling vortex. Realizing she had gravely underestimated them, the warrior grits her teeth and slices through the gale, while she correctly assesses that while their technique is formidable, the children themselves lack any combat experience, leaving them utterly defenseless. But their resolve is absolute. They declare they will protect Rioichi no matter the cost. Next, as she moves in for the final blow, another voice cries out in defense of her own brother. The warrior warns the children to stand aside, questioning if they truly value their lives as she raises her blade. But before her strike can land, Coco leaps between them, her own sword clashing against Kirao's. She declares that she has come to kill him herself, to take responsibility for his failures. Just then, a weak voice calls out, pleading for them to stop. Rioichi, bleeding profusely on the ground, has witnessed the terrible sight of a brother and sister locked in mortal combat. As he awakens, a spirit explains that he survived the fatal blow because his body has formed a spirit gate. The blade passed harmlessly through his spirit realm. Overcome with relief that the children are safe, Rioichi Chastis is himself for fainting from shock. He turns his gaze to Karao, asking if his own sister Coco is not also an irreplaceable part of his family. Kurao coldly rejects the sentiment, claiming to have severed all ties to become a warrior of carnage. Rioichi, rising his feet with an axe in hand, dismisses his words as nonsense. The two men charge one another again, their weapons meeting in a thunderous clash. The spirit warns Rioichi that Kuro is his superior in both speed and skill, and that he must close the distance and give it his all. Kuro, in turn, is shocked to find that Rioichi's physical abilities and magic have grown stronger. After recognizing the growing danger, he resolves to end the fight immediately before his opponent becomes an even greater threat. He unleashes a secret technique, a devastating flurry of slashes that tears through the battlefield. The attack engulfs the area in destruction, and Coco cries out Rioichi's name in despair. Kurao stands amidst the ruins, confident that no one could have survived his ultimate attack. But from the settling dust, a new power emerges, a wind spirit even stronger than before. Rioichi stands reborn, his body now emanating a powerful aura, having achieved the same spirit-human unity as the children. He marvels at the light, surging energy flowing through him, a result of his spirit fusing with him in a desperate act of protection. Korao dismisses it as a bluff and lunges forward. His attack is stopped effortlessly, his blade clattering against Rioichi's spirit-infused arm. Kuro is stunned by his opponent's impossible speed. With his foe's power nullified, Rioichi seizes the cursed sword, Sasafune. Soon, declaring the battle over, he delivers the final, decisive blow. Beneath the quiet moon, Amidst the wreckage of their battle, Rioichi stands victorious. Kurao, broken and defeated, demands to know why he has been spared. But Rioichi explains that in a critical moment, he saw Kiru hesitate to strike down his own sister. That single act was proof that his humanity was not completely lost. Next, calling Rioichi a fool, Kurao returns the cursed blade, acknowledging the truth of the legend surrounding it. He then raises his own sword to his throat, intending to end his life. But Koko rushes forward, slapping the blade from his hand. Through tears, she admonishes his selfishness, insisting he must live on and atone for his sins. She tells him that Rioichi has not killed him, but instead killed the demon inside him, bringing her true brother back. Kurao, addressing Rioichi as an outsider one last time, concedes that he can no longer bring himself to harm his sister. Kneeling before Koko, he finally admits his total and utter defeat. Within the Gabardus estate, the family sits in judgment. The fate of their son, Kurant, has been decided. His crime, attempted murder, and conspiracy are far too severe for clemency. He is to be handed over to the magistrate's office to receive the appropriate punishment. However, Rioichi intervenes, shocking the assembly. He argues against a death sentence, stating that if anyone is to kill Kuroni for the revenge he seeks, it will be him. He admits his own culpability, acknowledging that he twisted Kuroni's swordsmanship into an overwhelming and dangerous obsession. The family patriarch listens, reflecting on Kuron's immense power. Had that strength been used for a just cause, he could have rightfully taken his seat as the family's heir. The conversation shifts to the greater threat. Their enemies, the forces from the land of the dead, had infiltrated the surrounding lands. Their strategy was to incite eternal conflict, weaken the Gabertius clan, and then seize control of the estate. With the immediate danger averted, security around the compound is tightened. The renowned A-rank adventurer, Lord Orien Bark, has been brought in to assist, a fact that brings some measure of relief. Yet, a grim discovery is made. Among the bodies of the slain undead, the corpse of their leader, the High Monk, is missing. The question of where the remaining undead could be hiding hangs heavy in the air, as everyone's attention had been focused on the duel between Rioichi and Kuro. The undead ninja they had fought were unique, dissolving into black mist upon defeat. But the High Monk was something else entirely, an entity that seemed to transcend both life and death. Elsewhere, the undead High Monk looks out over the estate, a sense of unease washing over him. His forces stand ready, but he decides against a full-scale assault, realizing that further commotion would only harm the long-term interests of the land of the dead. He expresses his bitter disappointment in Kurao, who failed even to take his own life. The monk reveals that his organization has long operated from the shadows, manipulating key figures across many nations. The plan here has failed. Declaring this land no longer of value, he orders a full withdrawal. Back inside the estate, Rioichi and his companions lie in a deep coma, recovering from the immense strain of using trance magic. As they rest, their allies keep watch, though Summoner collapse themselves from mana depletion. One of the caretakers angrily prevents another from kissing the unconscious Rioichi. News arrives that the High Monk, who was believed to be dead, has been resurrected. He is an immortal, a special existence among the undead, and the ninja were merely his puppets. The family head is horrified to learn that their trail went cold at the port. The enemy has already fled the island. In his cell, Corden remains silent, his loyalty unclear. Here, his father, however, makes a solemn vow. A parent's only wish is for their child to live, and he will accept any disgrace to the family name if it means Kuro has the chance to atone. Soon, he rallies his family, stating that this conflict arose from the fragility of their bonds. They must strengthen their unity to prepare for the inevitable return of the undead. When Rioichi finally awakens, he finds Mahalo collapsed on the floor. She had eaten a notoriously bad military ration, which drained her remaining mana instead of restoring it. To help her recover, Rioichi prepares a traditional sweet dish from his world called oshiruko. The simple, sweet meal lifts the spirits of all who taste it. Even Coco's brothers, initially skeptical, are won over by the delicious flavor. However, the family patriarch and matriarch are also deeply impressed by his cooking. Taking the opportunity, the matriarch bluntly asks Rioichi when the wedding will be. Coco is mortified, but her mother is overjoyed that her daughter, once dedicated solely to the sword, has found a romance with such a man. Her father laughs heartily, proclaiming that a new martial arts school could be born from his future son-in-law. As a sign of his full acceptance, he presents Rioichi with Hauga, the treasured sword of the Gebertia's family. Though Rioichi feels unworthy of such a precious gift, Coco urges him to accept, sensing that he is stint to attract powerful enemies and will need its strength. The moment is interrupted by the arrival of Lord Sugatani, a goodwill ambassador. After he brings dire news, the undead are not just a local threat. Key figures in other nations are also being turned into puppets. Their intelligence indicates that the land of the dead is planning a military invasion of other countries. He offers a plea bargain. If Kuromi provides information on the invasion, his sentence may be reduced. Kurao is brought forth, but he refuses the deal for his freedom. He reveals the horrifying truth. Half of his body has already become undead. If he is executed, he will fall under the undead king's complete control and be forced to commit atrocities. He explains that while imprisoned, hearing his family's voices allowed him to reclaim his heart from the king's grasp. It is a fragile victory, but it is enough. Coco reaches out to him, assuring him that it's not too late. He has returned to them. With newfound resolve, Quaron looks to Rioichi, asking him to take care of his sister. He then turns to the ambassador and accepts the deal, ready to betray his former master. He asks a single chilling question. Which country is the undead king planning to invade? The answer is revealed. A looming threat directed at the homeland of one of their own, Centrius Sylvan Kingdom, the land of the elves. Their journey begins as their vessel cuts through the waves, pulling into the Ichigo Island port. Unfurling a map, the group assesses the path ahead. Their destination, the Centria Sylvan Kingdom. It is a considerable distance from the Kokonatsu archipelago, situated in the northeastern lands beyond the Karaslia Kingdom. While one companion soberly reminds Rioichi that his own country is in peril, Maalo is lost in a different reality, overjoyed that he will finally meet her family to formalize their marriage, which another assures them that there is no need to worry. The Centria Sylvan Kingdom is protected by the formidable sacred forest. For generations, its long-lived and well-trained elven warriors have fought alongside the Karaslia Kingdom, relentlessly pushing back the forces of the undead nation. An elder advises Rioichi to focus on his own recovery first, and he is reassured to hear of the kingdom's military cooperation. Later, under the stars, Mahalo stands alone on the ship's deck, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek as she gazes out at the sea. Makin approaches, her senses detecting the emotional response, but Milo quickly dismisses her concern, insisting she is fine and asking that her moment of weakness not be revealed to anyone. She then asks Mikan to listen to a story she has cherished since childhood, the tale of a hero named Dorado, who saved the Elven Kingdom from the Demon King. As she grew older, Milo explains, her own research into historical texts confirmed a startling truth. It was not a myth, but a realist figure who wielded incredible abilities and artifacts. 6. she confesses her long-held belief that Rioichi might be the reincarnation of this legendary hero. While one of her companions sees this as a celebratory omen, a sign that Rioichi is destined to save the Elven Kingdom once more, Marlowe's expression is one of deep concern. The problem, she explains, is what happens next in the story. Under the light of the full moon, she trails off, dismissing a crucial part of the legend as nothing more than a tasteless fabrication added by later historians. Their ship eventually docks at Cookrell Port, and there they are met by officials who inform them that they will part ways, as the group is to head directly to the capital of the century's Sylvan Kingdom. They are shown a map, their route taking them north along the base of Mount Aorai, with their first stop being the city of Randall. The journey by carriage is long, and Rioichi thanks Marlowe for her guidance along the way. Today, soon, the magnificent city of Randall comes into view, a sprawling metropolis with a grand castle carved into the mountainside. As they walk through the lively streets, they admire the marquees of Randall's castle, but another structure commands their attention, an enormous ornate temple that stands out from everything else. Maolo explains that it is the Temple of Savoth, the highest-ranking deity among the gods. Thus, the temple is a breathtaking sight. Inside, its magnificent and dignified halls fill the companions with a sense of reverence. Maalo explains that all magic is governed by Lord Savoth, and that Lady Undial, the deity she serves, is connected to him. She joins the other worshippers to pray for his blessing. A high priest raises his staff, and a divine light washes over them. A pleasant warmth fills Rioichi and his companions. Carrie is stunned, explaining that a blessing from the supreme god is an event of incredible rarity, happening perhaps once in a century. History, even the non-humans in their party, received the blessing, a god gift. As Mitchen's analysis reveals, an unidentified force field now resides within her. Marlowe realizes this can only be the guidance of the supreme god himself, a fact the priest confirms. The priest, Mike Alias, then makes a stunning announcement. The supreme god Savoth has manifested and is waiting for them. He leads the bewildered group toward a blinding light where the silhouette of a divine being stands. Before them stands not one, but an entire assembly of gods. The divine pressure is overwhelming. Maolo collapses in shock, recognizing her own deity, Undial, among the pantheon gathered with the supreme god. As the others bowed deeply, a winged goddess addressed Rioichi directly, calling him a transmigrant and a friend, urging him to be at ease. His companions stare in shock at the revelation. The goddess explains that while Rioichi had chosen not to reveal his secret, his comrades have been deemed trustworthy, and it is crucial they know the truth of what lies ahead. And Rioichi accepts this, grateful for the opportunity to finally tell his trusted friends himself. The supreme god, Otisin, then reveals the true purpose of their meeting, to speak of a different transmigrant summoned 500 years ago. His name was Dorado, a man from Rioichi's own era and country. He was the hero who saved the Elf Kingdom, but the Demon King's curse slowly eroded his mind. The hero fell into madness, slaughtering his own wife and comrades before taking his own life, and in despair. But his story did not end there. Dorado was resurrected as an undead, and using his formidable power, he transformed the kingdom he once saved into a nation of the undead with himself as its king. Rioichi now understands the true nature of the threat they face. For years, a fragile balance of power has been maintained through countless battles, but the Sylvan Kingdom remains the primary target of the undead king's hatred. Dorado's power has grown. He can now secretly turn key figures from other nations into his undead servants, swelling the ranks of his army. This, the god explains, is an unnatural disruption to the cycle of life and death. However, because Dorado was summoned by Avius God, their divine rules prevent them from interfering directly. Therefore, they have a request for Rioichi. As one transmigrant to another, he must be the one to defeat King Dorado and end his rampage. Rioichi is uncertain if he is capable of such a feat. The goddess acknowledges his doubt. His opponent is an immortal warrior with 5 centuries of combat experience. However, she reminds him of his own unique strengths. His divine-level adaptation renders him immune to the curses that corrupted Dorado, while his divine-level regeneration makes him nearly impossible to kill. Still, she commends him for the incredible strength he has gained in such a short time, all while retaining his gentle nature. But time is running out. With every nation Dorado conquers, his power grows, and they cannot afford to wait any longer. However, Rioichi understands his resolve hardens his goal unchanged. He will protect the homeland of his companions. He accepts the mission, the promise to provide all the support they can within the confines of their rules, and bid him farewell. Well, once the audience is over, the immense pressure of the encounter leaves Rioichi breathless. Milo is equally overwhelmed, realizing she had stood in the presence of the great gods not as a priestess, but merely as an escort. Suddenly, her own deity, Lady Undeal, materializes before her and, as a reward for accompanying a person of such importance, the goddess bestows upon her a special gift ring and encourages her to continue her hard work. Overwhelmed by the day's events, Milo clutches the ring and flees, her mind reeling. Next, the woodcraft god Yosuke appears before Rioichi. Rioichi stammers his thanks, acknowledging that it was Yasuke's blessing that allowed him to survive his previous battles. The god jests that a one-handed axe has its limits and suggests Rioichi consider a sword axe for the fights to come. Home. He is then joined by the wind spirit Sylphina, who notes that Rioichi's blessing has made his wind magic formidable enough to capture her interest, a rare thing for a human. And she then turns her attention to his feline companion, declaring Lily a candidate for the next great spirit and promising to pamper her, much to the cat's terror. However, from afar, 2 other deities muse on the unusual amount of interest everyone has taken in this particular transmigrant. Back at their inn, Rioichi is utterly exhausted from his divine encounters. As they sit for a meal, he realizes that Mahalo still has not returned, and his companions process the news of his origins, remarking that it makes sense, given his abilities. They recall the picture books about the hero Dorado Astorimalo loved, and how transmigrants are seen as divinely chosen heroes. Worried, Rioichi and Mikan decide to search for her. They find her by a secluded lake, clutching the ring from Undial. She recognizes it from ancient texts. The Ring of Pure Water, a divine artifact that grants immense power to its wielder. As she contemplates the unbelievable journey she's been on, Rioichi calls out her name. He found her by tracking her wrist device, confessing he feared the worst when he saw her clothes neatly folded by the water's edge. Which, startled, she explained she was only trying to calm her nerves after the day's shocking revelations. Rioichi sits beside her, expressing how worried he was, knowing she had been troubled for some time. Milo finally confesses the source of her turmoil. She knew from her research that the hero Dorado, the man who became a threat to her homeland, was a transmigrant. But she loved the story of the hero who saved her people so much she refused to believe the dark truth. She embraces Rioichi, professing her love for him. With tears in her eyes, she makes a desperate plea: save the Elven Kingdom, but promise to never become like Dorado. Promise to stay the way he is. Gazing at her with unwavering determination, Rioichi makes his vow. He will protect her homeland, and he will not change. Meanwhile, in a dark and ominous fortress, the undead king receives a report. His subordinate informs him that their agent, Kurao, has been defeated by the swordsman from Kokonatsu. The king Dorado seems unfazed. He remarks that he liked the swordsman's spirit, which is why he chose not to turn him fully into an undead. When warned that Kurao resisted indoctrination and may be leaking information, he remains dismissive. He explains that all who fall before him eventually come to worship him of their own will. A single deserter is of no consequence. "We're about to declare war anyway," the king announces from his throne. There's no need to keep things secret anymore. He declares his kingdom a paradise for the persecuted and the undead who seek revenge. His first target, the Elven Kingdom. After that, Charislaya and the Marlin Empire will fall, and with them, he will claim the ancient Magitech weapons hidden in the ruins. And once the world is conquered, he and his undead army will turn their sights on their final enemy, the gods themselves. Their journey brings them to the foot of a sacred peak, the relay point to the centuries tree nation known as Mount Haorai. This land is under the protection of the sword Saint Mikanata, a warrior who has received the divine blessing of the sword Kazuchi. The title of Sword Saint is a unique honor, representing the sword God himself. After rigorous training, a chosen warrior receives the god's blessing, but in time, that blessing fades, and the Sword Saint then becomes the one who grants the blessing to others. It is the highest honor a swordsman can achieve. Rioichi reflects on this as he holds the blade Hauga, a relic passed down from the very first Sword Saint. Despite his companion's reassurances about his extraordinary growth, he feels like an amateur, unworthy of such a weapon. He attributes his rapid progress to a granted ability, but after the tragedy involving Kurao, he feels his current strength is only a liability to his friends. This deep-seated fear prompts Coco to make a difficult decision. She turns to her friends with a solemn request to be allowed time to train alone. Known as the wagon pulls away, separating her from her companions, one of the younger members weeps at the sudden departure. The others try to offer comfort, reminding her that Coco promised to return stronger than ever after training under the legendary sword Saint. Coco watches them go, a silent figure against the dusty road, her resolve hardening, saying she apologizes in her heart for her selfishness, knowing she cannot risk another loss like the one that befell her brother. Failure against the King of the Dead is not an option. With grim determination, she begins her ascent up the sacred mountain, her singular goal to obtain the blessing of the sword god and avenge her disgraced brother. Meanwhile, the rest of the group continues their journey. They finally arrive in Rias, the capital of the centuries tree nation, a bustling city built around a colossal tree. 3. Rioichi is struck by the peaceful atmosphere, a stark contrast to the looming threat of war. Mahalo, relieved that the city remains untouched by conflict, immediately declares her hunger, eager for the cuisine of her homeland. They soon find themselves before a magnificent feast. First, as they enjoy the meal, Mahalo reminisces about this particular eatery, a place she frequented for stress eating whenever she was scolded by her mentor, the high priest. Next, she recounts the minor troubles she caused before her pilgrimage, worrying that she is due for a harsh reprimand upon her return. Just then, a calm voice calls her name. It is her mentor, High Priest Torka, who has found her in the restaurant. Mialo is mortified to be discovered, but Torka reveals this is her own favorite spot. The High Priest expresses relief that Malo seems well-fed, noting that she has even gained weight. And Torka then turns her attention to Malo's companions. Rioichi introduces himself, and Torka introduces herself in turn as the high priest of the town. She stares intently at Rioichi, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She remarks that he has a kind and gentle aura, reminding her of someone she once knew. Her comment is cut short by a companion's protective declaration that Rioichi is her lover. Toraka is taken aback, surprised that Mahalo would take an interest in men, though Rioichi quickly denies the claim. Game, the high priest smiles, content that her student has found good friends. Torka then mentions Marlowe's former training partner, Mira, and speaks of Marlowe's pilgrimage. She brings up recent events in the town of Randall, where numerous gods manifested and delivered divine revelations. The news had apparently not reached the group, and Milo grows visibly nervous. As Torka notices Marlo sweating, another companion points out the ring of purity on Marlo's finger. Torka is stunned, realizing that Marlo is the subject of rumors about a priestess destined for greatness. In her shock, Torka accidentally reveals her own age, 500 years. As a high elf, her longevity is remarkable, a fact that amazes Rioichi. Torka clarifies that she is not immortal, her own sister having met a tragic end centuries ago. Changing the subject, Torka asks Rioichi a direct and personal question, inquiring if his homeland is a place called Nihon. Rioichi is stunned that she would know the name Japan. Toraka explains that she served as an attendant to the great hero Dorado, who defeated the Demon King 500 years prior. He too came from a distant world called Nihon. The entire party is left speechless by this revelation. The knowledge that the high priest personally knew the hero Dorado and witnessed his tragic fall weighs heavily on them. Rioichi wonders why, despite his resemblance to the fallen hero, who is now the king of the undead, Torka treats him with such kindness. With these heavy thoughts, Milo decides they must press on to check on her home village. Morris Village is a remote settlement near the border of the undead nation, serving as a key defense point. And, upon arrival, they find a quaint village of wooden houses built into the forest itself. Milo is greeted warmly by the other elves, who, despite their youthful appearances, possess the ancient aura of seasoned warriors. She is welcomed by family and friends alike, her popularity evident. The villagers are happy to see her return safely with her new companions. Rioichi observes that the villagers, most of whom are centuries old, are far from frail elders. Milo warns him that they are all active warriors who should not be underestimated. She then greets her father, Paro, the village chief, who looks more like an older brother than a parent. After Marlo introduces Rioichi as someone very dear to her, Paro formally welcomes the group. He then asked Rioichi to accompany him privately. The women watch with a sense of foreboding as the two men depart. Paro leads Rioichi to Asana, a place he says is perfect for stripping away titles and having an honest conversation. He cuts straight to the point, seeking to determine the character of the man he believes will be his daughter's husband. Though Rioichi denies it, Paro senses the divine blessing upon him and the contract he has made with a spirit. But, as village chief and warrior, Paro's instincts tell him a large-scale attack from the undead nation is imminent. He humbly asks for Rioichi's help in the coming battle. In another part of the village, the women decide to try the sauna as well. They are greeted by Marlo's mother, Marina, whose youthful appearance surprises them. Marina explains that elven growth is unpredictable and leads them to the women's sauna. The intense heat is a shock to their systems, followed by a sudden, jarring cold. The experience reminds one of them of Coco's harsh training regimen, sparking concern for their absent friend. They try to reassure each other that Coco is strong and will be fine. Far away on the sacred mountain, Coco's training is anything but safe. She is locked in a brutal battle with a monstrous beast. Wounded and bleeding, she presses the attack, felling her opponent in a final, violent clash. Having passed the trial, she stands before a grand Torii gate. Masked attendants announce her arrival to the Sword Saint. Right, inside the shrine sits Mikanata, one of the current Sword Saints. Sensing Koko's powerful and earnest aura, Mikanata understands her purpose. She challenges the exhausted warrior to prove her strength and ascend to the pinnacle of the sword. Stored within the nation of the elves, a grim premonition hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the tranquility of their treetop homes. A strategy meeting is underway. The leaders gathered around a map of the land. They have received dire news. The undead are planning a large-scale invasion. Upon learning of the threat, the elven princess Milo rushed to her nation's aid, bringing with her a group of trusted traveling companions. During their journey, they had received a divine revelation. The fate of the world hangs on this single battle. Milo clutches a ring bestowed upon her by Lady Undeal, vowing to pritz everyone with its power, though she knows it will be a desperate fight. An elder elf, moved to tears, remarks how Malo has grown into a fine warrior, ready to die on the battlefield without regret. But Maolo quickly objects. If he were to fall, he would rise again as one of the undead, a risk they cannot afford. To prevent such a tragedy, her irreplaceable friends have agreed to lend their strength to the cause. Among them are Sir Catherine Oriambark, a distinguished A-rank adventurer, and Sir Rioichi Ishikawa, the man renowned for slaying the dragon of Melsar Island. Rioichi says that Mia, Moa, and Michika are all showing up to give Maolo's magic a massive boost. He clarifies that Mikan is simply a convenient nickname he gave to Michika, as her situation is complicated. Michika seems pleased with the arrangement, her power radiating as she declares her intent to protect the villagers. She is more than strong enough to fight on the front lines. Suddenly, the commander's expression hardens. He can feel their presence. They're here. The signal is given. The undead army has arrived. He commands his forces to take their positions and prepare to intercept. From atop the fortress walls, the order rings out, echoing across the battlements. Archers, spirit mage squad, fire, air, a volley of enchanted arrows and powerful magic rains down upon the approaching horde. But the undead army advances without hesitation, their ranks unfazed by the initial onslaught as they march through the storm of projectiles. They reach the fortress walls and begin their assault, scaling ladders with natural speed. The order is given to hold the fortress at all costs. On the battlements, Catherine and Rioichi engage the enemy, their blades cutting through the undead soldiers that breach the defenses. In the brutal reality of close-quarters combat, the battle-hardened elven army proves to be overwhelmingly dominant. Yet, for everyone they strike down, another appears to take its place. The undead seem endless. Rioichi finds himself struggling, admitting to Catherine that he hasn't grown accustomed to real combat, especially against foes that so closely resemble people. Example, even if they are just monsters, the act of cutting down human forms weighs heavily on him. He laments, "Not bring weapons better suited for deterrence." Malo steps forward, proposing a switch. She and her younger brother Terran will go to the front line for a while. She reassures Rioichi that she heals quickly and will be fine. Terran insists that Rioichi not worry. Though he may look young, he is a fully grown warrior. The elven commander urges them to fall back and receive healing. A deep sense of unease settling over him. He has a bad feeling about this. He muses that for an enemy conserving its strength, this first wave was far too weak. As if on cue, a new signal marks the arrival of the second wave. A giant undead appears, flanked by monstrous beast-type creatures moving swiftly on all fours. Then a shadow falls over the battlefield. A dragon, its flesh decayed and spirit corrupted, descends from the sky. The undead dragon of Melsar Island has been resurrected. Panic spreads among the defenders as the colossal beast flies directly over the fortress. It ignores the battle below, its trajectory set for the elven capital, Rioi. The city, nestled within the branches of a colossal ancient tree, is now the primary target. The dragon closes the distance with terrifying speed. It opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of necrotic flames. The devastating breath attack slams into a shimmering, hexagonal barrier, which envelops the entire city. Within the capital, the Elven Queen gives thanks. Marlowe's timely alarm allowed them to evacuate the citizens and gather all the nation's priests to erect this defense. Standing atop the dragon is a dark figure in black armor. The Queen recognizes him as Knight Dylan. A magic barrier, is it? He scoffs. She confronts him, calling him by his name, reminding him that her kingdom was destroyed by the Demon King long ago. She questions his actions, recalling how he was once a proud knight who fought for the oppressed. He retorts that the undead are akin to monsters, and if they wish to define him as their leader, then so be it. Dylan praises the formidable magic barrier, then declares his intention to destroy it from within. To the Queen's horror, the temple knights guarding the priests suddenly turned, their eyes glowing with malevolence. The undead had already infiltrated their most sacred ranks. She realizes that if the priests break their formation, the barrier will collapse. Dylan explains that the elven priests, their natural enemies, were the first to be eliminated. But don't worry, he says, as the dragon prepares another breath attack. You too will soon join us as undead. Before the dragon can strike, a silver flash cleaves its head from its body. A new army has arrived on the field. A human general stands opposite the stunned undead knight. I am Gustav, general of the distant Karaslia kingdom, he proclaims. Our royal army will now commence the extermination of both the undead and the dragons. He commands his troops to aid the elves and suppress the traitorous temple knights. Dylan remains unnervingly calm. Well, the kingdom's army, he sneers. However, we have a trump card against your forces. He looks at Gustav with chilling confidence. Once you hear this information, you will be forced to withdraw. Back at the fortress, Rioichi receives a desperate, magical message. It's Kirika. How is that possible? Rioichi exclaims in shock as she tearfully begs for his help. Help! She recounts the horrifying event. While attending a tea party for the royal children in the capital, the guards suddenly attack them. Now, she is trapped in a prison-like place, captured alongside the third prince, Kairos, and his younger sister, the fifth princess, Smal. Caught in a flawless strategy by an overwhelming force, their fate hangs precariously in the balance. Aboard a fearsome dragon, a dark figure issues an ultimatum to the kingdom's knights. Healed Princess Small, Prinsky to Toros, and Duchess Kirika captive, offering to spare their lives only if the kingdom retreats. He declares that he now holds the power of life and death over their entire royal family. The knight can only stare in disbelief, realizing this is not a negotiation, but a declaration of total war. For, enraged, the knight bellows that such barbaric acts will never be forgiven. Recalling the centuries of one-sided extermination campaigns their kingdom has waged against the undead. The Dark Commander's voice echoes over visions of slaughter, reminding them that they have never recognized the undead as a people or their nation as legitimate, leavingly conflicted as a possible outcome. He implies that the lives of the princesses are therefore meaningless commodities, just as his peoples have always been. After all, the undead will always resurrect after a certain period. The knight can only scream in helpless fury at the cold, calculating cruelty of his enemy. Elsewhere, inside a dark cell, Prince Catertaurus reassures his sister, Princess Small. He places his hope in an honorary knight, Sir Rioichi Ishikawa, believing the man who defeated a dragon could surely save them. The prince dismisses his own words, calling the title worthless and questioning why anyone in service to the nobility would risk their life for them. But Princess Small clings to hope, remembering a kind voice that gave her courage in her darkest moment. She clutches a small music box, a final gift from her late mother, the Queen. Then, suddenly, a menacing, horned figure emerges from the shadows, identifying himself as the mastermind behind their abduction. His eyes fixate on the music box, calling it a precious magic tool and demanding she hand it over. However, Princess Kirika defiantly shields the treasured memento, refusing to surrender the gift from her dear friend. Miles away, a device on Rioichi's wrist beeps, confirming Kirika's location. He and his companions stand before the ruins of Old Castle Dorado, now undead fortress, where she is imprisoned. Though messengers have been dispatched to the capital, Rioichi knows they will take too long. He calms a distraught Moa, vowing that he will be the one to rescue Kirika. He announces his intention to go alone, ignoring the protests of his friends who ask if he truly means to storm the castle by himself. He pays no heed to their pleas not to be reckless, his focus entirely on the path ahead. He charges forward, meeting the first of the undead guards. With supernatural grace, he leaps over the hulking creature. In a single fluid motion, his blade flashes, and the guard is decapitated in a spray of black ichor. Power, his companions watch, stunned by his effortless display of power. Marla wonders if Rioichi had been holding back his true strength all this time. But Kerry realizes the truth is more complex. Rioichi is incapable of holding back. He treats every opponent as an equal, giving them his all. It seems he has yet to fully master his own latent abilities, his power unconsciously adjusting to match the strength of his foe. But now, driven by desperation, he views the entire enemy army as a single, monolithic threat. For him, they are nothing more than obstacles in his path, and he carves his way through them without hesitation. As a new wave of fast, beast-type undead descends upon his friends, Rioichi gives an order. His AI companion Machina confirms she will exterminate the threat, having already customized her electromagnetic rod into a long-range sniper rifle. With his friends protected, Rioichi thanks Machina as wings of ethereal green leaves sprout from his back, launching him into the sky. The elves watch in astonishment. He is using wind spirit magic to create footholds in mid-air, allowing him to leap continuously. Augmented by the blessings the main god, his magical and physical power has increased exponentially. He is practically flying, moving with impossible speed across the sky toward the distant castle. Little left behind, Maalo apologizes to his father for failing to stop Rioichi. His father simply notes that Rioichi is as stubborn as he is and hearted, and would have gone regardless. Inspired, Milo asks his father for a wars, intending to follow. But he clarifies his destination is not the fortress, but the capital. He is worried for High Priest Torka and the others at the Mira Temple, fearing the dragon that is also attacking Rias. The memory of the terror the dragon unleashed on Melisar Island fuels his resolve. He cannot allow anyone else to suffer that fate. His father, seeing the growth in his son, feels a swell of pride, but cannot approve such a dangerous request. Carrie steps forward, offering to be Malo's bodyguard. She has her own score to settle with the high-ranking undead riding that dragon and refuses to let her prey escape. She reveals they won't need war horses, as she has a special method for travel. She introduces them to her spirit companion, Willius. The spirit is revealed to be Kraken-chan, the very same water spirit, once controlled by their pirate foe. Carrie explains that after disciplining its former master into oblivion, she forged a new contract with it. The spirit possesses the ability of spatial movement, capable of transporting the entire group instantly to a location it has been before, the capital city of Rios. Meanwhile, Rioichi arrives above the undead castle, landing silently on its ramparts. He knows that despite making it this far alone, a single misstep will mean failure. He moves like a shadow across the rooftops. His AI companion informs him that Karika's tracking device has been disabled. The rescue is now the highest priority. Pulling his hood low, Rioichi slips into the fortress. Inside, the horned sorcerer approaches a locked cell as Karika pleads for him to stop. He confronts the chained princess, demanding to know the secrets of her magic tool. When she refuses, he draws a wicked blade, promising to make her suffer before killing her and resurrecting her as one of his undead servants. As Karika screams in terror, however, a hooded figure appears in a flash. Rioichi drives his blade deep into the sorcerer's back. The creature dissolves into dust as Rioichi holds him, and Karika looks up at her savior with shock and gratitude. "I'm glad you're safe," he says softly. "I came to rescue you." "You." Overcome with relief, Karika embraces him after he breaks her chains, urgently telling him that the other royals are still being held captive nearby. Rioichi peers into the hallway, noting the heavy guard presence. He decides their best course of action is to find an exit and re-enter from another location. But before they can move, a dark aura fills the room. The horn sorcerer materializes behind them, his form crackling with necrotic energy. "You really did a number on me earlier," he rasps. "I've come for payback." He laughs at their shock, explaining that as a high-ranking undead, his resurrection is swift. Undead soldiers emerge from the shadows, surrounding them. Without a word, Rioichi sweeps Karika into his arms, telling her to hold on tight. As the sorcerer scoffs, Rioichi declares he will use a powerful wind spirit spell to break through their lines. A furious gale erupts from his body, blasting the undead soldiers away. The sorcerer screams for his minions to capture the intruders. "All right," Rioichi shouts, holding Karika close. "We're making a run for it." The violent surge of magic blows open the doors to a throne room deep within the castle. A powerful armored figure rises, roaring in fury. "What is all this noise? How do we have a wind spirit magic caster in this castle?" The horn sorcerer appears before his master, bowing and apologizing for the commotion caused by the intruders. The master's gaze falls upon Rioichi and the girl in his arms. He notes something oddly familiar about the boy, but dismisses it. Kidnapping royalty, he muses, is a petty strategy, but an effective one. He faces the intruders, his R-raid behind him. "If you step over that line," the Dark Lord warns, "I'll send you back to the dust." The imposing Dark Veer confronts Ishikawa, his voice resonating with ancient power. "You're a fellow transmigrant, aren't you? What's your name?" When Ishikawa gives his name, the figure recoils in fury. "How dare you utter that revered name?" he roars, leaning in with menace. "Are you King Dorado?" The armored king clarifies that he has long since discarded that name, a relic of a past life. He recognizes Ishikawa from the heroic tales he had heard of before his own transference stories of a hero who saved the world. He acknowledges their shared origin, stating that they are from the same world, after all. He then reveals his cataclysmic ambition to turn all of humanity into an undead army. Through this ultimate military force, he will remake the world, for it is the only way he sees to stand against the gods. Ishikawa questions this path, reminding him that it was the gods who granted them their power. Dorado's demeanor softens as he begins to recount his tragic past. His story began when he fell in love with the princess of a fallen elven kingdom, whom he rescued from the clutches of a demon king. What he believed was a happy ending soon soured. After they married and rebuilt the kingdom, he found himself in constant conflict with his former vassals. His wife, Senri, pleaded with him to find another way, revealing the deep-seated exclusionary ideology held by her people, the High Elves. She implored him to create a land where their unborn child could live in peace. The news of her pregnancy struck Dorado with cold dread. At that moment, he recalled a sinister voice, a god that had once told him a child could never be born between a primordial high elf and a human. His face darkened as he confronted his wife, demanding to know whose child it was. In the memory, Senri is stunned that he knows she is pregnant, and he questions her silence on the matter. However, she desperately proclaims her innocence, insisting the child is his, a miracle given by the gods. But the seed of doubt had been planted, and a heartbroken Dorado pushes her away, telling her to leave him alone. It was then that the wicked voice returned, revealing its true nature. It was not a god of benevolence, but a wicked deity who had made a pact with the very demon king Dorado had slain. The entity mocked him, explaining that transmigrants were merely toys for its amusement in a world without justice. It whispered poisonous rumors into his mind, fueling the growing suspicion of his wife's infidelity. The king's demeanor changed entirely. The once kind and an approachable hero became cold and distant, a stranger to his own people. People, whispers filled the court, speculating that a divorce was imminent, an event that would surely reignite the kingdom's old factional disputes. This, Dorado's paranoia, fixated on Dylan, a high elf knight who had served Senri and her family since they were children. Senri eventually found him, asking why he had been avoiding her. She explained that she had sought Dylan's counsel, only the rumors of their unprecedented child were spreading, and she didn't know what to do. She had even suggested they publicly celebrate the pregnancy, turning it into a grand occasion to quell the malicious gossip. But as she spoke, the wicked god's voice twisted her innocent words into a confession of betrayal. The child is at Knight's mind, followed by a single horrific command. Kill them all. Well, his mind shattered. In a blind rage, Jura struck down his beloved wife. The voice of the wicked D cackled in triumph, declaring that he was now finally won with his despair. Unleashing his full power, the Mad King began to destroy everything around him, the castle crumbling under his uncontrollable might as his subjects fled in terror. The rampage left a wake of utter devastation. As the dust settled, Dorado stared at the ruin he had created, the horror of his actions crashing down upon him. What have I done? He fell to his knees, cradling Senra's lifeless body, his cries echoing through the desolate remains of his kingdom. He desperately tried to believe he was controlled by the wicked god, but a more terrible truth settled in his heart. The rage, the jealousy, the murderous impulse, it was his own. His world was now nothing but rubble and ash. In his despair, he attempted to end his own life, only to discover a new horror: he could not die. His body regenerated against his will. He looked at his hand, questioning his own existence. Was he alive, or had he already become something else entirely? His former comrades, now risen as undead thralls, appeared from the shadows and swore their eternal loyalty to their broken master. In a single night, his dazzling world had transformed into a nightmarish hell. Those he had killed were bound to his will, their praise a constant, empty reminder of all he had lost. The gods had taken everything from him, even the release of death. All that remained was a singular, burning desire for revenge against them. His story concludes. He believes that only by turn all life into undeath and slaying the gods themselves can he ever be free from his torment. Back in the present, Ishikawa is stunned by the existence of such a malevolent god. Dorado muses that it has been hundreds of years since he had spoken so much to another soul. Seeing a reflection of his former heroic self in Ishikawa, Dorado extends an invitation to join his dark crusade. Ishikawa refuses. Though he sympathizes with Dorado's tragic past, he cannot condone the sacrifice of countless innocent people. Dorado's tone hardens, his offer turning into a warning. "If you will not join me, I must crush you," Dorado declares, his resolve absolute. "I am a remnant of vengeance. I will stop at nothing." In response, Ishikawa activates his god-tier clone technique, preparing for the inevitable clash. He immediately orders his familiar Lily to take Kurika and one of the clones to safety. Dorado's minions move to intercept them, but the real Ishikawa blocks their path, engaging them directly. Lily remarks that the clone is unusually strong, capable of independent thought thanks to the influence of the chief god's blessing. One of Dorado's lieutenants, intrigued by the clone, moves in for the kill. The creature's attack is swift and brutal, impaling both of Ishikawa's clones simultaneously, mocking their limited power. Therefore, the clones disintegrate under the force of the blow. Dorado observes the aftermath with a critical eye. A regeneration technique, he notes, "You're just like us, undead. It seems you don't have instant death resistance." He presents a final, grim choice: surrender or die, and serve me as one of the undead. Choose. Ishikawa, defiant, refuses both options. "Ashamed to kill you," Dorado says with finality, "but so be it." He materializes a grotesque blade composed of screaming skulls, then die. The undead king raises the terrifying weapon, preparing to execute the hero who stands in the way of his vengeance. In the besieged capital of Centrius, the magical barrier protecting the city shatters under the relentless assault of a great dragon. The elven knights and sorcerers fight desperately, but their defenses crumble. The high priestess, watching her people falter, resolves to make the ultimate sacrifice. She begins to channel a forbidden power, a sealing magic inherited through her sacred bloodline, one that will cost her own life to protect her homeland. And as the immense energy gathers around her, her attendants cry out in horror, pleading with her to stop. They insist that she is indispensable to the kingdom, but their words are cut short by a new voice. A young woman named Malo Dasons, announcing that she carries a secret strategy from Lady Undial, an alternative to this suicidal plan. The High Priestess recognizes her, surprised by her sudden appearance and newfound confidence. Milo simply states that love has made her stronger, a comment that briefly catches her comrades off guard amidst the chaos. Their reunion is short-lived. A horned, armored figure observes them from afar, his presence radiating malice. He declares his intent to collect a debt from the past, his eyes locking onto the priestesses as he prepares to strike. Just as the dragon unleashes another torrent of fire, a new warrior descends from the sky, intercepting the attack. Back. With a single, brutal strike, she decapitates the beast, landing gracefully before the horned undead. Said, he recognizes her immediately. The elven knights are stunned, identifying the armor as that of Lorien Bark, but unable to place the woman wearing it. She announces that another ally, Rioichi, is busy rescuing the princesses and that she will personally deliver a harsh lesson to their captors. The two warriors clash in a blur of motion, their blades ringing through the ruined city. She notes his increased strength, and he admits to merely feigning weakness before. Therefore, when she compares his power to the dragon's, he scoffs, claiming to be far superior to such a mere beast. Next, their battle intensifies, steel meeting steel with explosive force. In a pivotal moment, the horned figure empowers her, boasting that as the highest-ranking undead, only his master can truly kill him. Meanwhile, at the castle of the undead, a massive explosion tears through the structure. Inside the throne room, the dark-armored King Dorado stands amidst the devastation, lamenting that he got carried away. Suddenly, Rioichi appears, parrying a blow and revealing that Dorado had been fighting a mere clone. With grim determination, Rioichi declares he will create as many clones as it takes to win. Again, 2 more duplicates materialize, flanking Dorado and piercing him through the chest and back with their swords. Once, Rioichi believes he has struck the king's heart, but Dorado is unfazed, almost amused. "Not bad," he remarks, finding the boy's efforts interesting. With a single, contemptuous swing, he obliterates both clones. He compliments Rioichi's skill, but points out the fatal flaw in his strategy. The magnificent sword Rioichi wields is genuine, while the clone's blades are imperfect replicas, exposing the true user. Declaring it his turn, Dorado unleashes a devastating attack. Rioichi's sword shatters, and he is thrown into a stone pillar, grievously wounded. Said, the youth realizes the chasm in their power levels. His priority must now be escape. But his consciousness is fading, his body failing to regenerate quickly enough from the overwhelming damage. Dorado stands over him, noting his own superior regenerative ability. He offers Rioichi an end to his suffering, to become one of the undead. And, before the king can act, a sacred white wolf spirit bursts onto the scene, leaping at him with feral intensity. The creature sinks its teeth into Dorado's arm. Form, Rioichi, barely conscious, recognizes the spirit as Saori and wonders how she could be here. His question is answered as a new figure steps out of the shadows. A fox-eared woman in warrior attire confronts the king of the undead, stating that her elder brother owes him for past hospitality. She introduces herself as Coco Youth Gaburdius, here to reclaim her family's honor. With the arrival of this reliable ally, the counterattack begins. With a ferocious cry, the warrior leaps through the air, her blade aimed at the dark figure standing amidst the ruins. The king of the undead greets her with chilling amusement. "Ha, so you're Karao's little sister. You've come all this way. I welcome you." She speaks with grim resolve, gesturing to the soldiers around them. "You speak quite leisurely for someone whose castle is being infiltrated. I've already taken down a few of your subordinates just to get here." The king remains unconcerned. It doesn't matter. They will all revive when the time comes. Their swords clash with explosive force, shattering the stone floor beneath them. The king grins behind his helm. "Besides, and your allies will simply become my new subordinates. The more, the merrier. Today is a good day." "No," she declares, her voice unwavering. "Today is your death anniversary." As she speaks, her wolf companion darts forward, a blur of white fur and righteous fury. The king turns his attention to the new threat, sensing the power gathering around the beast as it whips up a vortex of wind. Channeling the power of the spirits, the warrior achieves a state of perfect unity with her blade. Ancestral blade, howling fang, she cries out, "Lend me your strength." They rush toward one another, two forces destined to collide in a final, decisive engagement. Opponent, she unleashes her ultimate technique. Current style? Sakura loads flash. The attack finds its mark. The king's arm is severed, falling to the ground as black blood erupts from the wound. Yet he seems impressed. Impressive. It was such a beautiful technique that I couldn't resist experiencing it myself. She scoffs. "Are you really trying to put on a brave face after losing an arm?" But the king only laughs. "Ha, I haven't lost anything. If anything I've gained." Confused, she demands to know what he means. Suddenly, the severed arm, animated by a dark power, lunges and seizes her own. She gasps in shock. Now then, I've captured you, he gloats. In other words, you've only made more enemies. He raises his massive blade, its cruel edge hovering near her neck. Don't try it. If you resist carelessly, I'll break your neck. Surrender. Drop the sword, and I'll spare your life. Defeated, she lets her weapon fall to the stone floor with a clang. A wise decision, the king says, approaching her. Just like Kurao, you will receive the baptism to become an undead while still alive. He is interrupted by her quiet voice. O king of the undead, do you remember the sword that my brother Kurao inherited? The king pauses. Ah, of course I do. The fourth generation Seisafune, an ominous yet stunningly beautiful jade-bladed sword. Bored, she presses on. Then, audio of the legend surrounding Sasafune, the wielder of the blade, is doomed to suffer misfortune. With a defiant roar, she reveals the cursed blade in her other hand. This misfortune, I shall return it to you now, right back at you. She lunges forward, unleashing a second ultimate technique, the current style tandem slash. Flash, in a blinding flash of steel, the attack connects. The king of the undead is decapitated, his reign of terror brought to an end. She watches his body fall, knowing he cannot revive after losing his head. Her duty done, she turns and sees her fallen comrade, Rioichi, stirring on the ground. She rushes to his side. And don't worry, Rioichi-san, she says softly, her voice filled with concern. Even now, you're still worrying about others? This place is dangerous. We need to get somewhere safe. She helps him to his feet, supporting his weight. This isn't an illusion. I am here. The king of the undead has been slain, she confirms, guiding him toward the exit. We need to get out of here quickly. As if on cue, the entire castle begins to shake violently, its stone walls groaning under the strain. Deep within the dungeons, the tremors have stopped. A young princess points to a fissure in their cell wall. Brother, look this. The tremors have cracked the wall. If we collapse it, we might be able to escape. Her brother hesitates. Are you sure? If the enemy finds us, but the princess is resolute, if we stay in this prison, we'll only be waiting for death. They break through the wall and find themselves in another corridor where a light emanates from a nearby room. Is it a prison too? The prince wonders aloud. Are there other prisoners besides us? From the lit room, a gentle voice calls out, Is someone there? A feminine silhouette appeared behind the bars. Oh my, a child. How pitiful, weren't you? It's all right. I am imprisoned here too. I have no intention of harming you. The woman reveals herself, an elf, with a quiet sadness in her eyes. My name is Senri, a worthless undead, unable to attack humans, still bearing the shadow of my former self. She stands alone in her cell, a captive in the crumbling fortress of her late husband. Confined within the castle walls, the undead elf recounts her past. She explains that in her previous life, her name was Senri, and because she was unable to fight, she was deemed useless and destined to be cold. Though she was imprisoned, her room was adorned with luxurious furnishings, allowing her to live without any discomfort under the watch of the Lord. From time to time, the Lord would visit her chamber, seeking a place of quiet rest. They hardly ever spoke, but in those moments of shared silence, she felt a profound and strange sense of peace. One day, he gifted her a beautiful music box. Overwhelmed with a simple, pure happiness, she could barely contain her joy, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to him. Yet she noticed a disturbing change. The more she rejoiced, the more the Lord became enveloped in a fierce and palpable aura of anger. This rage was not directed at her, but at some vast, unknown entity. Following this, his visit ceased entirely, and soon after, he started a great war. As the conflict grew more ferocious, she could feel his rage consuming him, even from the isolation of her room. It was then, in that time of despair, that the young prince and princess appeared before her. However, she saw their arrival as a divine revelation, a chance to finally act. She pleaded with them to help her escape, not for her own freedom, but to save the Lord from himself. The prince hesitates, questioning why he should help someone loyal to the very king who subjected them to such terrible suffering. Senri clarifies her true motive. Leaving her room would be a betrayal of her duty, yet her desire to end the war and free the Lord from the torment of his own anger is far greater. She confesses with certainty that she loves him. The princess is taken aback, astonished that someone with such feelings for the undead king could exist. But Senri quickly silences her. Her footsteps are approaching. She urges them to hide, warning that it might be one of the undead caretakers. A light appears in the dark corridor. A young man holding a lantern emerges, accompanied by a young girl. The prince and princess are relieved to see their allies, Rioichi, Kirika, are safe. The princess introduces Rioichi as honorary knight Ishikawa, and the prince expresses his gratitude for the rescue. Rioichi humbly accepts their thanks, as the princess that he is just as kind as she imagined from hearing his voice through the magic tool. Suddenly, the small white cat with them cries out a warning, alerting Rioichi to the undead elf in the nearby cell. Well, the princess quickly intervenes, insisting that Lady Sanri has no intention of fighting. Rioichi approaches the cell door, observing that the lock is protected by a powerful magical barrier. However, his enhanced divine appraisal skill allows him to decipher the complex code. The heavy door swings open, revealing an interior that looks more like a noble's chamber than a prison. Stepping inside, Rioichi delivers the grim news. He reports to Senri that his main body and comrades have successfully slain King Dorado. Senri reacts with shock and disbelief, insisting that it's impossible. The Lord was supposed to be immortal. At that moment, a persistent undead guard, still moving despite its injuries, appears and vows that it will not forgive them. Before it can act, the entire castle begins to tremble violently, the stone structure groaning as it starts to collapse. The ancient walls and archways begin to crumble and fall apart. Rioichi's companion urges him to escape the collapsing castle, but he refuses, shouting that the hostages and others are still trapped inside. Their argument is cut short as a colossal dark sword plunges from above, embedding itself in the ground before them. His companion recognizes the terrifying weapon with dread. It is King Dorado's sword. A figure emerges from the dust and rubble, grasping the hilt of the massive eye-covered blade. King Dorado has returned from the brink of death, laughing as he feels an exhilarating, overflowing power he has never experienced before. His opponents are stunned to see him revived from such a state. Dorado admits his own surprise at having been pushed so far. As an apology for underestimating them, he vows to show them the true power of his cursed sword, summoning spheres of dark energy around the blade. Malevolent tendrils of darkness lash out, striking at Rioichi and his companion. They are instantly enveloped by the ominous, swirling aura. Rioichi finds himself completely paralyzed, held fast by the sinister energy. The power is overwhelming, feeling less human and more akin to something divine. Dorado explains they obtained this cursed artifact when he became an undead. Said, just as he prepares to unleash his full might, Senri appears pleading for him to stop. She stands between him and his targets, urging him to return to the protective barrier of his room as the castle collapses around them. She senses a deeply sinister presence from the sword and warns him that if he continues to wield it, he will lose himself completely. The undead servant reappears, branding Senri a traitor for conspiring with the enemy and lunging to attack her. But Dorado intervenes, telling the servant he has acted out of line. With a gesture, the king reduces the undead creature to disintegrating dust. In the chaos, the princess drops the music box. As it tumbles to the ground, it opens and begins to play a soft, gentle melody. Senri recognizes the tune, softly singing the lyrics of a children's song. The music reaches King Dorado, and he freezes. The suffocating malevolence surrounding him subsides. Confused, he wonders why his body moved on upon hearing the melody and commands them to keep it playing. The princess regretfully explains that the music box is broken and can only play a single verse. Despite his injuries, Rioichi steps forward, declaring that he can fix it. He proposes a temporary truce. An unbelievable scene unfolds. The resurrected king waits patiently, while the hero he was just trying to kill meticulously repairs the small music box. The princess watches, bewildered that an old song her grandmother loved has halted a battle to the death. With a final click, Rioichi finishes the repairs. As the full melody plays, sendings the nursery rhyme about a common soldier who rises through the ranks to become king. She looks at Dorado, telling him it is just like his story how they would build the kingdom together. The song triggers a lost memory, a vision of a younger scenery telling a human man he would become a wonderful king, confessing her love for someone named Shin. The name echoes in the present, and the king's eyes widen. Shin, he whispers, the name unlocking a flood of memories from his mortal life. I remember now, that's my real name. For a moment, the May once looks out from the undead king's eyes, but a new voice, filled with ancient rage, erupts from the cursed sword itself. Damn you, Queen Senri, it bellows. Not once, twice you dare to interfere. The king recognizes the voice that has haunted him all this time. A shadowy, terrifying entity emerges from within him, a being of pure darkness with a sinister grin. It is the evil god. The entity's malevolent power surges, taking complete control as it stands ready to unleash its ancient evil upon the world. The demon lord, in his draconic form, contemptuously observes the three priests as they channel their power into a combined spell. He scoffs at their fusion magic, calling it a futile struggle, before unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his maw. The blast slams into the ancient structure, instantly obliterating the stonework in a violent explosion. One of the knights stares in disbelief, questioning how their powerful fusion magic could have been shattered so easily. The demon lord mocks their efforts, explaining that it was a foolish strategy to waste such an enormous amount of mana merely to break his magical barrier. The priests collapse amidst the rubble, their strengths spent. They are not warriors suited for offensive magic, and they realize with dawning horror that what they faced was no ordinary attack spell. The high elf Maalo recalls a lesson she once taught her to Sub. Magic is the power to grant wishes, she explained, and if a wish is not genuine, it will never reach its full potential. Her mind flashes back 500 years to a conversation with a man named Dylan. In the present, the demon lord, the very same Dylan, stands triumphant amidst the destruction. In the memory, a wounded Dylan urges his lady, Queen Senri, to flee while he holds off their pursuers. She refuses to abandon him, but he reveals that he shares her unique healing magic, insisting that she must live on. His final wish was for her, a high elf destined for eternity, to survive for the both of them. With a serene resolve, he declared that if he could choose where to die, he would have no regrets. Back in the present, Maolo is stunned that Dylan was willing to use forbidden power to protect her. Steeling herself, she unleashes a forbidden art of her own, a downpour of holy rain. As the holy rain of light descends, she focuses her will, intending to heal the twisted soul trapped within the monstrous form. The sacred drops burn the creature's flesh, its corrupted body melting away under the purifying deluge. The allied soldiers are baffled. For them, the rain is a comforting blessing that heals their wounds. Yet for the undead creatures, it is an agonizing torment. One of the fighters expresses immense relief, crediting a timely space teleportation by their companion for their narrow escape from death. Death, the demon lord's monstrous form, begins to recede. He clutches his head, his self fighting through the haze of corruption, questioning what he had become. Ma'ala watches, tears streaming down her face as the spell takes its full effect. As his body disintegrates into particles of light, the man who was once Dylan gazes at her. He murmurs that the rain feels like his lady's tears, and that she has become truly beautiful. With those final words, his corrupted form vanishes completely. With the undead threat gone, the group realizes what transpired. Marlowe had succeeded by channeling the power of a high priest's wish, creating an imitation of the legendary sister Senri's magic. Like it was that same magic, a forbidden art, that Senri had used centuries ago, sacrificing her own life to seal the evil entity that had possessed King Dorado of Shin. The memory strikes King Dorado with the force of a physical blow. He stands in shock, whispering, "Scenery saved my life." A darker memory surfaces. The evil sword that corrupted him mocks him from the past, calling Senri an infuriating woman who threw her life away for nothing. The sword then delivers its cruelest blow, revealing that it had killed the child in Senri's womb, Dorado's own child. It explains that while humans and high elves normally cannot conceive, the body of a transferred one, like Dorado, is modified, making it possible. The truth shatters Dorado's soul. He screams in pure agony, realizing he was the instrument of destruction for everyone he had ever lived. Consumed by a final desperate rage, he vows never to forgive the demonic sword and lunges at it. The sword taunts him, revealing that a part of it has fused with his very being. If he destroys the blade, own body will disintegrate. But Dorado no longer cares, shouting that he has no need for a life granted by such a foul creature. Later, seeing that the king's body has already rotted beyond repair, the entity loses all interest. Then die, it declares, before its gaze falls upon a new, unsuspecting target, Rioichi. In a final act of redemption, King Dorado moves to shield the boy. Rioichi is stunned. "Why? Why are you protecting me?" he asks, "even though I tried to kill you so many times." Sometimes, Dorado looks back, a flicker of his former self in his eyes. "Because you're the only fellow countryman I've met in this world," he explains. "I couldn't bring myself to truly hate you." The evil entity senses a new power, a new transferred one. It muses, sensing the blessing of a Khan Rioichi. "How convenient. I shall make you my new vessel." Dark energy erupts from the sword, violently piercing Raiwaki's body as he screams in pain. Then, the malevolent power swarms over him, consuming him completely. A blade manifests from the shadows and impales him from behind, a fatal blow witnessed by his horrified companion. From the remnants of Rioichi's body, a new form emerges, a dark-skinned, white-haired being. The evil god fully descended into the mortal plane. "It's been a long time," he says. "Let's have some fun." 1. Rioichi's companion demands to know what happened to his body. The god callously explains that a vessel is like an eggshell, meant to be discarded once used. Used, she retorts that Rioichi's regenerative abilities should have saved him. The god considers this, concluding it must be one of those rare cases where the host simply dies. She screams in defiance, refusing to believe he is gone. Fueled by grief and rage, she attacks the monster, who casually deflects her strike, taunting her about her feelings for the fallen hero. The god observes that she is already exhausted from her previous battles. Unfortunately for you, he boasts, as a god, I don't experience fatigue, and my wounds heal instantly. Finally, just then, another figure steps forward, her voice filled with determination. Evil god, I will be your opponent. But an ally warns her to stop, reminding her that she is facing a god and cannot fight him by normal means. The god scoffs at the sight of her. A duplicate, just the scraps of his existence? He unleashes a wave of dark energy to obliterate her. Begone. Upon, to his utter shock, his attack is deflected. The god is confounded. Only those chosen by the gods can wield a divine artifact. How could a mere clone possess such a weapon? A small white familiar appears, revealing the truth. It's not a clone. The creature explains the deception. The one who fought King Dorado was a duplicate, entrusted with the real divine weapon to buy time for the true Rioichi. Everyone, including the gods, had been fooled. The evil god stares in disbelief. A replica had deceived him. What kind of trickery is this? He bellows. The real Rioichi rises, weapon in hand. You're the last one who should be saying that, he says coldly. Your wickedness makes me sick. He gives thanks to the gods, admitting he'd not have done this alone. As if on cue, powerful allies arrive. Looks like we made it in time, one says. A young man, Neosuk, begins to channel immense power, activating a secret art known as the Divine Descent, a technique that transforms a human body into that of the gods, eliminating all energy consumption. He prepares to unleash the final attack, the god-given strike. The final battle against the evil god rages, shaking the very foundations of the world. Rioichi confronts the dark entity, whose power seems absolute. The god scoffs at his opponent's strength. Especially crafted divine artifact. Divine descent, you say? His voice drips with contempt and rage. Did you really think that was enough to make you my equal? A mere demigod like you shouldn't get ahead of yourself. The evil god mocks Rioichi's incomplete transformation, declaring that he, unlike his foe, has managed to fully descend. Their powers collide in a blinding explosion of force. The god, Odiscan, decides to end the fruitless struggle. Fighting a demigod like you is a waste of time. I'll just use your body as my vessel and become complete. He raises a hand, threatening to slaughter everyone present, to plunge Rioichi into ultimate despair. As the dark power gathers, a desperate warning cries out. But before the attack can land, it is intercepted. Shin, the undead king, stands in its path. I too have obtained immortality, he declares. I won't let you have your way, evil god. Odiscan merely sneers, ensnaring Shin and cursed chains that tear at his very being. You wretch survivor, just die already. But Shin endures the agony, revealing his gambit. By binding me, you've also sealed your own movements, haven't you? The evil god realizes the trap. As long as Shin endures the curse, Odiscan is left defenseless. Seeing the opportunity, Rioichi is urged to act. He must fuse his soul with Sylphina's divine artifact and unleash his true power. Alongside him, a great spirit tiger materializes, and together they charge, Rioichi channeling all his energy into one final, overwhelming blast of spirit magic. The cyclone of pure energy engulfs the immobilized god. As the light fades, it appears they have succeeded. The cursed chains have vanished, but a low, sinister laugh echoes through the ruins. I should thank you. The evil god sneers, a terrifying grin spreading across his face, for breaking the shackles that bound me. A wave of dread washes over Rioichi. They haven't won. They have made a terrible mistake. Odiscan proclaims that the chains were an invisible prison, and now he can finally unleash his true, unrestrained power. Power. Suddenly, a serene and powerful voice cuts through the tension. A divine being descends from the heavens, stating that their actions were not a mistake. The destruction of the shackles has now allowed for direct intervention. The evil god looks up in shock, rising the newcomer. The head god Sivoth looks right at the fallen deity and tells him he's been hunting for him ever since he vanished. Sivoth reveals that Otis Gun had been sealed for 500 years, his power weakened and his descent incomplete. Enraged, Otis Gun accuses Sivoth of cowardice, but the chief god calmly retorts that if Otis Gun were at his full strength, the world would face certain annihilation. During your imprisonment, Sivoth continues, the rules of the gods have changed. As they speak, new, golden chains materialize, wrapping around Otis Gun's form. Since the old chief god's punishment is gone, I'm hitting you with a brand new sentence as Sivoth waves a hand to lay down the law. The chains hoist the screaming god into the air, his fate sealed by divine execution. Sivoth's attention then turns to Shin. And you, Shin, the transmigrant, driven by vengeance you've committed countless sins. You wielded the power of the gods to bring ruin to the human world. You too must face divine judgment. Shin's sentence is absolute. His soul will be erased, for not even an eternity in the afterlife could atone for his actions. As the judgment is about to be carried out, Rioichi steps forward, pleading with Lord Sivoth. He asks to be allowed to fulfill his original duty, to slay King Dorado. With the evil god's influence gone, he wishes to face the man, the transmigrant, one last time. Despite being battered and broken, he is resolute. Shin Yi, now free of Otis Gun's taint, accepts the challenge. That's exactly what I want. I too want to fight the real Yushikawa. The two warriors clash, their swords ringing in the silent hall. King Dorado's body is literally falling apart, and his power is fading, but his skills are still totally deadly. The onlookers watch the duel, noting that it has been a long time since fought with such clarity. For a moment, they do not look like enemies, but like two brothers training, happy to have met a worthy rival. The final hit lands, and as Shin fades away, he tells Rioichi he's finally ready to go, begging him not to waste any tears on a monster like him. Why do you look so sad? He asks, his voice weakening. You are human. Become like me. With those final words, his body dissolves into light. Right then, Princess Senri's spirit shows up and hugs Shin's soul, and they both head off to the underworld where the gods can't judge them anymore. It is speculated that the princess's great deed in saving the world was enough to nullify the king's crimes. Even the chief gods of Oath admits to being moved by Rioichi's compassion, a strange power that can soften the hearts of gods. Now that the undead king is toast, his entire army is literally blowing up all over the land. And High Priestess Torka reports the victory, relaying a message from Princess Senri's spirit, that one day she and Shin will reincarnate and find happiness together. Bro, the kingdom of Kyle's Lyre is finally giving Rioichi the official credit he deserves for everything he's done. The king bestows upon him the title of honorary baron. His rank looks weak, but it's actually a total cover-up because Princess Kylithos made her dad give the army all the credit just to keep Rioichi's insane demig. Rioichi finally makes his way back to Aya's village. He sees the place is finally bouncing back after that insane dragon attack totally trashed it. The villagers give him a massive welcome and start calling him their lord, officially making him the ruler of the town for being such a hero. He's feeling down because he thinks he's not cut out for the job, but they tell him he belongs here and this village is officially his home. Back home, the hot spring he found is now a massive tourist spot, bringing tons of money and life to the whole village. He and the squad take a second to catch their breath and look back at how far they've actually come. That basic old spring just got a massive upgrade into a total luxury bar. Fast forward a few months, and Rioichi is finally gearing up for his next big journey. He's done with non-stop fighting and wants to see the world before getting stuck in noble drama. So he's heading out to find ancient ruins and visit the Northern Empire. Since he's gone, the village chief is stepping up to run the whole show. The girls start fighting over who he likes more, and he's just standing there looking totally clueless. Totally losing it, Rioichi asks out loud what they even see in him. Surrounded by everyone he's ever helped, they all shout back at him at the exact same time. It's honestly just because you're way too kind. With their voices still stuck in his head, he rolls out in his carriage, heading straight toward his next big adventure.